Transcending the Talented 10th. Black Leaders and American Intellectuals. Joy James. Foreword. Lewis R. Gordon. An ongoing presumption in American politics is that African Americans are objects who, by virtue of their pariah status, have persistent need for translators and representatives. There are leaders, and then there are black leaders. Thus black leaders, whatever their self-perception, have suffered the insult of the her descriptions that have come to bear on the nation's misrepresentations of black communities. To be a black leader is regarded, for the most part, as relegation to the status of sheepdog to keep the flock in line until they are available for master consumption. National elections are times at which this analogy usually transcends the realm of metaphor. The most progressive, radical assessment of the leadership question, though, inevitably came from one of its most active voices. Strong people, declared Ella Baker, don't need strong leaders. You hold before you more than a theoretical work on questions of leadership in Africana communities in the United States. You also hold a testament to a story whose telling has been impeded by many political obstacles. Joy Ames's Transcending the Talented 10th is an activist scholar's intervention at a moment of full-scale historical revision of black political reality. Her task is significant and twofold: to issue a critical statement on how leadership has been articulated in and for black communities, and to make sure that her testimony serves as a contradiction to contemporary ideological, counter-revolutionary predilections toward selective memoir. Her first goal is no mean task, indeed, for as Iams demonstrates so well in her inimical way, the present age is marked by admonitions against radical progressive thinking and the subjects of such thought. Iams's second goal comes to the fore through both the ancestral voices that she so carefully evokes, not as interesting relics from our past but as living ideas with which to grapple and from which to learn, and the contemporary voices who need to be challenged as they attempt to erase and misrepresent, so beguilingly, their past. Her task is formidable. For the context of her discussion has seeds in one century and consequences in another. The first 2 decades of the 20th century were marked by a classic prophecy in Africana thought and an epochmaking accomplishment in revolutionary praxis. Both of which have their genesis in the 19th century, W.E.B. Du Bois' declaration of the infamous problem of the color line on the one hand, and the Bolshevik Revolution on the other. These two moments were both classic diagnoses of and prescriptions against 20th century antisocial realities. As the 20th century comes to its close, there is ironically the arrogant globalization of a counter-revolutionary reconstruction of material resources and an anti-revolutionary ethos, as well as a continued resilience of the Du Boisian diagnosis, in the face of sustained denial to the contrary. Although the point may have been to change the world, inheritors of the challenge are now facing the quandary not only over what is to be done, but also whether they are willing to do anything at all. The Du Boisian diagnosis is both literal and metaphorical. It pertains literally to the realities of racism that have wreaked havoc on the life forces, blood, and spiritual resistance of multitudes. It is metaphorical in that its recognition of misanthropy and evasion demands an understanding of its significance in all facets of human evading projects. An added dimension of the task set forth in Transcending the Talented 10th, then, is to address the contemporary denial of two persistent realities in a world that has managed to dominate its environment sufficiently to become the world. In spite of great struggles that have thrown many individuals into the oblivion of denied significance and brought forth others into the chicanery and folly of acceptable representation, struggles with regard to which national memories are short and selective, the problem of the color line is now denied in the midst of its status of leitmotif in political affairs. The response has been to hate, with renewed vigor, the people who demand a change that moves forward. With counter-revolution also comes the appropriation of revolutionary language for the sake of moving backward. Progressive radical history is being rewritten into the obscenity of right-wing revolution and the exclusion of the very notion of institutional oppression. At the heart of this development are a number of ironies. Race is big business, a major first-world knowledge-producing commodity. The struggle against racism, on the other hand, is not. Gender and sexual orientation sell knowledge productions and make careers for ingratiated individuals. The struggle against sexism and fear of ambiguous sexual identity does not. Class is a respected appeal to explain social evil. The struggle against das exploitation is not. The proverbial conjunction of theory and practice has been severed. In practice, theory now explores only itself to the point, ironically, of no longer having a reference point from which to be either theoretical or practical. Another God has died, and we find our age coming to a dose with an idealism so pervasive that it generally fails to see itself. The effort to gain self-reflection, which is at times known as consciousness, has been an arduous journey of a struggle between critical action and bad faith reaction. It is the nature of the proverbial beast to sustain itself through denying alternatives. In the midst of this struggle are the entire human species in general and those among it whose vocation and commitment are supposed to be the critical dimension of this divide. Du Bois realized this when he adopted the American Baptist Horn Missionary Society's strategy of developing a talented tenth, and he himself underwent some self-critical evaluations as he transformed his positions, dialectically, to an understanding of an elite who needs to be led by mass, working das movements instead of an elite that leads. The very framework of both the intellectual and the political needed to be reconfigured. Du Bois was not alone with this insight. It was the insight of Claudia Wunz and Ella Baker. It was the insight of Frantz Fanon. It was the insight of Almacar Cabral. It was also the insight of forgotten voices of a century ago. The occlusion of black radical voices is rooted in a complex history of narrowing the scope and understanding of political reality in the United States. Politics can be understood as activity whose objective is to have an impact on a specified community or the institutions by which conventional resources of power are administered. One type of activity is consensus building. Its concerns are with matters of speech and agreement, and the heart of its values is a commitment to democracy. Another type is instrumental. Its concerns are primarily functional and administrative. In American politics, these two types of political activity have undergone a schism from which there seems to be no hope of building any bridges. It is lost by this circumstance is recognition of the obvious interdependence of the two, for activity geared toward building up institutions and responding to social problems can foster an environment conducive to building coalitions and consensus. Yet, we find quite often that political activities are usually governed by the model of consensus building. With consensus building as our objective, a peculiar model of both leadership and intellectuals emerges, the public intellectual. We should differentiate a public intellectual from a popular intellectual. Toward the close of the 20th century, the popular intellectual has become the primary model of the public intellectual in the United States. Although a popular intellectual is obviously a public figure, it does not follow that one will be popular by virtue of being public. There are many intellectuals who will never find themselves at the center of popular attention because of the unpopularity of their political beliefs. For these intellectuals, however, what marks them as public is the nature of their work, which addresses issues that have an impact on the communities in which they live and conditions these intellectuals' roles in such communities. Given our two conceptions of political activity, we can see straight away how, in the struggle against race, gender, and das oppression, this distinction emerges in the difference between the classical sociological model of the charismatic leader intellectual and the leader intellectual who is guided by a sense of vocation and public responsibility. While W.E.B. Du Bois and Paul Robeson have become well known as charismatic leaders and consensus builders, E11 Baker's and Claudia Wunz's many hours of instrumental organizing and institution building have been rendered nearly invisible. Baker played substantial roles in the NAACP and the organizing of the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, SNCC, and Wunz was a major Harlem organizer in the Communist Party USA. Similarly, political activity and leadership in black churches tend to be sought among the male ministers, in spite of the fact that day-to-day administering and developing of those institutions stand in the rarely seen but essential boards and officers and key congregation members who are predominantly women. The distinction between the charismatic leader and the instrumental question of facilitating responses to community needs comes to the fore on the question of a demonstrated track record. Cornel West, one of the most prominent contemporary public intellectuals, has complained about the general distrust that Black communities seem to harbor toward Black academics, a major focus of West's political concerns. We may wonder, however, why Black communities should not be suspicious of such intellectuals. LT is vital for 11 communities to test the political integrity and competence of their intellectuals, to see evidence of demonstrated performance. The consensus-building model requires a charitable relationship of presumed membership, whereas the instrumental model requires earning the community's trust and thereby earning membership. The current, popular intellectual environment for Africana intellectuals is one of demonstrated hostility to models of earned membership. The divide is striking in Transcending the Talented Tenth, where Ames takes on the overdue and ironic task of undoing the erasure of praxis intellectuals in contemporary African American political thought. The collapse of theorizing practice into theory as practice has provided some contemporary intellectuals with an imaginary access to political achievement. What more can be done beyond what they have said, when the world has become the transcendental reality of the written word? We find, then, among the contemporary progressive public intellectuals many tasks of subverting oppressive institutions and building liberating ones, of articulating possibilities for imprisoned souls and nurturing healthy, fighting ones, of speaking as truthfully as possible the apocalyptic Geist war, the war of the spirit, that has been waged on every front since the moment humanity discovered that it can speak across many generations. We have now gone from interrogating the souls of Black folk to the struggle over and for those souls. In the midst of this struggle, the messages from the past are being scrambled, and they run the risk of being lost as we are now asked to forget about our past and dance to the rhythms of a deceptive tune. We need the decoding voices of integrity made manifest in testaments like I Ams's now, proverbially, more than ever. Lewis R. Garden. Providence, Rhode Island. Summer, 1996. Iams Baldwin describes his attempts to write No Name in the Street, from 1967 to 1971, the years in which Martin Luther King Jr. was assassinated, Jonathan and George Iackson killed, and Angela Davis incarcerated as a political prisoner, noting in the book's epilogue that the work was much delayed by trials, assassinations, funerals, and despair. As a gay African American writer deeply committed to social justice, Baldwin persevered in demanding and organizing for human rights. His 1987 memorial service at New York City's Cathedral of 51. I Own the Divine, with its procession of African drummers, testimonials from Amory Baraka, Maya Angelou, and Toni Morrison, an immense love filling the Cave Mouse Hall, was one of many tributes to a great American intellectual. In the last decade, the crossing over of Baldwin and so many other progressive and gifted intellectuals, including Audre Lorde, Marlon Riggs, Tony Cade Bambara, Essex Hemphill, Haywood Bums, has had a sobering effect on those who remain on this side, facing the dehumanizing realities of a society undermined by racial sexual violence and economic exploitation, as well as the disappointing performances of celebrated leaders, who often seem to lack the necessary skills or commitments for transforming society. It constitutes a Black leadership capable of building on the legacy of historical radical intellectuals in order to promote a future free of economic and racial misery as well as sexual bigotry and violence is highly debated. Transcending the Talented Tenth examines the political thought of historical and contemporary Black elites advocating social justice. It furthers contemporary debates by Black intellectuals to argue that the erasure of Black radical praxis from the continuum of American intellectualism allows contemporary elites and rhetoricians the appearance of radical progressivism. This appearance masks the elite acceptance of conventional theories of political leadership and activism that acquiesce to rather than challenge structural oppression. Beginning with our past, historiography, erasure, and race leadership, this book counters the illusion of militant African Americans, particularly female leaders, in American thought. Chapter 1 reviews W.E.B. Du Bois' early advocacy and later repudiation of an elite, educated Black vanguard that shepherds Black masses toward racial uplift. Du Bois' gradual rejection of the Talented Tenth as race leaders has influenced contemporary Black elites and academics such as Henry Louis Gates R., Cornel West, and Angela Davis. Chapter 2 raises questions about male-biased intellectualism and Du Bois' pro-feminist politics, focusing on his tendency to masculinize the black intellectual and erase the agency of his influential contemporaries Anna Yulia Cooper and Ida B. Wells Barnett. Black feminist narratives that reconstruct black women's anti-lynching radicalism, represented by Wells Barnett, as gender regressive, also diminish the historical significance of radical female race leadership. Chapter 3 reviews representations of the anti-lynching crusaders' sexual politics in writings by Alice Walker and Valerie Smith. Building on feminist scholarship that works as a corrective to male and elite-biased historiography, Chapter 4 discusses the disappearance of radical civil rights women in literature on the movement that minimizes the significance of leaders such as Ella Baker. Since the end of the civil rights and Black Power movements of the previous decades, struggles for human rights have continuously mutated, as have anti-black racism and anti-radicalism. In The Present Future, Contemporary Crises and Black Intellectuals, Chapter 5 addresses the persistence of racial violence in DS democracy. The search for a common program among Black Americans, one that recognizes and synthesizes struggles to dismantle sexism, heterosexism, and elitism alongside the battles for racial and economic justice, is the quandary for American intellectuals and the subject of Chapter 6. How African American intellectuals as the postmodern talented 10th straddling the 20th and 21st centuries, much as their predecessors bridged the 19th and 20th centuries, will manifest or falter as effective Black leadership is the focus of the remaining chapters. Chapter 7, on Women, Caretaking, and Academic Intellectualism, critiques the theorizing of bell hooks, Pat Hill Collins, Isa Barclay Brown, and Bernice Johnson Reagon on intellectual leadership and community. Chapter 8 critically examines male elite educators' constructions of political agency and the heroic intellectual, citing the work of Cornel West, Jerry Gaya Watts, and Derek Bell, while exploring the model of the heroic intellectual as a non-light, non-academic writers such as African American activist Charlene Mitchell. Transcending the Talented 10th concludes by reflecting on radicalism and Black intellectual life. Reading this work, some may consider its critical assessments regarding the liberalism or anti-radicalism of Black elites too harsh. Echoing throughout this critique of Black elites and American intellectuals, however, is recognition of their contributions. Acknowledging the limitations of progressive Black intellectualism, limitations that are often obscured by radical rhetoric, seems a necessary skill to develop given the apparent clumsiness of our political and intellectual midwifery. The acquisition of such skill, though, is a Pyrrhic victory if it is unaccompanied by the desire to shoulder and share responsibility for democratic praxis with non-lights and Black radicals. We need an act of faith, writes Baldwin, such as the one that sustained the Mouvement demonstrations and protests before King's assassination. Yet, our postmodern post-movement times seem to have little faith in radical praxis, particularly when the most progressive work to transcend anti-democratic policies often takes place beyond the range of television cameras and outside the ken of intellectual elites. Despite or because of OUF liabilities, committed thinkers do employ Baldwin's counsel to work for birthing a new world. A quarter of a century ago, Baldwin wrote, "One could scarcely be deluded by Americans en honneur, one scarcely dared expect anything from the great, vast, blank generality, and yet one was compelled to demand of Americans and for their sakes, after all, a generosity, a clarity, and a nobility which they did not dream of demanding themselves. Today, we could ask no more or less of the contemporary talented 10th or of ourselves as we evolve beyond the constrictions of elite race leadership." While on university leave in the fall of 1995, I worked at the New York Public Library's Schomburg Center for Research in Black Culture. During my late afternoon walks home from the library, I usually browsed through the book tables of Hadern Street vendors. My route down Lenox Avenue, renamed Malleome X Boulevard, also took me past Liberation Books on 131st Street. Seeking a copy of Frantz Fanon's The Wretched of the Earth, one day I read the bookstore. Inside, several middle-aged African American women stood or sat reading and talking among the stacks. I made my request, noting that I was the only customer in the store. After searching for a few minutes, one woman found a copy of The Wretched of the Earth, which turned out to cost more money than I had with me. Liberation Books does not accept credit cards or checks. The nearest bank was blocks away. Explaining that I would have to return, I rummaged in my backpack to find one subway token, value $1.50, and change, which I added to my last dollar bill on the counter. The older black woman who held the book refused my nickels, quarters, and token. "Now," she said, as she presented Fanon to me, "you can go to the head of your das." Even in times rankling with grim observations about the failures of American intellectualism and the limits of black intellectuals, the generosity of progressive community educators reassures. The work of non-white black intellectuals is largely unknown to those outside their communities, and many within them, yet, it promises pragmatic examples of progressivism and democratic politics that tend to be elusive for American elites. Activist intellectuals in Harlem and other working class and poor communities continue to instill a passion for the liberation legacy and agency of historical race leaders. Intellectuals in poorer communities face conditions unfamiliar to, ignored, or forgotten by most elites. As a reminder, a few select academic publications routinely call our attention to social devastation structured by racism. For instance, the Journal of Blacks in Higher Education features a regular column, Vital Signs, Statistics that Measure Racial Inequality, that outlines social crises as well as academic intellectuals' responses. Vital Signs survey not only the breadth of racial and economic inequality, they also suggest the standard for a critical black intellectual intervention in crises. In 1994, the Journal of Blacks in Higher Education cited a host of disturbing signs. It noted that the V.S. Bureau of the Census documented that while the ratio of whites infected with the HIV virus was 1:1,873, the ratio of blacks infected was 1:552. The journal also listed a New York Newsday report that, in the history of the New York Police Department, the number of black officers shot by fellow white members is 18, while the number of white police officers shot by black police is 0. According to Vital Signs, the Centers for Disease Control document that for the year 1990, the number of white infants dying in their first year per 1,000 live births was 7.3, the number of black infants dying was 17.6. Also that year, the ratio of black infant mortality to white was 2.4:1, an increase from the 1980 ratio of 2 black infant deaths to every 1 white infant death. Another vital race demographic is taken from the House Judiciary Committee. Although 75% of all federal drug prosecutions involved white defendants, the number of federal death penalty prosecutions of black defendants in drug cases approved by Attorney General Annette Reno in 1993 was 10. Reno approved no death penalty prosecutions against white defendants in drug cases for that year. At times, fortunately, elite and academic discourse highlights the vital signs of communities in crises. This form of literary agency coexists with, but is not a surrogate for, the intellectual activism found in neighborhood streets and legislative halls. In our anti-civil rights, conservative era, without Jim Crow or racial slurs, social policies work to reinforce racial and economic hierarchies. Often, as American intellectuals we face these crises with few substantive strategies and struggles to democratize the United States and diminish its abusive practices. Since emancipation, black intellectuals have confronted lynching, Jim Crow, electoral and economic disenfranchisement, restrictions to higher education, racist violence, and police brutality. In times of crises, in the national tumult for identity and stability, our interventions expand democratic thought and practice. They shape America's national discourse, even while agitating for inclusion within it. Given its mission and longevity, black intellectualism has become the form of American intellectualism best adept and well-versed in truth-telling about democracy crippled by racism. Consequently, it is one of the least valued and most contested forms of intellectualism in a racialized society. Despite the cool reception given to its most radical formulations, the concerns of progressive black intellectuals continually push American intellectualism to consider and reconsider the place of racial and sexual justice in a democratic state. Our intellectualism, like our persistent critiques of American democracy, raises questions about the possibilities of an expansive and expanding community in a racially and economically polarized United States. These questions about the struggles of Black Americans pertain to the entire racialized nation. Questions such as one posed by Toni Morrison illustrate the pointedness of our interrogation: is this country willing to sabotage its cities and school systems if they're occupied mostly by Black people? Often Black intellectuals' queries call out injustices while sustaining the vision of intergenerational community and responsibilities. For instance, during a February 1990 Black 3. History Month performance, Maya Angelou asked the audience in a packed auditorium at Miami University, Ohio, if your ancestors were to appear today, would they say, in looking at you, "So this is what I struggled and died for?" Her question elicits a variety of responses, each reflecting some bond or severed tie with community and its past, present, and future members. In that auditorium, it was unclear how many shrugs of indifference were the response to Angelou. Rather than shrugging off the question, we may reply by reconsidering our relationships to ancestral radicals such as W.E.B. Du Bois, Ida B. Wells Barnett, or Ella Baker, all of whom worked and battled with Black elites in emancipation struggles. Our relationship to the legacy of past race leaders infuses contemporary responses to racism and American intellectualism. At times, these current relationships of Black intellectuals prove disconcerting and seem far removed from the struggles and gains of past anti-racist radicals. African American intellectuals who posit obligations to the Black community and community-centered worldviews are sometimes discredited by charges of essentialism for identifying as Black thinkers who privilege community building and anti-racism. When generalized, the charge of essentialism can be used as a political club, much as the PC or politically correct charge was used to dismiss the demands of progressives. Obviously, some nationalism and Afrocentrism have engaged in romantic, racialized essentialist discourse. However, not all Black writers who advocate or demand American and Black responsibility toward a Black people or African community can be uniformly dismissed as essentialist. There is no one authentic way of being Black, or American, or intellectual. There are, however, ways of being political. And, while all Blacks, even those with contempt for non-whites and non-lights, are authentic, their intellectual stances reflect a politics that will either challenge or accommodate oppression. At their best, our debates on the relevance and significance what some consider to be the authenticity of Black and anti-racist American intellectuals attest to our strong, desperate need for liberating thought. Today we find ourselves amid heated, contested claims for progressive Black intellectualism precisely because the stakes seem so high and the vital signs so low. 4. Debating the African American intellectual. In the resurgence and rationalization of racism at the close of this century, conservative American intellectuals and propagandists make familiar arguments discrediting the very idea of Black equality by disparaging Black intellectual ability. In 1994, a series of books on the bell curve theory by white academics proselytized the mental inferiority of Blacks. Promoted by influential press and publishers, curve devotees and their right-wing financiers, such as the Pioneer Fund, attempted to legitimize recycled racism as scientific, and thereby influence public legislation and social policies through academic literature that constructs Le Negro rather than institutional racism as the national problem to be censured, solved, or isolated. These works posed reactionary questions to nullify those questions raised by anti-racists challenging racial inequality and the national ideals and pretensions of vs democracy. The well-publicized questions of reactionaries: how well can Negroes think? And can they be civilized or only segregated or incarcerated? Took center stage. Effectively marketed, the books preoccupied both those who accepted and those who rejected their assertions of innate Black, intellectual, inferiority. Progressive intellectuals' critical publications offer bell curve counters: Morrison's Playing in the Dark, David Theo Goldberg's Racist Culture, and Lewis Gordon's Bad Faith and Anti-Black Racism provide vital analyses of racism in American culture, ideology, and social consciousness. Some intellectuals, seeing no need, and no way, to prove Black humanity, concentrated on advocacy for social and government policies to redress inequality. A few intellectuals countered with satire. At a 1994 University of California Berkeley meeting to discuss the New York Times book review's promotion of scientific racism in IQ genetics discourse, a prominent black woman professor ironically suggested calling a press conference complete with charts, pointers, and research statistics as equally impressive as those in the geneticist literature to announce a new scientific breakthrough, that we have isolated the gene for white racism. In the postmodern eugenics campaigns, conservatives play to racial and elite fears about an allegedly declining, quantify 5. able American intelligence. These fears of diminishing test score intelligence are linked to dark-skinned peoples rather than to cultural bias in testing and education, inequitable school funding, undernourished students, and unsafe, substandard schools. Immigrants, African Americans, Native Americans, Chicanos, and Latino Americans as subalterns all serve as a receptacle to contain American intellectual inferiority. Such a repository frees the larger society to cauterize mental deficiency as it contains blackness. These American phobias about demonstrable intellect remain black fears as well. For instance, some black intellectuals seem preoccupied with disproving the bell curve by the quality of their competent prose or intellectual performances. For some, there seems to be an intense desire to prove themselves as American intellectuals to white elites by eloquent responses to the neoconservative "Can the Negro think?" and the liberal "What does the Negro think?" line of query. Black intellectuals have come under fire for playing the role of race sage to white elites and middle America. From the battles between Du Bois and Booker T. Washington at the turn of the century, through Harold Cruz's 1967 manifesto, The Crisis of the Negro Intellectual, to Cedric Robinson's 1983 scholarly text Black Marxism, we have witnessed heated debates about the role of black intellectuals in a racist society. Part of these old, in-house debates focused on the historic mandate of the black intellectual to be a race leader advancing the conditions of the black masses. In the past, black elites progressing up the mythic American ladder, and lifting as they climbed, were constructed as a talented 10th. That elite, which celebrated its 100th anniversary in 1996, had a conservative function as managerial race leaders. Nevertheless, they saw themselves largely committed to leading black nonlights toward economic, social, and political equality. Talented 10th intellectuals garnered respect for lifting not just themselves as they progressed up the proverbial ladder. Consequently, although resented for their class snobbery and pretensions, they were also valued among African Americans because they symbolized black equality and channeled resources into black communities. Even Booker T. Washington, who proselytized black intellectual subservience to whites, produced jobs and institutions. Unlike their predecessors, today's elite intellectuals may not seem very effective or overly ambitious in their political challenges and confrontations on behalf of non-white blacks. In our more pessimistic and individualistic age, another spirit of race leadership prevails among elites. African Americans now debate the commodification of the black intellectual as entertainer or public relations intermediary who interprets blackness for consensus politics. Yet this is not a new phenomenon in race relations. Increasingly, the black intellectual performer rottenly applauded in academic halls and on talk show stages for his sagacity is later severely reprimanded by critical blacks for his males dominate the profession of public intellectual performance. Market incentives for experts on blackness encourage the reification of black intellectuals as cultural performers, predictably as financial or career considerations mute radical analyses of anti-democratic, racialist, and sometimes violent state practices. In the commodification and alienation rampant in society, markets and fads debase American intellectualism in general, yet these trends seem especially pernicious for African American intellectuals. What some saw as the venality of oral and literary performances in black intellectual discourse sparked hostile reflections on the black public intellectual in 1995. In rapid succession, The New Yorker, Atlantic Monthly, The New Republic, and The Village Voice published essays that put African American intellectuals on display. Black elites became the subject and spectacle of American intellectualism as upscale press promoted interest in contested black intellectualism. When popular American magazines denounced black intellectuals for an alleged vacuity, those castigated were largely academics and popular authors who, with the exception of Henry Louis Gates, Jr., defined themselves as insurgents or progressives. The most severely criticized in mainstream press were left-leaning liberals. White publications generally ignored black moderates and conservatives or heralded them through their conservative, white, writers as appropriate models of black intellectualism, which seemed consistent with the age of neoconservative contracts. Debating the worthiness of black intellectualism, the mainstream press reinscribed the historic rows of blacks as entertainment for whites. 7. Progressive black elites had themselves decried the decline of the great black intellectual. For instance, Cornel West, the only intellectual mentioned in all of the 1995 essays, helped spark the flurry of articles on the crisis of the black public intellectual, the year following the bell curve spate of publications disparaging black intellectual ability. Criticizing West's position, a few countered that the self-marketing of black elites marked the so-called wane in black intellectualism. Any decline, it was argued, was a byproduct of black public intellectuals who performed as commodities for mostly white, privileged consumers. Adolph Reed takes this position in his Village Voice essay What Are the Drums Saying, Booker T. Referring to popular intellectuals as cultural politicians, he contends that today's elite black public intellectual thrives on interrogation, engaging in a form of show-and-tell discourse that objectifies blacks. Black elites seek steady employment as the interpreters of blackness for white audiences. Following Reed, in a later edition of The Voice, Michelle Wallace launched a disjointed diatribe against a prominent black feminist in order to denounce what she viewed as the superficiality and diminished scholarship of performing blackness. Unsurprisingly, these intellectual debates at times degenerate into ad hominem attacks. Disputes prove searing, partly because, personalized as a mark of individual character, black elite intellectuals' responsibilities to black nonlights is a sensitive topic. Traditionally, we have defined race men and race women as obligated to further emancipation projects. The quality of those interventions and the integrity of the race leaders were usually measured by political courage and efficacy in a nation racked by racist ethos and violence. Our current contentious debates, and sometimes character assaults, are peculiar to today's black intellectual leadership in that the unprecedented assimilation of black elites has transformed the questions black intellectuals pose. Before this post-civil rights era of integration, disproportionately benefiting elites, black intellectuals debated not whether they were obligated to serve in the advancement of a besieged people, but how best to fulfill those obligations. Today, the disclaimers among black intellectuals, dismissals of the black community as an imaginary, and a preoccupation with survivor guilt suggest other 8. concerns as the post-movement age of migratory black intellectuals, hybridity or service to white consumers, readers/students, strains connections with non-white black communities. For black elites trained in white schools, and employed in white institutions, ties may be tenuous at best with the majority of black people. Furthering the divide, we see that what brings greater status to the black intellectual as an American intellectual paradoxically pushes her or hern further away from the masses of black people. Alienation suggests the significant costs that some crossover intellectuals pay, and the abrasiveness of our self-criticisms reveals how little we hope for reconnection in community. Supporting the contributions of black academics and writers to community, in the socialist journal New Politics, Manning Marable criticizes Reed's acerbic denunciation of black intellectual elites. In his defense of bell hooks, Michael Eric Dyson, and Cornel West, Marable misses the incisiveness of Reed's analysis, although, he correctly notes that it is marred by ad hominem attacks. New Politics later provided a forum for black, male, intellectuals to respond to Marable's assessment of Reed as aligned with anti-liberal politics. Penyal Asef observed that Reed was accurate in highlighting the alienation of the black public intellectual and black non-white communities. Arguing that Reed exempts himself from his own pointed analysis, Asef emphasized the difficulty that progressive black intellectuals have in the American arena of performing and commodified intellectualism, an arena shaped by the tastes and interests of the dominant society. Our difficulties, though, badly serve as apologias for non-rigorous critiques of the conservative functions and radical pretensions of popularized intellectualism. For Osef, elite black intellectuals share an 11 attempt to examine and analyze the reasons for continued African American immunization. He adds that we also share an ability to undermine our own progressive intentions by profiteering from jargonistic writing irrelevant to the concerns of disenfranchised blacks. Regarding the black elites whom Marable defends, Osef issues his own severe assessment: the overtly political nature of their writing, since it is seemingly disconnected from organic vehicles of political organization and mobilization, smacks of opportunism and sloganeering. 12. Of course sloga. 9. Nearing and opportunism are heard within both the progressive and reactionary voices of American intellectuals. To further develop and politicize progressive black intellectualism, some thinkers confront its contradictions as it ranges from the liberal through the radical to the revolutionary. Since their past and present contributions do not exempt the most privileged black voices from critiques, even harsh ones, the conservative, managerial roles of black elites, and their marketing of blackness, remain critical issues for debate in furthering democratic praxis. We have no control over whether our critiques of liberal blacks will be used by anti-democratic intellectuals, by racial conservatives and reactionaries who resist the idea and reality of black equality. Nor do we have the luxury of not developing piercing appraisals of what many American intellectuals consider to be their black intellectual vanguard, all the while ignoring how American intellectualism works to obscure the contributions of nonlight and radical race leaders. Conclusion. Historically, progressive intellectuals dragged problems, racialized and denied, from the periphery to the center of American social consciousness and political debate. They continue these endeavors in a society whose authoritative voices assert the irrelevance of race and an impatience with speech critical of American racism and white privilege. Seemingly fatigued by anti-racist discourse, reproducing the Africanist as marker for social pathology, American conservatives and neoliberals argue for new forms of social segregation and the dismantling of federal equity programs. In this context, African American intellectuals pursue democratic projects. Sometimes we undermine our endeavors through commodification and performance. At times, our discursive elitism privileges the affluent over the poor, male over female, and liberal over radical agency to de-radicalize black politics and political discourse as we reproduce and commercialize the construction of a talented tenth of elite race leaders. Promoting progressive agency without erasure or mythologizing black leadership, critical thinkers resist such constructions to further radical, inclusive democracy. In an era of covert and coded anti-black racism, some focus 10. On the development of black intellectualism and leadership, seeking new ways of furthering American intellectualism and political agency unrestricted by racial, sexual, economic, or elite bias. Although our democratic struggles continue to splinter on a mystified, marbleized racism in a nation that denies racial dominance and reconstructs institutional repression as a past phenomenon, by democratizing American intellectualism, we extend to all the opportunities to advance to the head of their DAS in social and political equality. They are unable to conceive of the workers as anything else but workers and therefore are unable to conceive of themselves as anything else but intellectuals. No intelligence in the world can enable a social grouping to think of itself as something which must be abolished. In fact, up to a point, the more intelligent they are, the worse for them. C.L.R. Jarnck's American Civilization. Referring to a select caste, C.L.R. Iams wrote pessimistically about the possibilities of American intellectuals to move beyond the conservative functions of elites. Nevertheless, this Trinidad-born radical, deported in 1953 by the U.S. government, believed that Americans could build a new society based on a democracy of equals, with relations of a subtlety and intimacy previously unknown. The uniqueness of this new, democratic society, according to Iams, would be its unity of thought and action in which the worker as such and the thinker as such will disappear. Iams was relatively unconcerned with whether or not intellectuals as a caste supported or opposed this process. He believed that the mass seeking to solve the great social problems which face them in their daily lives would be the creative impetus toward change. The intellectual activities of millions of workers dealing with economic, political, and cultural realities, IAMS asserts, would be recognizable to intellectual elites only when they see and feel the new force. 115 This new force or mass movement toward democratic renewals would herald the demise of intellectuals as an elite that historically promoted its agency through clerical, educational, or managerial relationships of social power contingent upon the existence of a passive subordinate mass. Yearns's optimism about social transformation, in which intellectual elites as such will be undergoing liquidation in the very action of the mass, which will be creating a totally new society, an active integrated humanism, N6 shaped his ideas for progressive leadership. In the post-World War XI era, other prominent black leaders in the United States theorized about democratic race leadership to echo Yearns's ideology on American civilization and organizing. It took W.E.B. Du Bois nearly half a century to democratize the talented tenth in the militant spirit of Ames's radical observations made in the 1950s. American intellectuals rarely discuss Yearns's comments about our conservative roles as elites within state structures. Unsurprisingly, we infrequently reference the agency of radical, non-light intellectuals. Our reflections on Du Bois' evolving ideology repudiating elites and the talented tenth are likewise muted. Since Reconstruction, African American race leadership has been identified with the training of black elites based on the model of privileged, white educational institutions. In a society where intellectual ability denotes college or university training and socialization, intellectualism is tied to academe. Consequently, it has been aligned with a corporate, conservative sphere that is traditionally geared to middle-class, white, males. Today only 30% of whites and 15% of blacks have college or university degrees. Classism and elitism were endemic to the identity of the university-trained American intellectual. The mythology surrounding academic and institutionalized intellectualism worked to valorize the elites being socialized and trained. Contemporary understandings of black intellectualism are traceable to late 19th century liberalism and its conventional anti-racism. The phrase talented tenth, generally associated with Du Bois' 1903 essay of the same title, originated in 1896 among northern white liberals of the American Baptist Horn Missionary Society, ABITMS, which established Southern black colleges to train Negro elites. Evelyn Brooks Higginbotham, 16, describes how the year after Booker T. Washington's infamous 1895 Atlanta Compromise speech, Henry Morehouse, who had twice served as ABITM's executive secretary, developed the phrase the talented tenth to distinguish his liberal arts education programs and their students from the average or mediocre black intellect that aligned itself with Washington's ideology of vocational education for race advancement. The Christian missionary founders and funders of black higher education, who included women in their construction of race leadership, prioritized race management. Morehouse's talented tenth were to provide a racial class buffer zone between unprivileged blacks and white society. Consequently, ABITMS disapproved of black Southern students relocating to northern colleges, believing that educational migration weakened the links between elite race leaders and poor and working class African Americans. In the 19th century, ABITMS college-trained blacks sought to subvert the power of illiterate black leaders by privileging the written word. In the 20th century, conventional academics gauge black intellectual ability by literacy and publications. Today's talented tenth seem more ideologically and socially split from non-white blacks than their predecessors were. Perhaps this is partly due to the integrationist successes of previous generations. The select of the tenth work at elite institutions and live in places vastly different from those of their 19th century counterparts or contemporary peers teaching in urban or vocational schools. Distance, or even estrangement, from black communities does not negate the contributions of elite black intellectuals. However, as Brooks Higginbotham and Cedric Robinson have noted, historically the conservative, managerial function of such an educated elite formed an intellectual and political leadership scrutinized and regarded with suspicion by non-whites. Like their predecessors, most contemporary black intellectuals rarely ask to what extent they intentionally or unintentionally fulfill the 19th century missionary mandate for race management. Although Abitam's elitist constructions remain the acknowledged or unacknowledged conceptual cornerstone for current debates on the black public intellectual, most academic writers rarely refer to the talented tenth's origins in the race ideology. 17. Of white liberal missionary societies and the black elites they schooled. Critical examinations of elite leadership in black emancipation projects are indispensable, so why does so few black intellectuals deconstruct the talented tenth? Failing to analyze Du Bois' growing dismissal of university-trained African Americans as de facto social justice agents, academic intellectuals as a select caste shape a discourse on race leadership that often uses Du Bois to validate the talented tenth as inherently progressive. Or, paradoxically, privileged intellectuals may minimize his later, radical thought. In this manner, Henry Louis Gates and Cornel West in The Future of the Race position themselves as more democratic and inclusive than, a somewhat reified, Du Bois. In collective amnesia, many either overlook or underestimate Du Bois' later repudiation of black elites as reliable leaders for an oppressed people. Race memory misleads as it fails to recall that the greatest promoter of black elite agency became, in time, its most severe critic. Du Bois' rejection of bloc elite leadership. Some years ago I used the phrase the talented tenth, meaning leadership of the Negro race in America by a trained few. Since then this idea has been criticized. It has been said that I had in mind the building of an aristocracy with neglect of the masses. This criticism has seemed even more valid because of emphasis on the meaning and power of the mass of people to which Karl Marx gave voice in the middle of the 19th century, and which has been growing in influence ever since. There have come other changes in these days, which a great many of us do not realize as revolution through which we are passing. Because of this, it is necessary to examine the war, about us and our thoughts and attitudes toward it. I want then to re-examine and restate the thesis of the talented tenth which lied down many years ago. Woe-be Du Bois discussions of contemporary vs. black leadership are foregrounded by, and sometimes frozen in, Du Bois' early construction of black intellectualism embodied in the talented tenth, of a progressive leadership of responsible Negro elites dedicated to black development. His 1903 essay, The Talented Tenth, describes how this elite represent African American ability and resistance to racism. Initially, the Harvard PhD formed an identity politics of black elites as intellectuals and political 18 leaders. His Salite, a new Negro nobility, disproved the alleged inferiority of black Americans. As elite educators of the black masses, they served as models of Negro gentility for the dominant white society and subordinated blacks. With their talents honed by college and university training, as the vehicle for black uplift and the vanguard to democratize vs. society, Du Bois' tenth countered the image of black incivility and inhumanity. Later political crises would radicalize Du Bois' thoughts about the Abitam's construct of an elect few promoting race uplift through race management. Like the Abitams, Du Bois included women in the talented tenth. His referents were generally male. Du Bois did not always use men as a generic reference to both sexes. In the 1903 essay, the word signifies males developing in a socially constructed manhood. The training of men is a difficult and intricate task, writes Du Bois, men we shall have only as we make manhood the object of the work of the schools. 12 Still, by identifying women as members of the public, political race leadership, Du Bois' sexual politics were advanced for his era. But gender inclusiveness does not in itself democratize the talented tenth. Despite the presence of women, this construction of black agency remained elitist and undermined democratic leadership. Interracial inequality was endemic to this concept of race leadership. Du Bois' academic training in Greek classicism infuses his 1903 model of Negro leadership with a Platonic hierarchy of enthroned philosopher kings/queens. Consistent with the Platonic mandate, those most suited for benevolent leadership or rule are identified, nurtured, and educated as befits their station. All others, in various lower ranks, are trained to follow the philosopher kings/queens who serve for the greater good. Exploring Du Bois' concept of second sight, Thomas Holt uses Plato's allegorical narrative or parable of the cave, writing that neither white nor black workers looking through a glass darkly can see each other clearly. whites, whom Holt refers to as the outside leaders, are incapable of leading the entombed. Consequently, in Dubois' ideology, writes Holt, the recourse for those within the cave is to organize their inner resources, material and spiritual, to create a base from which the entire edifice can be reformed. Being black thereby, capable of gaining strength, discipline, and solidarity from their oppression, cave dwellers are blessed with a second sight into the promise and the broken promises of America. However, not all cave dwellers, in Dubois' estimation, were equally gifted in sight. His original talented tenth, with its exalted estimation of the visionary abilities of privileged blacks, presupposed a short-sightedness and moral as well as intellectual stuntedness on the part of impoverished blacks. For Dubois, race leaders' hip is an issue of necessity and expediency as well as ability. The desperate conditions African Americans faced mandated the formation of an elite to oversee a community in crises, a community whose majority he did not then trust to provide its own leadership. The Negro race, like all races, writes Dubois, is going to be saved by its exceptional men. Consequently, Negro education must further the talented tenth, as Dubois viewed it, given the critical problem of developing the best of this race that they may guide the mass away from the contamination and death of the worst, in their own and other races. The talented tenth essay asks, can the masses of the Negro people be in any possible way more quickly raised than by the effort and example of this aristocracy of talent and character? Dubois rejects any democratic conjectures by his quick response with a rhetorical question, was there ever a nation on God's fair earth civilized from the bottom upward? At the turn of the century, for this social architect, the answer was clearly no. The nobility determines past, present, and future progress. It is, ever was, and ever will be from the top downward that culture filters. The talented tenth rises and pulls all that are worth the saving up to their vantage ground. Disquietingly, though, those whom the tenth did not carry in their wake of ascension were deemed superfluous. Dubois' contemporary Anna Julia Cooper took a less Darwinian approach to racial uplift a decade before the publication of the talented tenth essay. Her 1892 A Voice from the South, known to Dubois, argued for a different standard for African American success, one that did not easily consign those hampered by multiple oppressions from ascension black women laborers to the status of not worth the saving. Over the years, Dubois revised his views on African American agency. Departing from his 1903 essay, he writes that at one time he had believed in the higher education of a talented tenth who through their knowledge of modern culture could guide the American Negro into a higher civilization. He recalls that he had felt that in the absence of such elites, the Negro would have to accept white leadership, and that such leadership could not always be trusted to guide this group into self-realization and to its highest cultural possibilities. Gradually, black working-class activists surpassed elites in Dubois' estimation of political integrity and progressive agency. He democratized his concept of race leaders through the inclusion of the radicalism of non-whites. As their elite class formulations faded, the democratic intent and content of his later essays rival if not surpass that of Cooper's 1892 treatise autobiography. His evolving thought was influenced by different sources and experiences. Baddies with Washington and academia infused his developing concept of race leadership and agency. His activism allowed Hearn to revisit his political thoughts on agency. Co-organizing the Pan-African conferences beginning in 1903, coordinating the short-lived Niagara Movement, 1905 to 1907, and mobilizing the long-lived NAACP, 1909, while serving as editor of The Crisis, the NAACP national magazine, all profoundly influenced Dubois' understandings of political agency and democratic development. Dubois' political experiences gave Hearn a difficult schooling in the flaws and infidelities of the elites designated to redeem both the souls of black folks and the American soul. Example, his university tenure dashed any idealization of an intellectual nobility shaped by meritocracy and service with unwavering dedication to social justice. As an academic, Dubois endured decades of marginalization. Despite exemplary research, publications as well as pioneering conferences at Atlanta University, he was eventually encouraged to leave the university. His studies on Black Philadelphians were insufficiently appreciated and underfunded by the University of Pennsylvania, his previous employer. He was also marginalized within and alienated from Black colleges and universities. Wilberforce State University in Ohio reproved Hearn for insufficient acculturation to academic mores, such as its social con. 21. Vent Ions for Chapel. As a consequence of his rivalry with Booker T. Washington, Du Bois was barred from teaching at Tuskegee Institute, and possibly other African American institutions. Du Bois' radical formulations of agency, progressivism, and Black leadership were likely conditioned by these confrontations with institutional intellectuals and academics. Du Bois' battles with Tuskegee's elite, state-anointed Negro leadership, the prevailing model of Black vanguardism, also provided early, sobering lessons in machine politics as he attempted to define, redefine, and realize an ideal Black leadership. Du Bois would later recount that the Tuskegee machine's strong-arm tactics and ideological differences widened the chasm between himself and Booker T. Washington. David Levering Lewis disputes Du Bois' interpretation, positing ego dashes as the source of contention. Contrary to what Du Bois later deemed, the initial conflict with Washington had been professional and then bitterly personal before it became ideological. 17. Regardless of the chronology and origin of their antagonisms, the Du Bois-Washington ideological divide centered on their debates and attempts to determine who, and what, qualifies as race leader and racial uplift in early 20th century Afro-American leadership. Du Bois characterizes these conflicts in Dusk of Dawn, 1940, which he describes as not so much my autobiography as the autobiography of a concept of race, elucidated, magnified and doubtless distorted in the thoughts and deeds which were mine. 18. In this memoir, he rejects what he defines as the Washingtonian position, race leadership ideology that equates material acquisition or economic wealth with moral and political leadership. This reference to the Tuskegee president also alludes to the federal government, which elevated the conservative Georgian as national spokesman for Black Americans. In Dusk of Dawn, Du Bois writes that previously his panacea for racial inequality constituted a flight of das from mass through the development of a talented 10th. 19. He reflects on the short-sightedness of his earlier stance. The power of this aristocracy of talent was to lie in its knowledge and character and not in its wealth. The problem which I did not then attack was that of leadership and authority within the group, which by implication left controls to wealth. 22. Contingency of which I never dreamed. V. In its theoretical reflections on experiential politics rather than race rhetoric in liberation leadership, Dusk of Dawn retracts Du Bois' construction of Black elites as a year for white racism and Black poverty. By 1940, having been rejected by academe, censured by Washington's Black conservatives, frustrated by NAACP white and Black liberals, the archetype of anti-racist intellectualism and leadership departs from his earlier view of elite agency. Revisiting the talented 10th, he critiques the das elitism inherent in the original concept and argues for the unique role Black workers can play in social justice. Given the global economic changes in the post-Depression, World War II era, writes Du Bois, mass and das must unite for the world's salvation. We who have had least das differentiation in wealth, can follow in the new trend and indeed led it. 21. This internationalist anti-capitalist retained a refined elitism, though, mass and das are to unite, but caste remains. Now only the materially privileged who also possessed noblesse oblige qualified as leadership and authority within the group. 22. At this stage, Du Bois was not willing to demobilize the elite vanguard. In the reformulation of the talented 10th, Dusk of Dawn would inch toward democratic reform yet still identify Black elites as natural leadership. Rather than call for the abolition of an aristocratic Black vanguard, the memoir merely differentiates among the aristocracy, distinguishing between those with material wealth, the Washingtonian position, and those with the existential wealth of political and moral leadership. Nevertheless, Du Bois would continue to whittle away at elitism in Black leadership. 8 years after the publication of Dusk of Dawn, he intensified his criticisms of elitist Black leadership. Addressing Wilberforce State University alumni nearly half a century after his first formulation of the talented 10th, Du Bois made a radical departure from his previous position on Black agency. In the talented 10th, Memorial Address, delivered August 12, 1948, at the Sigma Pi Phi's 19th convocation at Wilberforce, Dubois recanted his race leadership dogma. Reworking the 1903 essay's title, he subverted his original ideology, dismantling old leadership and appealing for new with a double entendre. Memorial means burial and commemoration. 23. As well as a petition to an authoritative body. Dubois bestowed upon his audience of elite racemen an authority that he simultaneously denied them as an inherent attribute of their social status as university graduates. The Wilberforce Address both buries and resurrects the talented 10th. Before men whose education and social achievement marked them as ideal candidates for his original aristocratic race leaders, Dubois disbanded the old club. The address places the concept of race leader in an international struggle for economic and racial justice. Dubois thereby radicalizes the concept of black agency and leadership. His speech credits the work of Karl Marx with enlightening Hearn to the moral and political agency of workers and laborers. The memorial also refers to the Americanization of the black middle class. This de-radicalization process, according to Dubois, occurs when more privileged African Americans align themselves to function as a middle class interested in individual group gain rather than race leadership for mass development. Asserting that the new 10th must remain connected to the mass, he highlights a new leadership in conflict with an assimilated or assimilating African American elite. In his reminiscences, Dubois notes that as a young idealist he had never considered the fragility of a bond strained or severed by self-interest and ambitious desires on the part of black elites. Here he offers a much harsher criticism of elites than he was prepared to make in 1940. Dubois told his university audience that the lynchings, economic exploitation, and social violence that black Americans faced at the turn of the century shaped his earlier concept of the talented 10th. As a student and worker at the time of his seminal essay, he believed that American Negroes would achieve salvation through intelligent leadership. Dubois recalls, and for this intelligence, I argued, we needed college-trained men. Therefore, I stressed college and higher training. For these men with their college training, there would be needed thorough understanding of the mass of Negroes and their problems, and, therefore, I emphasized scientific study. Willingness to work and make personal sacrifice for solving these problems was of course, the first prerequisite and sine qua non. I did not stress this, I assumed it. 23. Youth and Idealism, his 24. Audience of elites were to understand. No longer obscured how selfish self-interest and individualism eclipse sacrifice and service in black elite leadership within the political thought of the older Dubois. For the Wilberforce Blake bourgeois and petit bourgeois male audience, the mature, pragmatic Dubois proceeds to evoke the image of revolutionary, anti-racist economic struggles as the vehicle of Blake agency and emancipation. Reflecting the revolutionary thought of moral eaters, prophets, and reformers, he instructed that Marx argued, the poor need not always be with us, and that all men could and should be free from poverty. Embracing Marx and referring to economic and labor struggles, the keynote speaker advocated that the best form of civilization had a wide human base. At this wide human base, the philosopher kings/queens yield to the economic revolutionary, the radical worker intellectual. Positing anti-racist intellectuals developing in coalitions with workers, Dubois grounds the new talented 10th in a mass formation, writing that it must be more than talented, and work not simply as individuals. The new leadership would find that, its passport to leadership was not alone learning but expert knowledge of modern economics as it affected American Negroes, and in addition to this and fundamental, would be its willingness to sacrifice and plan for such economy revolution in industry and just distribution of wealth, as would make the rise of our group possible. The Wilberforce Address is foregrounded by two world wars, the consolidation of the Soviet Union and its regional empire, and decolonization movements against European and U.S. imperialism. The new 10th manifests an international perspective. At its most developed stage, its internationalism posits that races are only cultural groups and that political coalitions are essential. Elevated and projected into global politics, as agitators for a decolonized world, the new tenth forms broad alliances among Elonized peoples. The new idea for a talented tenth would be based on group leadership, not simply educated and self-certifying, but with a clear vision of pre-NT world conditions and dangers, and conduiting American Negroes to alliance with culture groups in Europe, America, Asia, and Africa, and working toward a new world culture. Implementing an agenda for progressive cultural coalitions required replacing a black vanguard intelligentsia with a mass special organization, one that necessarily calls for more than a tenth of our number. For Du Bois, agency belongs neither to elite nor race within the context of revolutionary internationalism. Du Bois was both optimistic and realistic regarding the extent to which the talented tenth could be democratized and radicalized. In his address he declares, "We can do it. We have the ability. The only question is, have we the will?" 28. Du Bois apparently did, as evident in his discard of his early, ABHM's-inspired theories on black agency and leadership. Several years after the Wilberforce Address, at the height of anti-communism, his query to black Americans "Have we the will?" For radical, international struggle found both disappointing and reassuring replies. In 1948, at the beginning of the Cold War, Du Bois had advocated that American Negroes ally themselves with post-war independence movements, the same movements that the United States and its allies, European colonial powers, opposed. The McCarthy-era's reactionary campaigns of intimidation and repression targeted Du Bois precisely for the peace activism and internationalism that embodied his new idea for a talented tenth. In 1951, Du Bois ran for the U.S. Senate on the American Labor Party ticket. He received 250,000 votes. In 1950–51, he was indicted and tried as an unregistered foreign agent. This personal and political crisis solidified his theorizing on the essentialism of a mass base for progressive movements. According to David Du Bois, his stepfather's most thorough rethinking of the talented tenth occurred during these years of government persecution. Du Bois' struggles with state repression sharply delineated his allies. His black middle-class support largely dissipated via its fears, political timidity, and conservatism. Du Bois' support among workers who actively opposed his prosecution grew. The efficacy and militancy of workers and laborers agitating for his exoneration dispelled all specters of black elites as ideal race leaders. The memoir In Battle or Peace, 1952, recounts betrayals by African American middle-class colleagues as well as new alliances with working-class African Americans. While most of my educated and well, 26. To-do Negro friends, although by no means all were scared by the anti-Soviet war propaganda and went quickly to cover, Du Bois writes, an increasing mass of Negro working-class, especially the members of the so-called left-wing unions, rallied to my side with faith and money. His own dependency on militant black workers brought the final transformation to his ideology on political leadership and agency. My faith hitherto had been in what I once denominated the talented tenth. I now realize that the ability within a people does not automatically work for its highest salvation. Naturally, out of the mass of the working classes, who know life in its bitter struggle, will continually rise the real, unselfish, and clear-sighted leadership. V workers not only share positions of leadership ideologically held previously by professional intellectuals. They also, by virtue of their confronting labor conditions that necessitate radical resistance, constitute a more courageous and committed cadre of organizers. Workers and radicals' agitation likely kept Du Bois from imprisonment. For the elder leader, the development of the ability within a people, its real, unselfish, and clear-sighted leadership was no longer an attribute of privilege, the grassroots for progressivism. Having been dependent upon working-class radicalism, Du Bois' later autobiographical reflections on the talented tenth reveal an increasing reflexivity or self-reflection on the deradicalizing aspects of his privilege that interrogate his middle-class status in African American communities. Even without wealth or economic status, Du Bois' education and employment placed Hearn solidly in the black elite. Education marked Hearn as a member of the old talented tenth, yet, political sensibilities, self-sacrifice, and radical vision identified Hearn as a member of the new tenth. Contemporary reflections on the talented 10th, writing that little more is passed on to our youth today of W.E.B. Du Bois than the elitist concept of black leadership. David Du Bois Riley observes that the African American tendency to want to hold on to this talented 10th elitist concept of black leadership has existed in the most unlikely places. 27. Illustrating his point, Du Bois recalls that in 1972, after a 12-year African sojourn from U.S. racism, he welcomed Black Panther Party newspaper editor Erica Huggins's invitation for a feature article on his stepfather. Considering this an excellent opportunity to educate about W.E.B. Du Bois' rejection of an elite talented 10th, the younger Du Bois wrote of Dr. Du Bois' conviction that it's those who suffered most and have the least to lose that we should look to for our steadfast, dependable, and uncompromising leadership. When his article appeared in the Black Panther paper's December issue, all references to the senior Du Bois' rejection of the talented 10th were deleted, according to David Du Bois, who suggests that the Panther leaders sought to hold on to vanguard elitism. F. Not only marginalized black militants reasserted the mask of Du Bois as the patriarch of elite race leadership considered the vehicle for black liberation. Today many references to and representations of Du Bois disregard his evolving radicalization of agency. Some of the most unlikely places for a talented 10th fetish are located in the literature of cultural studies, critical race theory, feminism, black postmodernism, and Afrocentrism. Such writing excises Du Bois' democratic radicalism and his conviction that those with the least to lose, and therefore the most to gain, are most likely to provide exemplary leadership in liberation struggles. Some of the most recent writings on the talented 10th express strong criticisms of black elitism. Consider Kevin K. Gaines's Uplifting the Race, Black Leadership, Politics, and Culture in the 20th Century. WH focuses on the first 50 years of this century. In WH, a racial uplift ideology infused with classism became normative. Gaines, who states that he is interested in how black elites responded to white supremacy and the ways in which racial uplift ideology used the appeal of a better class of blacks to represent black success at assimilating as a so-called civilized group, critiques historical black leaders such as Anna Yulia Cooper for their anti-labor unions stance and somewhat sycophantic attitudes toward white elites. The attempt to rehabilitate the image of black people through class distinctions, Gaines writes, trafficked in claims of racial and gender hierarchy. Focusing on the early Du Bois, Gaines devotes one chapter to analyzing the Philadelphia Negro, 1899, 34. 28. He closes this chapter with the observation that, by the time of the 1908 riot in Springfield, Illinois, anti-black violence and race riots had transformed Du Bois from an academic to an agitator. The following year Du Bois helped to found the NAACP. The Future of the Race also offers a critique of black elitism, including the elitist thought of the early Du Bois. Du Bois' transformation into an activist is not central to this discussion. Although Du Bois grew into militant activism, Henry Louis Gates and Cornel West do not focus on this evolution in their reflections for postmodern times, in which many, including perhaps the authors, believe that the development and stability of black intellectualism rest on the transformation of the agitator into the academic. Gates and West have different perspectives for the future of the race, departing from or modifying Du Bois' 1903 formulation of a talented 10th, but not necessarily rejecting the racial uplift ideology which Gaines critiques. Referring to themselves as grandchildren of Du Bois' intellectual elite, the Harvard academics discuss their felt responsibilities to the larger African American community, past, present, and future. 35. They offer a strong injunction for black intellectuals to renew their commitments to progressive causes. It is only by confronting the twin realities of white racism, on the one hand, and our own failures to seize initiative and break the side of poverty, on the other, that we, the remnants of the talented 10th, will be able to assure a renewed leadership role for, and within, the black community. 36. Verging public stances against all forms of anti-black racism. Gates and West also make political assertions such as the following: to continue to repeat the same old stale formulas, to blame the man for oppressing us all, in exactly the same ways, to scapegoat Koreans, women, or even black immigrants for the failure of African Americans to seize local entrepreneurial opportunities, is to neglect our duty as leaders of our own community. To the extent that this passage censures black apathy, indolence, demagoguery, and bigotry, it is well noted, however, simplistic assumptions appear to be embedded in its generalities. Are we to assume that if black intellectuals do not blame the man, then they are absolved from a critique of the state? Surely the critical analyses of black radicals and revolutionaries concerning the intersections 29. Of capitalism, imperialism, racism, patriarchy, and state violence, via police agencies, the military, courts, and institutional poverty, are not yet stale, although the reductionism of such analyses into opportunistic sloganeering and performance must be tired and old. But equally dated is an uplift ideology in which black enterprise, free enterprise, for small business owners is seen as generally viable in a transnational age of NAFTA, cottage industries, sweatshops, and prison labor. Somehow in this discussion of the future of the race which advocates that we rise above Dubois' 1903 Abitam's articulations of race leadership, it seems that blacks progress only to end up back in time, with the truncated vision of a postmodernized version of racial uplift. Gaines's observations about 20th century black leadership remain useful for the 21st century. Only through a recognition of those ways in which black middle-class ideology, as a product of the most nightmarish aspects of our history, has affected African Americans for the worse, can black elites and intellectuals redefine uplift not just in those narrow, racial, masculinist, and class-specific terms, but as an ongoing project of social emancipation, self-help in the truest sense. 38 Maintaining that acknowledging the contradictions within uplift ideology should not obscure the potential within uplift ideals for democratic visions, rooted in an ethos of social kinship. As Gaines does, still does not mitigate analyses of structural oppression in the VS, where the state has not historically sided with oppressed PEOPIES and where its interventions on behalf of racial and economic justice are whimsical at best. Without a notion of uplift embedded in bourgeois ideals, and illusions, that ignore structural, racialized economic oppression, earlier writings by black intellectuals followed in the steps of the mature Dubois, constructing agency and leadership as a mass rather than an elite phenomenon. They explore the democratic visions and social kinship ethos of black radicalism. For instance, Black Marxism, the making of a radical tradition, reviews the limits of elite black intellectualism. Cedric Robinson spends considerable effort in detailing Dubois' growing radicalism and his repudiation of black elites as effective leaders of oppressed blacks. Angela Davis's Angela Davis, an autobiography, also democratizes intellectual 30. ability, breaking from the philosopher kings or queens of the Abitamses and Dubois' early talented 10th. Reflecting on her autobiography's democratic and communal aspects, Davis notes that its real strength comes from an honest emphasis on grassroots contributions and achievements, which counters the common notion that history is the product of unique individuals possessing inherent qualities of greatness. For Davis, assigning political agency largely to great actors tends to erase the role of unnamed activists who through collective organizing secured gains attributed to prominent individuals. Davis illustrates her argument by citing the skewed perceptions and romanticism concerning her trials and political leadership during the early 1970s. Many people unfortunately assumed that because my name and my case were so extensively publicized, the contest that unfolded during my incarceration and trial from 1970 to 1972 was one in which a single black woman successfully fended off the repressive might of the state. 40. Iconoclastically, she writes that history, theory, and resistance are attributes of an expansive community of people seeking and demanding freedom from oppression and political repression. Like Dubois, Davis was inspired by Marx. As black radicals began studying Marx's writings, political community took on international proportions. Marx's concept of workers resisting exploitation on a global level presented a unifying vision for Dubois' new talented 10th. In similar fashion, Marx and Engels's vision in the Communist Manifest of a society not polarized by economic exploitation greatly influenced Davis's concept of a democratic black liberation movement. Reinforcing her belief in the democratic nature of the international dimensions of oppressed people's struggle, the manifest also led her to assess anti-black violence and black middle-class agency, like an expert surgeon, this document cut away cataracts from my eyes. It gave perspective to the violence and poverty of Southern blacks known in her youth. What had seemed a personal hatred of me, an inexplicable refusal of Southern whites to confront their own emotions, and a stubborn willingness of blacks to acquiesce, she writes, became the inevitable consequence of a ruthless system which kept itself alive and wild by encouraging spite. 31. Past historiography, erasure, and race leadership. Competition and the oppression of one group by another. VV oppression manifests as driven by economic greed, profit was the word, the cold and constant motive for the behavior, the contempt and the despair I had seen. 43. Black liberation struggles in her political thought were seen as inherently structured by oppression and economic exploitation. With this radical rethinking of race and the concept of black leadership would also be revisited and revised. Davis writes in her autobiography that she realized that despite her initially superficial aversion for some of the social activities of the black middle she still had been depending on a talented tenth to lead the unemployed poof as well as impoverished black workers to freedom. VV. Race memory. Memory can be the trickster. Marginalized by anti-communism and racialism, the memory of Du Bois' important contributions to American democracy and intellectualism is largely shrouded. When unmasked, there is a selectivity about what we choose to remember about her and which fragments of memory we emphasize. Unmasking, we find that Du Bois' treatment of intellectual elites reveals the deceptive workings of memory. For instance, as race leader, communist, pan-Africanist, pro-feminist, Du Bois struggled for decades against myriad oppressions. Forging a praxis of intellectuals as radical actors, his continuous reformulations of African American agency understood the greatest intellectual development to be tied to service. Given that both conservatives and progressives have ignored Du Bois' repudiation of an intellectual aristocracy of class-based elites, most infrequently remember his radical rethinking of the talented tenth and his repudiation of black elites. When William Edward Burghardt Du Bois died in Ghana, on August 27, 1963, the thousands gathered at the Lincoln Memorial for the March on Washington gave silent tribute. Tribute continues to this day. In a 1993 Black History Month Crossroads editorial, Frances Beaie, a former SNCC activist and Third World Women's Alliance founder, praised Du Bois as a scholar and activist, mystic and materialist, advocate of human equality and believer in the unique contributions of 32. Black people to human society, unfettered scholar and Marxist, intellectual and fighter who tackled all injustices and paradoxes that confront the African American people. 46. Those recognizing Du Bois' extraordinary service testify to a popularity gauged by the magnitude of his intellectual and political contributions. Like the race leaders to follow, Malcolm X and Martin Luther King, Du Bois revealed a dynamic, evolving analysis that eventually underscored the importance of and the primacy of the agency of militant workers. Honoring Du Bois' gifts, many build on his work to confront injustices. The failure to recognize and recall the work of marginalized intellectuals amid distorted memories that promote leadership as elite-driven eviscerate Du Bois' democratic legacy. Recalling black agency as an attribute of non-lights, in the spirit of Du Bois' unmasked legacy, may become the cornerstone of expanding democratic leadership, as well as a foundation for radicalizing black leadership. 2. Pro-feminism UND gender elites W.E.B. Du Bois, Anno Yulia Cooper, UND Eda B. Wesbornet. By expanding critical theoretical frameworks, Du Bois demystified racism and elitism. Unfortunately, at the same time, he also mystified the agency of African American women. Du Bois' sexual politics suggest that he navigated between increasingly non-elastist and democratic ideologies and a moribund gender progressivism into a quagmire of contradictory progressive and paternalistic racial sexual politics. Attempting to better understand the contradictions of Du Bois' pro-feminist ideology, we see an analogy with anti-racism. Like some types of anti-racism, certain forms of feminism and pro-feminism are disingenuous. Consider that anti-racist stances guided by a Eurocentrism that presents European, American, culture as normative inadvertently reproduce white dominance, this reinscription of white privilege occurs despite the avowed racial egalitarianism. Likewise, despite their gender progressivism, antis exists or pro-feminists whose politics unfolds within a metaparadigm that establishes the male as normative reinforce male dominance. For Du Bois, the African-American male was the paradigmatic black intellectual. Du Bois' pro-feminist politics clearly marks his opposition to patriarchy and misogyny. Still, a masculinist worldview influences his writing to diminish his gender progressivism. Du Bois rejected patriarchal myths about female inferiority and male superiority. Yet he holds on to a masculinist frame. 35. Work that presents the male as normative. Since masculinism does not explicitly advocate male superiority or rigid gender social roles, it is not identica one to patriarchal ideology. Masculinism can share patriarchy's presupposition of the male as normative without its anti-female politics and rhetoric. Men who support feminist politics, as pro-feminists, may advocate the equality or even superiority of women. For instance, Du Bois argued against sexism and occasionally for the superiority of women. However, even without patriarchal intent, certain works may replicate conventional gender roles. Du Bois' fictional portraits of African American women emphasize and romanticize the strength of black women. They thus differ from his non-fiction writing regarding individual African American women. Aethof Du Bois makes no chauvinistic pronouncements like the aristocratic on es characterizing his early writings on the talented tenth. His non-fiction minimizes black female agency. Without misogynist dogma, his writings naturalize the dominance of black males in African American political discourse. Du Bois' pro-feminism. The uplift of women is, next to the problem of the color line and the peace movement, our greatest modern cause. When, now, two of these movements, women and color, combine in one, the combination has deep meaning. Woe-e-be Du Bois. In the above quote from his 1920 essay The Damnation of Women, Du Bois cites three great causes: the struggles for racial justice, peace, and women's equality. His use of the phrase next to does not refer to a sequential order of descending importance. Concerns for racial equality, international peace, and women's emancipation combine to form the complex, integrative character of Du Bois' analysis. With a politics remarkably progressive for his time, and ours, Du Bois confronted race, and gender oppression while maintaining conceptual and political linkages between the struggles to end racism, sexism, and war. He linked his primary concern, ending white supremacy. The Souls of Black Folk, 1903, defines the color line as the 20th century's central problem to pro-feminism and gender use. The attainment of international peace and justice. In his analysis integrating the various components of African American liberation and world peace, gender, and later economic analyses were indispensable. Exploring Du Bois' relationship to that deep meaning embodied in women and color, we examine his representation of African American women and his selective memory of the agency of his contemporaries Anna Yulia Cooper and Ida B. Wells Barnett. Du Bois' writings champion women's rights, denounce female exploitation, and extol women as heroic strugglers. But while condemning the oppression of African American women, Du Bois veiled the individual achievements of women such as Cooper and Wells Barnett from the political landscape. In his pro-feminist politics, he obscured black women's radical agency and intellectualism. Here eminist refers to women's gender progressive politics, and pro-feminist denotes male advocates of women's equality. In examining the contradictory aspects of Du Bois' pro-feminism, we should consider his political actions on behalf of women's rights, his representations of black women, and the PIS of African American women in his non-fictional essays and political autobiographies. In theory and practice, Du Bois opposed women's subjugation. But his political representations of and relations with influential female leaders reflect a considerable ambivalence toward black women's political independence. A vocal supporter of women's equality and a tireless critic of patriarchy, Du Bois provided important advocacy for ending women's oppression. He consistently emphasized the equality of females with the least rights African American girls and women. Bettina Aptheker, a pioneering feminist scholar and interpreter of Du Bois' pro-feminism, notes that Du Bois began his scientific studies of Africans and African Americans in an era when predominant scientific and theological opinion held the Negro to be an inferior, if not subhuman, form too. As a pivotal figure in the struggle for human rights, writes Aptheker, Du Bois was also strikingly advanced in his views on women. A conspicuous theme in much of his work is the subjugation of women, especially black women. The theme of women's subjugation is dominant in The Damnation of Women. The essay argues for the liberation of 37 females from domestic exploitation. Only at the sacrifice of intelligence and the chance to do their best work can the majority of modern women bear children. This is The Damnation of Women, 164. Such declarations by Du Bois are often highlighted by those who note his pro-feminist activism. Aptheker documents that through the crisis, Du Bois celebrated women in the Men of the Month column, popularizing race leaders. David Levering Lewis notes how white women were initially privileged by Du Bois in this column. He also condemned lynching, violent attacks, and sexual assaults against black women as well as white men's violence against white women. An advocate of women's enfranchisement, Du Bois was invited to address the predominantly white National American Woman Suffrage Association. In January 1906, African American women in New York State formed a Women's Du Bois Circle. Charter members of this group, an auxiliary to the male-dominated Niagara movement, formed in 1905, gathered to support and popularize the work of Du Bois. They also organized around social issues and sex education despite opposition from some of the original all-male organization, such as Monroe Trotter. Du Bois successfully worked to ensure the inclusion of women in this leadership group. He also organized, unilaterally, a Massachusetts Niagara Women's Auxiliary. These and other efforts attest to his standing as a pro-feminist. However, as we shall see below, Du Bois' pro-feminism proved problematic. Holding exceptionally progressive positions on gender equality, sexual violence, and the victimization of women and girls, Du Bois condemned sexual assaults and endorsed initiatives waged by the women's movement. His pro-feminist positions censured white society's denigration of African Americans. In a strong denunciation of white males' sexual violence against black females, he wrote, "I shall never forgive, neither in this world nor the world to come." The white South's wanton and continued and persistent insulting of the black womanhood which it sought and seeks to prostitute to its lust. Here, Du Bois eloquently condemns the hypocrisy of the prevailing sexual politics that legitimized violence against women. All womanhood is hampered today because the world on which it is emerging is a world that tries to worship 38 both virgins and mothers, and in the end despises motherhood and despoils virgins. With references to Du Bois' essays on women's oppression, Lewis compares the familial patriarch with the public advocate of women's rights, describing Du Bois as a theoretical feminist whose advocacy could erupt with the force of a volcano. But Du Bois' condemnations of sexism and racial sexual violence appear skewed by this theoretical feminism that simultaneously condemns social injustice and reproduces gender dominance. For Lewis, Du Bois' progressive sexual politics strongly emerge in his fiction, particularly his first novel, The Quest. The SI/Verflies, 1911. The Quest reflected the force and sincerity of Du Bois' feminism, his credo that the degree of society's enlightenment and of the empowerment of disadvantaged classes and races was ultimately to be measured by its willingness to emancipate women and, above all, black women. What he would later affirm with pistol-shot accuracy was found on virtually every page of the novel, that the race quest ion is at bottom simply a matter of the ownership of women. White men want the right to own and use all women, colored and white, and they resent any intrusion of colored men into this domain. Through his writings, we easily ascertain that Du Bois' response to the query "should women be emancipated?" is an emphatic yes. Answering the question "by whom?" is more difficult. His non-fiction presents vague and generalizing portraits of the agency of his female contemporaries. As Lewis notes, Du Bois largely reserves detailed depictions of specific black women leaders for fictive characters. In his non-fiction essays and autobiographies, Du Bois withholds from his female contemporaries the recognition given his invented women. Feminist assessments of Du Bois' representations of women. Rather than providing a critical analysis of Dubois' pro-feminist politics, accepting them at their face value seems to be the norm. A few scholars analyze gender relations to offer a more critical assessment of Dubois' sexual politics. For example, Patricia Morton and Nagialti Wanan demystify Du. 39. Dubois' symbolic treatment of black women, analyzing the ways in which his contributions paradoxically reproduced male elites or gendered black intellectualism. For Morton, Dubois was a pioneer in the transformation of anti-black woman stereotypes into empowering symbols of worth. VL through his literary representations of black women, Dubois rewrote the place of African American women in history. His representations obscured women's political agency with symbolic imagery that undermined the pragmatic politics of his pro-feminism. Consequently, Morton argues that, given the black tradition of idealized and ambivalent images of black women that informed his work, Dubois' challenges to denigrating stereotypes of African American females failed to reconstruct black women as full human beings in history. In idealizing the black mother as community and family caretaker and linking femininity to motherhood, Dubois' emphasis on the primacy of women and his feminized symbolization of the virtues he attributed to the Negro race led Hearn to employ the All-Mother as both the controlling metaphor of his vision of black womanhood and his mystique of race. 15. Morton contends Dubois' reading of history discerned a legacy of survival and strength rooted in the African American woman epitomizing and nurturing the ability of her race to move ahead into the future. His historical works praise women such as Sojourner Truth and Harriet Tubman but focus on male eye-eaters. L. For Morton, his writings venerated a not more worthy, but a finer type of black woman who embodied, in Dubois' words, the delicate beauty and striving for self-realization which is as characteristic of the Negro soul as is its strength and sweet laughter. Illustrating how his romanticization obscured political specificity and women's radical agency, Morton quotes Dubois' description of Mary Shadd in Darkwater, a refined, mulatto woman of ravishing dream-born beauty whose sympathy and sacrifice were characteristic of Negro womanhood. Morton points out that Shadd was also a confrontational abolitionist noted for independence, strength of character, and intelligence. Dubois' casting of black women as types, maintains Morton, transformed anti-black female stereotypes or caricatures such as the mammy into that of the black Christian martyr. 40. However, the icon of black female renarder or noble sufferer, read earned through crucifixion, cannot accurately depict the defiant renilitancy of race worn such as Wells Barnett. Nagialti Warren Oxarnines how Dubois' fiction depicts African American worn as victims and survivors. Cernizing that his representations mythologize female victimization as well as agency, Warren argues that Dubois' Darkwater uses the Black Madonna or Messianic symbol as a literary archetype to project a covered image of powerlessness. This canonizing of virginity and immaculate conception strips the woman of the power and control of her body. For Warren, the strength of the positive, strong African American woman paints her as invincible as this strength is reneathicized to the almost total exclusion of her victimization. V. Both profound strength and deep suffering exist in Dubois' depictions of African American women. In general, his writings present varied and contradictory relationships with African American women. He reveals a symbiosis with his fictional female protagonists and admiration for the generic, composite symbol of womanhood in African American women's suffering and strength. Dubois' writings also show a reverence for his mother, Farnilial Warren as well as personal friends and acquaintances, pre-feminist politics, and a censorious revisionism in obscuring the pioneering works of Cooper and Wells Barnett. The diverse and conflictual nature of these relationships point to a double consciousness riddled with the contradictions of his gender politics. Undoubtedly, the multiple oppressions and brutalities that Warren of African descent battled renoved Dubois to earn empathy and outrage. His 1914 poem The Burden of Black Warren pays tribute to the trials of African American women. Dark daughters of the lotus leaves that watch the southern sea, wan spirit of a prisoned soul a panting to be free, the muttered music of thy streams, the whispers of the deep have kissed each other in God's name and kissed a world to sleep. 41. This poem echoes the sensibilities of the damnation of women, To no modern race does its women mean so much as to the Negro, nor come so near to the fulfillment of its meaning. 21. Despite the moral sentiment and political commitment, those women, including the ones informing his politics, largely remain nameless in Du Bois' non-fiction. African American women were an essential cause to be championed for Du Bois. Still, those black women leaders, whom Du Bois did not create as fictional characters, would have a difficult time finding themselves in his writings. Educational elites. Anno Julia Cooper und Du Bois. Just as it is disingenuous to minimize Du Bois' significant contributions toward women's equality, it would also be deceptive to ignore his problematic representations of and political relationships with independent, influential African American women activists. The writings and political works of Cooper and Wells Barnett are so significant in the life struggles of their era that they compel juxtaposition with the work of Du Bois. Both Cooper and Wells Barnett worked with, were influenced by, and influenced Du Bois. At times all three were members of the same organizations. Each struggled with and critiqued white supremacy and the conservative segments of African American leadership. Eventually each leader was isolated from mainstream African American leadership for his or her radical commitments. They were also alienated from one another. Du Bois rebuffed Cooper's and Wells Barnett's independently made overtures to work with Hearn. Neither woman left a record of having sought the other out as colleague and supporter. Hazel Carby observes that Black American history commonly perceives the turn of the century as the age of Washington and Du Bois. Such a view, writes Carby, marginalizes black women's political contributions during a period of intense intellectual activity and productivity marked by the development of black female-led institutions and organizations. In the age of Washington and Du Bois, Cooper was a well-known 4. figure among black leaders. One of 3 African American women invited to speak at the World's Congress of Representative Women in 1893, she later presented a paper, The Negro Problem in America, at the 1900 Pan-African Congress Conference in London. Cooper had helped to organize that first Pan-African Conference and served as a member of its executive committee, working alongside Du Bois, another prominent conference organizer. She co-founded the Colored Women's YWCA in 1905, the same year that Du Bois founded the Niagara Movement. Widowed as a young woman, and childless, she worked as a lifelong activist in African American liberation. As principal of the prestigious M Street, later the Dunbar, High School in Washington, D.C., Cooper, who had a graduate degree from Oberlin, structured a curriculum enabling her students to be admitted to Harvard, Yale, and other prestigious universities. As a result of her successes, outraged European Americans and alarmed African Americans on the school board forced her out of the principalship. Racism and unsubstantiated rumors of sexual impropriety were the basis of the dismissal. 22. Continuing her activism as an educator, she obtained her Ph.D. from the Sorbonne in 1930 at the age of 66. As an elder, Cooper assumed the presidency of Frelinghuysen University, an independent school known as the College Extension for Working People for employed working-class African Americans in Washington, D.C. 23. In advocating liberal arts education for African Americans and criticizing Booker T. Washington's race-based ideology of vocational training, Cooper became an important ally of Du Bois. As a response to Cooper's urging and her declaration of support for financing and distribution for such a publication, Du Bois embarked upon writing that led to Black Reconstruction, 1935. However, he never acknowledged Cooper's request that the Crisis serialize her biographical sketch of Charlotte Grimke, the prominent activist intellectual. He nevertheless drew upon Cooper's intellectual resources more than once. Paula Giddings writes that Cooper's 1892 political autobiography, A Voice from the South, provides a treatise on race and feminism that anticipated much of the later work of W.E.B. Du Bois II's. Du Bois' later democratic revisions of The Talented. 43. 10th. Adapt Cooper's gender critique and expand upon her assertion that elite African Americans were neither the panacea nor standard for black liberation. In A Voice from the South, Cooper calls for a mass, female standard for evaluating the effectiveness of African American praxis, a decade before Du Bois penned his concept of the talented 10th. Cooper's standard to gauge the efficacy of African American praxis is defined by the mass of black PEOPIE. Is it not evident then that as individual workers for this race we must address ourselves with no half-hearted zeal to this feature of our mission, the lives of the masses and women? The need is fight and must be recognized by Al 126. Rejecting the idealized great leader and the premise that the lives and, real and potential, contributions of elites were more consequential than those of laborers, she set new criteria for race leadership. Dispensing with black intellectual male elites as representative of black freeborn, Cooper reasserted the whole, starting with the bottom, as the measure for liberation. Emphasizing the conditions of working class and poor black women, she writes, "Our present record of eminent men, when placed beside the actual status of the race in America today, proves that no man can represent the race. For Cooper, only the black woman can say, when and where I enter, in the quiet, undisputed dignity of my womanhood, without violence and without suing or special patronage, then and there the whole Negro race enter with me." 27. Quoting Cooper's now famous "when and where I enter" sentence in The Damnation of Women, Du Bois fails to mention on her by name, prefacing his remarks with the proprietary phrase, "as one of our women writes." 28. Du Bois' selective quotations curtail Cooper's full argument. The passage preceding the quote more accurately reflects the critical mandate for black leadership echoing throughout A Voice Tom the South. When Cooper argues we must address ourselves with no half-hearted zeal to this feature of our mission, 29, she refers to the uplift of the masses of African American women. Du Bois' failure to name Cooper renders her anonymous. With no attributed source, his citation allows Cooper to disappear as her words appear. In her absence, readers were unlikely to juxtapose Du Bois with Cooper. Nor would they fully benefit from 44. Her own gender analyses. Her anonymity allows Du Bois to appear as a transgender representative for the entire vilified and oppressed race. Mary Helen Washington contextualizes this erasure of Cooper's name within masculinist and patriarchal thought. The intellectual discourse of black women of the 1890s, and particularly Cooper's embryonic black feminist analysis, she writes, was ignored because it was by and about women and therefore thought not to be as significantly about the race as writings by and about men. This embryonic black feminism maintained that the criterion for African American progress centers on the emancipation of black women, who labor the longest for the least wages under the most numbing and exploitive conditions. Du Bois herself suggests this position by using her quote. Sharing Cooper's advocacy for the struggles of impoverished black women, he detaches from her depiction of leadership as the attribute of black female elites. Cooper's gender politics revolved around poor black women's struggles and elite black women's agency. But Du Bois' evolving Das politics allowed her to, theoretically, attribute greater agency to poor black women workers and laborers. Du Bois' later writings surpass Cooper's 1892 work in democratizing agency. Cooper repudiates masculine elites, or privileged black male intellectuals. However, her repudiations do not extend to feminine elites, or privileged black female intellectuals. Cooper countered the dominance of male elites with that of female elites and remained somewhat oblivious of the limitations of her caste and class-based ideology. Cooper's 1892 book failed to argue that the intellectual and leadership abilities of black women laborers equaled those of black Warren college graduates, whereas Du Bois' later revisions of the Talented Tenth included none like black women and men. In this respect, we see that Du Bois' maturing politics were less hampered by the cultural conservatism of bourgeois notions of respectability for black women. Black Warren elites such as Cooper had a great stake in the prestige, the respectability and the gentility guaranteed by the politics of true womanhood. Conforming to standards of white, bourgeois respectability, black female elites sought a shield from racial sexual denigration. The class-biased strictures placed upon middle 45. Das African American women were partly self-imposed. Du Bois had written critically of this silhouette of true womanhood in bourgeois femininity and white society's racialized gender hypocrisy. Cooper's embrace of conventional femininity led her to minimize and evade the leadership that non-bourgeois black women could offer to their elite counterparts. not all middle-class race women were trapped by rigid social conventions. In the same year as the appearance of Cooper's A Voice from the South, Wells Barnett's Southern Horrors, Lynch Law in All Its Phases was published. The anti-lynching crusader embodied race militancy and intellectualism. Her manifest responsible womanhood both reflected and rejected the cult of true womanhood. Wells Barnett's treatment of the volatile racial sexual politics of lynching deals with issues of race, sex, and violence unmentioned in A Voice from the South's pioneering discussions of sexual violence. As the lioness of the anti-lynching crusades, Wells Barnett endured death threats, the destruction of her Memphis press by a lynch mob, and decades of exile from the South. Transgressing the notions of feminine gentility and masculine courage, she traveled extensively, armed with a pistol, to document and organize against lynchings. Frayed alliances. Ida B. Wells Barnett and Du Bois. Lynchings had a tremendous impact on black intellectuals and academics during Du Bois', Cooper's, and Wells Barnett's era. Both Wells Barnett and Mary Church Taylor II lost friends in the 1892 Memphis lynching and were radicalized by the murders. Wells Barnett's posthumously published memoir, Crusade for Iestus, recalls how the lynchings of her associates and friends in Memphis brutally disabused her of her initial belief that lynching was a preventive measure to protect white female virtue from black male sexual savagery. Du Bois' desire to respond effectively to the atrocities left Hearn disaffected with academic life. Lynchings transfigured Du Bois, politicizing Hearn into a militancy that left the Harvard PhD ill-suited for academic society and liberal institutions. Du Bois' Darkwater short story about lynching, ISIS Christ. 46. In Texas, speaks to his profound pessimism concerning racist violence. 2 decades later, Dusk of Dawn describes how racial atrocities haunted and transformed his early adult life. Lynching was a continuing and recurrent horror during my college days. From 1885 through 1894, 1,700 Negroes were lynched in America. Each death was a scar upon my soul, and led me on to conceive the plight of other minority groups. 32. The pressing need to confront racist violence furthered Du Bois' disaffection for and alienation in academic life. B. Du Bois writes eloquently of his first encounter with lynching: "There cut across this plan which I had as a scientist, a red ray which could not be ignored. I remember when it first, as it were, startled me to my feet. A poor Negro in central Georgia, Sam Hose, had killed his landlord's wife." Having drafted a careful and reasoned statement concerning the evident facts 34 for publication in the Atlanta Constitution and en route to deliver his editorial to the newspaper, he recalls, "I did not get there. On the way news met me. Sam Hose had been lynched, and they said that his knuckles were on exhibition at a grocery store farther down on Mitchell Street, along which I was walking. I turned back to the university. Shaken and galvanized by this dose proximity to a lynching victim, Du Bois writes that thereafter he resolved that one could not be a calm, cool, and detached scientist while Negroes were lynched, murdered, and starved. The late 19th century and early 20th century anti-lynching campaigns induced and directly affected more African Americans than the university education campaigns of Du Bois and Cooper. Only a small percentage of African Americans attained university educations. But all were susceptible to the violence of a lynch mob. Poorer blacks tended to be more vulnerable to racial violence. Du Bois and Wells Barnett, a former schoolteacher, participated in both the liberal arts education campaigns and the anti-lynching crusades. Advocating liberal arts education for African Americans, Wells Barnett became a proponent of Du Bois' social thought. Crusade or Lustus recounts how influential black and white leaders at a Chicago meeting debated the merits of the souls of black folk, although most of those present, writes Wells Barnett, were united in condemning Mi. Du Bois' views. Ida B. Wells Barnett, and 47. Gur Past, Historiography, Erasure, and Race Leadership. Husband, Ferdinand, championed Du Bois' critique of Booker T. Washington's promotion of industrial education as a panacea. Wells Barnett's stance in the educational debates, which placed her in the line of Washington's fire, were consistent with her outspoken opposition to lynching. The failure of Dubois' memoirs to mention her work in the educational campaigns is in tandem with his silence about her extraordinary anti-lynching activism. Despite Wells Barnett's exemplary research and publications, her political courage and radical analysis of the sexual politics of lynching, Dubois' autobiographical writings on anti-lynching mostly ignore Wes Barnett. As one of the most significant human rights campaigns in postbellum United States at the turn of the century, the anti-lynching crusades generated a black liberation movement in which black women were prominent public leaders. African American women initiated the first major anti-lynching campaign in 1892. They embarked on this extremely dangerous work without the backing of any influential, multiracial organization such as the NAACP. which was not formed until 1909. With uncompromising demands for justice, women such as Florida Ruffin Ridley and Mary Church Terrell and Wells Barnett exposed and challenged the U.S. red record of African Americans brutalized, imprisoned, and murdered at the whim of whites. Skeptical that media, court, or mob prosecution was motivated by the desire to end sexual violence, black women created a legacy of investigative reporting and social analyses to ascertain facts distorted or denied by the media or legal institutions. Wells Barnett demystified the racial sexual politics of interracial sex and exposed the duplicity of the legal system and its complicity in lynchings in language few male or female race leaders dared to use. Her writings discredited the apologists for lynchings by noting that the rape charge was used only in a fraction of lynchings and was generally used against men innocent of sexual assault. Her arguments paraphrase Frederick Douglass's critique of postbellum rationalizations. Like Dubois, she did not always credit her sources. Crusade or Lustus does not fully acknowledge Douglass's influence on anti-lynching activism or the contributions of other activists. Wells Barnett's unique contribution to the anti-lynching movement, 48, was her documentation and incendiary rhetoric on the hypocrisy of American sexual politics in which white men were the predominant assailants of white and black females, yet masked their violence, as well as their attempts to politically and economically dominate blacks, with racist terrorism. Dubois built on and benefited from the political and intellectual radicalism of Wells Barnett without fully acknowledging his indebtedness. By refusing to name Wells Barnett in her dynamic leadership, his writings erase her contribution much as he renders Cooper anonymous. Given their incendiary tone, Dubois likely could not use Wells Barnett's words, as he had Cooper's, without sharing her stigma and isolation as too combative in anti-racist activism. Failing to document Wells Barnett's anti-lynching agency, Dubois obscures both her individual contributions and the range of anti-racist militancy and radicalism. Consequently, Dubois forgoes a critical examination of Wells Barnett's political thought and so misses an opportunity to analyze the deep meaning of the lives of radical African American women activists. Though neither as prolific a writer nor as formally educated as Dubois, Wells Barnett was widely influential in her day. With the decline in mob lynchings, her prominence waned while Dubois' prestige increased in the first part of the 20th century. As Dubois' writings were increasingly mainstreamed through the NAACP, her work was marginalized. In part, this occurred because of her uncompromising politics and opposition to Booker T. Washington. In retaliation to the Barnetts' political independence and vocal critiques, Washington used his influence over the Afro-American press to cripple the publishing and journalistic careers of the Barnetts. Although Wells Barnett and Dubois were radicalized by lynchings, anti-lynching organizing unraveled rather than cemented the ties between them. In August 1908, white race riots and the lynchings of blacks in Springfield, Illinois, led progressive European Americans and African Americans to form what would become the NAACP. As founding members, Dubois and Wells Barnett were active in the first meetings at New York City's Cooper Union. From the floor, Wells Barnett urged the Assembly not to compromise its agenda with that of the Tuskegee machine. Seated on the dais, Dubois wielded 49. Influence behind doors in closed meetings of the nominating committee for the organization's initial leadership. Unlike Wells Barnett, Dubois was not isolated by white and black NAACP liberals for his radicalism and opposition to Washington as an accommodationist. Dubois' autobiographical record of the founding of the NAACP omits any reference to Wells Barnett being ostracized at the NAACP founding conference. He writes, "The members of the Niagara movement were invited into the new conference, but all save William Monroe Trotter and Ida Wells Barnett CAME to form the backbone of the new organization. Tf. Dusk of Dawn does not explain Wells Barnett's absence from a key organization formed to fight a crusade she had pioneered. Nor does Dubois refer to maneuvers to bar her from NAACP organizational leadership. One of two African American women signing the call for the National Negro Conference in 1909 that led to the formation of the NAACP, Wells Barnett's name was left off of the list of the conference's Committee of 40 assigned to develop the NAACP. According to her memoir, in seeking a representative from the Niagara movement, Dubois substituted for her name that of an absent Dr. Charles E. Bentley. Wells Barnett also speculates that Mary White Ovington's friendship and influence with Dubois led to the deliberate intention of Dr. Dubois to ignore me and my work. 41. Ovington, who later chaired the NAACP, was on less than cordial terms with Wells Barnett. Lewis minimizes Wells Barnett's account to argue that philanthropist Oswald Garrison Villard's aversion to radicalism and anti-Tuskegee activists bears the primary culpability for Wells Barnett's isolation. Yet Dubois, also a radical and an outspoken critic of Washington, was not similarly censored. Lewis writes that Dubois attempted to achieve moderate representation in leadership and so was probably motivated far less by personal animus than by well-intentioned, though possibly sexist and perhaps mistaken, calculations. Whatever the motivation, this slighting marginalized the era's most effective anti-lynching militant. After the restoration of her name to the Committee of 40, following protests by herself and others, Wells Barnett joined NAACP national leadership in name only. Holt notes, the singular irony of her career is that Wells Barnett, the most prominent 50. voice opposing lynching over the preceding decade and the most persistent advocate of a national organization to combat racial oppression, was not among the leaders of the NAACP. 43. Wells Barnett's bitterness must have been edged with a sense of betrayal. For years she had been an avid supporter of Dubois and a critic of Washington, and, as a consequence, she suffered the backlash of the Tuskegee machine. She consistently supported Dubois until their break at the NAACP founding conference. Her support was never reciprocated. The most glaring omission by Dubois regarding the significance of Wells Barnett's anti-violence activism occurs in Dusk of Dawn. Here, in his depiction of the Steve Green and Pink Franklin cases, he erases her unparalleled contributions to countering lynching. In 1910, Steve Green arrived in Chicago, wounded from a shootout with a white Arkansas farmer who tried to indenture or enslave him on his farm. Green was extradited to Arkansas, ostensibly to be lynched. However, Wells Barnett's Negro Fellowship League raised money and organized a defense committee that safely spirited Green to Canada. Lewis comments on Dubois' selective recollection. Curiously, Dubois' coverage of the dramatic events behind Green's removal from the clutches of his Arkansas warders omitted any mention of Wells Barnett and her Negro Fellowship League. 45. Several months earlier, in a similar case, the NAACP had struggled and failed to save Pink Franklin from illegal lynching. Franklin had shot and killed a white farmer breaking into his house in order to return Franklin to sharecropping. Such curious omissions concerning Wells Barnett are not aberrational in Dubois' autobiographies. After military service in World War I, African American soldiers returned with raised expectations for racial equality, economic opportunity, and democratic politic. Instead, they were met with a white backlash. Lynchings increased, particularly in the South. Dusk of Dawn refers to the September 1917 military lynchings in Texas of soldiers in the 24th Colored Infantry who participated in an armed rebellion against the repressive acts of local whites. T-100 armed black troops, stationed in Houston, in response to racist assaults, marched on the city. The resulting confrontation left 16 whites and 4 black soldiers dead. Following the 51 revolt, the U.S. Army executed 19 soldiers and court-martialed and imprisoned 50. Dubois makes no mention of Wells Barnett's campaign to stop the executions and free imprisoned members of the 24th Infantry. Wells Barnett describes the soldiers as martyred. Her agitation for the release and pardon of the 24th Infantry was so noteworthy that Secret Service agents threatened her with charges of wartime sedition and imprisonment if she continued demonstrating on behalf of the prisoners. Despite government threats, she extended her organizing and remained free of incarceration. Dusk of Dawn forgoes relaying information about Wells Barnett's activism to detail the expansion of NAACP organizing against lynching. In 1919, notes Dubois, the NAACP leadership was instrumental in 2000 anti-lynching public meetings and a government investigation of the Chicago riot. It also convened a national conference on lynching in New York City. WHH issued an address to the nation signed by prominent officials, including a former DS president and a then-current Chief Justice. Dubois writes, NAACP organized African American political power to make it influential, and we started a campaign against lynching and mob law which was the most effective ever organized and eventually brought the end of the evil in sight. 47. Reconstructing NAACP activity as the anti-lynching movement, he writes that Mary Talbert started the anti-lynching crusade, raising a defense fund of $12,000, and that NAACP Secretary Ames Weldon Ounson forcibly brought the dire anti-lynching bill before Congress in 1921. 48. In his singular validation of NAACP anti-lynching activism, Dubois deflects from the work of the Negro Women's Club movement, Wells Barnett, and other anti-lynching activists whose radicalism and analyses laid the foundations for later NAACP campaigns. While describing or embellishing upon NAACP anti-lynching activism, Dubois refers to the organization's internal contradictions, inefficiency, and its ideological liberalism. Revolution, the final chapter of Dusk of Dawn, closes his memoir by expressing disappointment over the increasing ineffectiveness of the NAACP, an organization to which he had devoted decades of his life work. His regrets echo those of Wells Barnett. 49. 52. This anti-lynching crusader reflects in her own autobiography that had she been more active in its national leadership, the NAACP would have been more responsive to the dire conditions of African Americans. Lacking allies for radicalizing organizational leadership, it would seem, allies with the tenacity and militancy of Wells Barnett, Dubois recalls that by 1930 he had increasing doubts about the viability of NAACP liberalism. For Hearn, the organization's ideology advocated a continued agitation which had for its object simply free entrance into the present economy of the world, that looked at political rights as an end in itself rather than as a method of reorganizing the state, and that expected through civil rights and legal judgments to re-establish freedom on a broader and firmer basis. This ideology, wrote Dubois, was not so much wrong as short-sighted. He argued that liberalism, legalism, and an inadequate economic program led the NAACP to miss an essential opportunity to guard and better the chances of Negroes to earn an adequate income. Dubois in 1934 resigned as editor of The Crisis and from the NAACP National Board. It is uncertain if a successful Dubois/Wells Barnett alliance might have influenced NAACP national leadership towards civil rights radicalism and a program for economic justice. In any case, such an alliance was apparently undesirable on Dubois' part. Despite his distance from Cooper and Wells Barnett, Dubois' increasing radicalism led Hearn to develop a structural analysis of black oppression. The later writings of Dubois, who worked until his 90s, address economic exploitation, capitalism, and state oppression, issues that Cooper's and Wells Barnett's analyses largely ignore. Non-specificity und Erosur in Dubois' pro-feminism. Specificity entails detailed accounts of agency and includes identification of subjects or political actors in accord with their deeds. The lack of specificity contextualizes Dubois' pro-feminist and later pro-worker stances. This absence inadvertently highlights the black vanguardism that he eventually repudiates. Perhaps Dubois' early, progressive views on women. 53. Shielded Hearn, in his own self-reflections, from criticism. This shield may blind us to the fact that his writings about African American women noticeably erase women's political agency. Specificity and erasure inform Dubois' gender politics. In their lack of documentation, his autobiographical records choose a generic rather than an empirical study regarding the achievements of his female and working-class contemporaries. We need not suggest that Dubois should have written his memoirs with the impressive detail found in Black Reconstruction. We should only note that he reserves specificity in his memoirs and essays for fellow elites. His autobiographies privilege activists who were personal friends or acquaintances, African American men such as Henry Tratter and Ames Weldon Owenson, as well as European Americans Owell Spingarn and Mary White Ovington. In the process of democratizing black leadership, Dubois inadvertently reinscribed the primacy of elites through his representations of political agency. Non-white blacks and black women appear largely without specifics or names. Dubois frequently withheld the attribute of political agency from those who had earned a PIS in political history. If we address black women as a generic topic without their specificity, we obscure the radical dimensions of black politics and history. If we portray African American women in an aggregate as victims, icons, or the embodiment of a cause, we project the notion that political change transpires without black female independence and leadership. If we assert black women's leadership in theory but minimize the empirical record of African American women leaders, we masculinize black agency and implicitly elevate men to a superior status as intellectuals. In studying Dubois' treatment of women activists, we see that nonspecificity and erasure overlap to some degree. Nonspecificity promotes the disappearance of the detailed historical or empirical record. In some respects, it erases subjects, deeds and events, while simultaneously discussing them. Nonspecificity promotes erasure. With the solo appearance of the generic, the category becomes surrogate for the individual. The black woman replaces Wells Barnett. The generic also supplants historical or empirical data in representation. Black women's victimization stands in place for the uniqueness of their political. 54. Praxis in the suffragette movement or anti-lynching crusades. The documentary writer controls representation and memory in his or her use of nonspecificity and generic representations. With specificity in representation, the historical subject appears to put forth her own ideas. At times, she may interrupt the chronicler with her own voice. That intervention or corrective is no longer possible if her words are appropriated and her identity obscured, as happened with Dubois' use of Cooper's intellectualism. If we understand erasure as the complete absence of representation, the refusal of agency and identity altogether, it seems obvious that representations that fail to reference marginalized groups promote the erasure of those groups in political discourse. Erasure and exclusionary bias also appear when we discuss disenfranchised peoples without the specifics of their historical and contemporary political leadership. Some contend that Dubois' nonspecificity regarding black women in his political writings implies no bias or attempt to elide the significant contributions of a marginalized group. To be consistent, those who argue this position must also maintain that the use of generalizing and vague discourse concerning the achievements of males and elites is a common and acceptable practice. Engaging in nonspecificity and erasure misrepresents intellectual ability and political agency and detracts from comprehensive and progressive political analyses. Gender erasure reconstructs politics as the purview of male elites. Whether the elites are determined by race, gender, or education and wealth, dominance is reasserted when racially, sexually, and economically marginalized groups are presented as categories or characterized in symbolic and abstract terms. The distance between attentiveness to black women as a category and disinterest in their political praxis creates a void in which progressivism disassembles itself. The heirs of Dubois. Building upon the gift of sight that Dubois bequeathed to progressives, we better comprehend the deep meaning that manifests when two movements for justice, women and color, combine. Evaluating our inheritance from Dubois, as while 55. As our own anti-racist sexual politics, we can strategize for a gender progressivism that unpacks this legacy to transcend the limits of Dubois' pro-feminism. Doing so requires addressing the pro-feminist politics in the writings of present-day progressive intellectuals. Given the racial and sexual biases that inform our concepts of political, intellectual, and moral ability, it is unsurprising that black male intellectuals intentionally or inadvertently reproduce sexist thought. Dubois, his pro-feminism notwithstanding, proved no exception to the norm. Pro-feminism permitted Du Bois to include women in democratic struggles, paternalism allowed her to naturalize the male intellectual. Like their predecessor, today's male thinkers infrequently cite or analyze African American women's intellectual and political productivity. Contemporary African American political thought reflects both Du Bois' pro-feminist politics and his gender amnesia. Gender conservatives resist while gender progressives embrace and expand upon his pro-feminist politics. The trickster in Du Bois' legacy though suggests that his pro-feminism, both its advocacy for gender equality and its erasure of radical black women's agency, might be a cornerstone in the construction of the contemporary black intellectual as male elite. In current works by black males, we encounter writings on black politics and history in which black women disappear or have only token inclusion. We also find writings that extol black women's political and intellectual power while excising the details of their radicalisms. Regarding the erasure of radical women from black history, both feminist and pro-feminist writers seem to have inherited Du Bois' penchant for selective memory. Contemporary writers diminish the significance of black women activists and intellectuals with various objectives in mind. For example, both pro-feminists and feminists may elide women's agency in order to refy black women's status as victims of black male dominance. Minimizing the presence and impact of black women's radicalism on black liberation struggle notes generalizations about black patriarchy. Some writers condemn patriarchal political history that ignores women only to highlight women's contributions in ways that further ignorance of African American women's radical agency. In this sense, their 56 progressive works are wedded to male elitism and sexist censorship. The following chapters focus on feminist erasures of black women's militant agency. Here it is useful to explore Du Bois' male lineage among academics. Some contemporary pro-feminist writings, while reductively universalizing black male leaders hip in African American politics, offer a subtle erasure of black radicalism in their generally progressive sexual politics. The privileging of males in black intellectualism produces male elites. Hence, male leadership is naturalized as universal and normative in the history of black thought and politics. Patriarchal myopia deradicalizes, as does a pro-feminism that obscures the roles of women in political and intellectual movements. Deleting the contributions of black women from African American political thought and radicalism is a fairly common practice that produces flawed historiography and political analysis. Consider how Paul Gilroy's The Black Atlantic fails to discuss the prominent African American women activists intellectuals who also crossed the Atlantic: S. E. Fawcett, Anna Julia Cooper, Ida B. Wells, and Mary Church Terrell. These female contemporaries and colleagues of Du Bois either studied or organized in Europe. Their histories, and with them much of black history, disappear in Gilroy's depiction of cultural hybridity and migratory intellectualism. This male-biased account of Afro-American intellectualism is compatible with the larger anti-radicalism of his project, which decontextualizes Du Bois and African American culture from radical politics to argue for the primacy of European influence on Du Bois' thought and African American culture. Gilroy's academic scholarship on blacks renders black women invisible. David Roediger's Wages o' Whiteness also provides an example of the erasure of women, citing Du Bois as a major influence on his understanding of race in Das Formations. Roediger fails to reference women workers in his study of Irish American workers. Contrary to Gilroy, other black male writers draw attention to the masculinist, historical, erasure of black women. Manning Marable's commentary offers one example. Given the pervasiveness of male elites, it is unusual for African American male intellectuals to discuss black paternalism or sexual opportunism vis-a-vis black females. Counter to the norm, Marable's 57. Essay Grounding with My Sisters denounces the erasure of African American women from political texts and memory. Increasingly we find similar writings by black male pro-feminists. Marable's 1983 text was one of the earliest statements of such politics. Describing black social history as profoundly patriarchal and shaped by male bias, Marable writes, "The sexist critical framework of American white history has been accepted by black male scholars, the reconstruction of our past, the reclamation of our history from the ruins, has been an enterprise wherein women have been too long segregated. 55. A decade before the 1990s explosion in literature published on Black Americans, Marable flagged a critical weakness that led to not only gender-distorted notions of political agency but also skewed scholarship. Marable's own pro-feminist contributions offer an interesting corrective. Groundings with My Sisters describes patriarchy in the Black liberation movements and the limits of some feminisms. Marable quotes Michelle Wallace's observation that, every black male leader of the 1960s accepted and perpetuated the idea of black macho, the notion that all political and social power was somehow sexual, and that the possession of a penis was the symbol of revolution. 56. He notes that this statement is accurate concerning tendencies. Patriarchy and misogyny existed within the black movement, yet, machismo politics cannot be generalized to all male leaders. Former Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee leader Ames Foreman's autobiography, The Making of Black Revolutionaries, praises Ruby D. Robinson and acknowledges Ella Baker's pivotal leadership role in the civil rights movement. Radical women active in the movement do not use such a broad brush to paint the gender politics of movement organizers. Asada Shakur describes how sexism and elitism led her to leave the Black Panther Party, yet writes of her co-activist Zaid Shakur, one also respected Hearn because he refused to become part of the macho CUIT that was official in the BPP. He never voted on issues or took a position just to be one of the boys. 57. The Montgomery Women's Political Caucus organized the 1955 bus boycott with E.D. Nixon and chose the politically inexperienced Martin Luther King Jr. as its titular leader for appearances of respectability and authority tied to middle-class male. 58. Clergy. Although women constituted a good part of the civil rights leadership, Wallace suggests black civil rights leadership as uniformly sexist. Pro-feminists may follow this feminist message that diverges from women activists' own accounts of the complexity of gender struggles within the movements and promotes erasure of women's leadership. Yet, African American women activists cannot be reduced to mere gender victims or subordinates in a movement they designed and waged. Interventions that call attention to black male abuses in political leadership and male privilege in historiography are essential. Interventions that diminish the significance of black female activism in order to project images of black female victimization offer problematic pro-feminist politics. While eliding black female militant leadership to characterize black women as politically paralyzed by black male dominance makes points about black patriarchy, it also reinscribes male elitism into black intellectualism and radical politics. Furthering the elision of black female militants, truncating notions of black agency and intellectualism, some black feminist writings offer ahistorical deconstructions of black women radicals that prove compatible with the erasures of pro-feminist writers. Ida B. Wells with Betty Moss, widow of lynching victim Thomas Moss and children. One is likely the Moss's daughter Maureen, who was also Wellia's godchild, Memphis, Tennessee. Circa 1892. 3. An anti-lynching crusader in revisionist feminism. In this war against Negro progress is the substitution of mob for courts of justice throughout the South. Judges, juries, sheriffs, and jailors are all white men, and thus make it impossible for a Negro to escape the penalty for any crime he commits. Then whenever a black man is charged with any crime against a white person, these mobs without disguise take Hearn from the jail in broad daylight, hang, shoot or burn Hearn as their fancy dictates. Ida B. Wells' Barnett Crusade or Lustus. By waging the anti-lynching campaigns as resistance to both racial and sexual violence, crusaders such as Ida B. Wells Barnett established a political language to critique U.S. racial sexual politics and the duplicity of the white press, courts, and police. Transforming the meanings of lynching, countering repressive violence, African American women led the anti-lynching campaign by deconstructing the myth of the black rapist. 2. For instance, in Southern Horrors and a Red Record, Ida B. Wells Barnett documented that the overwhelming connection between most interracial rape cases and lynching was that black women and children were raped prior to and during lynchings, as well as lynched with black males who assisted them in resisting or avenging rape by white males. Women pointed out that by inverting the reality of racialized sexual violence, whites grossly exaggerated the likelihood of black male assaults on white women. A rare phenomenon for white women, interracial rape was a constant nightmare for black women. Most interracial rapes in the United States were, and remain, committed by white males. Logically, if a rational connection between lynching and the prosecution of sex crimes existed, the majority of lynch victims would have been white men. Today, using the historical, black female-led campaigns to reflect on contemporary politics surrounding interracial, sexual violence, black feminists offer diverse responses to the campaigns and the women who led them. Conflicting depictions of anti-racist activism and speech regarding charges of interracial sexual violence surround the figure of Wells Barnett. As the icon of the anti-lynching crusade, she has come to represent a type of militant black womanhood immersed in controversy. For instance, Alice Walker and Valerie Smith represent Ida B. Wells Barnett by filtering the image of the anti-lynching crusader through revisionist feminism, in order to explore the racial sexual politics of interracial rape. Walker's short story Advancing Luna and Ida B. Wells reconstructs Wells Barnett's sexual politics to portray her as blinded by race paranoia and cowed by racist violence into irrational denials concerning black males' assaults of white females. In an equally novel but harsher depiction, Smith's essay Split Affinities represents Wells Barnett as embittered with anti-white resentment, a counter-feminist whose hostility toward white women reinforced moral indifference to sexual violence. In their respective portraits of Wells Barnett, neither writer offers much in terms of historical specificity. Reconstructing Wells Barnett, and by extension the women-led anti-lynching campaigns, in order to represent a form of anti-racist radicalism embodied as gender regressive, Walker and Smith argue against a type of female race militancy. For each womanist/black feminist, Wells Barnett exemplifies the race woman misled by black identity politics into reactionary sexual politics. In the following varied portraits of Wells Barnett as radical activist, paranoid race woman, and anti-white counter-feminist, her sexual politics becomes the touchstone for debates about venality, black feminist intellectualism, and radicalism regarding the intersections of race, sex, and violence. In the black female militancy of the anti-lynching crusades, Wells Barnett deconstructed the rationalizations for white terror, Negro domination of whites through the vote, Negro race riots, black male sexual assaults of white women. The last charge proved to be as specious as its predecessors but the most incendiary and tenacious. Wells Barnett argued that although there was no record of a white female sexually assaulted by a black male during the Civil War, and although the charge of rape was used in only a fraction of lynchings, this accusation became the general rationalization for racist violence. With this charge, Americans who considered themselves above the mob acquiesced to lynchings as a necessary preventive measure to protect white women. At the same time, they turned a blind eye to the more prevalent problem of white male sexual violence. To demystify the belief that white men enforced written or unwritten laws for the protection of white women, Wells Barnett's critique of lynching apologias exploded their psychosexual mythology and moral hypocrisy. Any chivalry toward women, writes Wells Barnett, garners little respect from the civilized world, when it confines itself entirely to the women who happen to be white. In 1895, noting the duplicity of white men's prosecutorial performances, she wrote, "To justify their own barbarism they assume a chivalry which they do not possess. True chivalry respects all womanhood, and no one who reads the record, as it is written in the faces of the million mulattoes in the South, will for a minute conceive that the Southern white man had a very chivalrous regard for the honor due the woman of his own race or respect for the womanhood which circumstances placed in his power." 10. During this era, whites defined voluntary sexual relationships between white women and black men as sexual assaults, reconstructing consensual relations as the rape of white women. These voluntary interracial sexual associations were punishable by the death of the black male lover or sexual partner. Although white women were ostracized, institutionalized, and beaten for such alliances, they could repudiate the relationship with the charge of rape. African American males had no such escape clause. 63. African American women activists reasoned that ending lynchings both eradicated racist terror cloaked in chivalry and diminished malfeasant prosecutions of rape. Seeing the prosecution of rape as determined by the social status of the woman assaulted and that of the accused male, they pointed out the rarity of this type of interracial sexual violence, rather than categorically, and irrationally, deny that black men assault white women. Female crusaders demanded that society acknowledge that the lynchings of African Americans had very little to do with rape and that the barbaric murders deflected attention from the prevalence of sexual violence against black women and social contempt for their sexual safety. Late 19th century African American women recognized that the myth of black, sexual, pathology excused rape. The mythology masked sexual violence against black women, and the reality that the rapists of white women were overwhelmingly white men. As a caste, white men were the moral and legal prosecutors of sexual violence, yet were, particularly if affluent, the least prosecuted and censured for sexual violence. 11. By demystifying the idea of lynching as rape prevention and prosecution, Wells Barnett broadened the base of anti-lynching activism to establish a foundation for moral and political resistance to American violence. Discrediting the belief that white men enforced written or unwritten laws for the protection of white women, she waged a radical campaign against lynching apologias. Her condemnations of lynchings both electrified and offended the American public. Because of white America's refusal to end lynching, the crusade became an international one. A passage from Wells Barnett's April 9, 1894, Liverpool Special Correspondence for the Inter-Ocean typifies what some considered to be inflammatory rhetoric and others understood as anti-racist militancy. The machinery of law and politics is in the hands of those who commit the lynching, writes the author, who proceeds to argue that it is only wealthy white men whom the law fails to reach. In contrast to the virtual immunity of the white male elite, Wells Barnett observes, hundreds of Negroes including women and children are lynched for trivial offenses on suspicion and in many cases. 64. When known to be guiltless of any crime, the law refused to punish the murderers because it is not considered a crime to kill a Negro. 13. She concludes the passage, many of the cases of assault are simply adulteries between white women and colored men. 14. Despite her polemical writings, Wells Barnett did not categorically deny that black men assaulted white women, nor did she advocate that others make such denials. The body of her work, in which the word many is generally used to describe false accusations of rape, makes it clear that she makes no assertion of universal innocence. Her memoirs reprint of an 1894 letter by Florida Ruffin Ridley, excerpted below, best reveals her position. However, Wells Barnett demanded that white society acknowledge that actual rape had very little to do with the lynching of African Americans. With the Southern white man, any mésalliance existing between a white woman and a colored man is a sufficient foundation for the charge of rape. Ls. She argues further that in numerous instances where colored men have been lynched on the charge of rape, it was positively known at the time of lynching, and indisputably proven after the victim's death, that the relationship sustained between the man and woman was voluntary and clandestine, and that in no court of law could even the charge of assault have been successfully maintained. Noting that the Southern white man says that it is impossible for a voluntary alliance to exist between a white woman and a colored man, and therefore, the fact of an alliance is a proof of force. I-7 She excoriated the state and vigilantes for punishing voluntary sexual relationships between white women and black men as sexual assaults while ignoring de facto sexual violence against black women. The punishment of African American men for real and imagined sexual violence against white women was a given, while the prosecution of any male for sexual violence against African American women was an anomaly. The myth of the black rapist and interracial rape accusations and cases increased the likelihood of, and social indifference to, lynching as well as deflected attention away from the more prevalent interracial sexual violence. Today, FBI statistics report that currently over 90% of rapes are interracial, that is, occur within the same race or ethnic group. 65. Wells Barnett's analysis of the psychosexual politics of lynching proved relentless and ruthless. Demystifying the rationalization of lynching as rape prevention and prosecution, for white women, she helped to make anti-lynching activism respectable. Her analyses influenced and shaped resistance to racist violence justified as a war to counter sexual violence. At the same time, this controversial figure was stigmatized as an apologist for rape. As Wiles Barnett's one-time co-Iliag and later rival Mary Church Terrell noted, an error on the subject of lynching consists of the widely circulated statement that the moral sensibilities of the best Negroes in the United States are so stunted and and the standard of morality among even the leaders of the race is so low, that they do not appreciate the enormity and heinousness of rape. In contemporary black feminism that revisits and revises the sexual politics of Wells Barnett, we find depictions of the anti-lynching militant as having been morally crippled by her anti-racism. Although mob prosecution gave way to legal executions, the most severe punishments for rape were, and are, disproportionately reserved for black males. Some feminist critics argue that by focusing on the use of lynching to terrorize black men, Wiles failed to note the impact of violence on women. Yet, she saw that courts which considered only interracial sexual violence against white women truly heinous enough to warrant the death penalty inevitably treated sexual assaults against black females lightly. During the lynching, and post-lynching, era, the racist application of the death penalty for sex crimes reflected the different values the state and society placed on white and black lives as well as white and black sexuality. Consequently, female anti-lynching crusaders positioned themselves as both race leaders and proto-feminists. Owen Braxton describes Wiles Barnett as such, as a radical female icon for social justice. Arguing that Wiles Barnett's activism created a matrix for womanhood formed by race, gender, and class, Braxton writes that her leadership in the Black Women's Club movement created the fusion of powerful influences, black feminism and black nationalism. This fusion created a race-centered, self-conscious womanhood represented in the Black Women's Club movement. Consequently, Braxton argues, for women such as Ida B. Wells Barnett, a 66. Blow at lynching was a blow at racism and the brutally enforced sexual double standard that pervaded the South. LT was a defense of the entire race. 22. Historically, the dominant society stigmatized black and white women anti-lynching activists as sexual deviants, expressing contempt and opprobrium for women advocating fair hearings and trials regarding interracial sexual assault cases. In spite or perhaps because of her militancy, Wells Barnett was able to provide progressive leadership for both black and white women. Braxton writes that Wells Barnett forged a legitimate black feminism through the synthesis of black nationalism and the suffrage movement, providing a useful model with race, not sex, as a point of departure. This model, according to Braxton, served not only the NAACP but also the anti-lynching activism of white women and feminists such as Jessie Daniel Ames in the Association of Southern Women for the Prevention of Lynching. Other black feminists give starkly different readings of the anti-lynching crusaders' sexual politics. Advancing Luna and Ida B. Wells and the Paranoid Race woman fiction and autobiography are the most noted literary forms of African American women. When literary creativity supplants research and analysis to offer itself as political thought or political autobiographies are treated as fiction, problems arise. In both instances, invention becomes surrogate for political substance and historical specificity. Wells Barnett's autobiography, Crusade, or Lustus, has become a classic for understanding the life of a heroic African American and the anti-lynching crusades. The importance of the work is underscored by the fact that Wells Barnett's daughter Alfreda Duster worked extensively with scholar Lone Hope Franklin to edit, document, and verify the accounts of this posthumously published memoir. Duster also struggled for 35 years before finally finding a publisher who recognized the significance and historical accuracy of the work. Even cursory studies of Wells Barnett reference her memoir to legitimize their political stances. Alice Walker references Crusade for Lustus to historicize her narrative in Advancing Luna and Ida B. Wells. The story, 67, centers on the relationship between a white woman, Luna, and a black woman, the nameless narrator, and the narrator's relationship to her ancestor Ida B. Wells. Walker's story characterizes the fears shaping black women's responses to interracial rape cases and the uneasy alliances between black and white women. Throughout the storyline, the narrator offers unflattering observations of Luna, while recounting their friendship, which began in 1965 when they became roommates in Atlanta as civil rights activists and ended after they left the movement and briefly roomed together in New York City. After moving into Luna's apartment, the narrator is informed by Luna that during their stay in Atlanta she was raped by Freddie Pye, a black man. The narrator immediately thinks of the rapist revolutionary writings of Eldridge Cleaver and Leroy Jones, Imam Baraka, whose misogynist cruelty was habitually lost on black men, on men in general, actually, but nearly always perceived and rejected by women of whatever color. 24. She also disdainfully recalls Pye. He was coarse and spoke of black women as our women. He was physically unattractive, with something of the hoodlum about him. 25. Asking Luna why she did not scream and receiving the reply, "You know why," the black woman thinks of Emmett Till, a 14-year-old black youth lynched in Mississippi years earlier for whistling at a white woman. Disturbed by Luna's revelation, the narrator begins to write a novel about such a rapee. In preparation, she converses with the anti-lynching archetype, Wells Barnett, confiding that she has read her memoir 3 times as a means of praying to her spirit to forgive me. "My prayer, as I turned the pages, went like this: please, forgive me. I am a writer. I cannot write contrary to what life reveals to me. I'll wish to malign no one. But I must struggle to understand at least my own tangled emotions about interracial rape. I'll know, W. Welfs, you spent your whole life protecting, and trying to protect black men accused of raping white women, who were lynched by white mobs, or threatened with it. You know, better than I'll ever will, what it means for a whole people to live under the terror of lynching. Under the slander that their men, where white women are concerned, are creatures of uncontrollable sexual lust." 26. The betrayal that weighs heavily on the narrator's conscience. 68. Is truth-telling. She assures that Wells Barnett, feeling betrayed by writings that might contradict her own stance, will reprove the young woman for her audacious honesty. Transferring the fearless investigation that characterized Wells Barnett's activism onto the narrator's intellectual aspirations as a novelist, literary production supplants political deeds. Now, political courage is symbolized by a literary act embodied in the narrator's allegedly transgressive fiction. Walker's narrator neatly reduces Wells Barnett's activism to a life spent trying to protect black men accused of raping white women from lynching. In fact, in the most memorable history cases around which Wells Barnett agitated, the 1892 Memphis lynchings, the 1918 East St. Louis riots, and the 1917 executions of black soldiers at Camp Grant, sexual violence against white women was not alleged. Rather, racist fears against independent blacks, economic greed, and political ambitions motivated these attacks. In the dialogue, the narrator shifts responsibility for her own naivete concerning racial sexual violence onto Wells Barnett. "You made it 50 clear that the black men accused of rape in the past were innocent victims of white criminals, that I grew up believing black men literally did not rape white women. At all. Ever. Now it would appear that some of them, the very twisted, the terribly ill, do. What would you have me write about them?" Her answer was, "Write nothing. Nothing at all. It will be used against black men and their, or against all of us. Eldridge Cleaver and Leroy Iones don't know who they're dealing with. But you remember. You are dealing with people who brought their children to witness the murder of black human beings, falsely accused of rape. People who handed out, as trophies, black fingers and toes. Deny. Deny. Deny." 27. The theatrical exhortations uttered by Walker's Wells suggest an unrestrained emotionalism and disingenuousness among anti-lynching activists. Using the barbarity of white supremacy, as the argument goes, these activists excused black moral cowardliness in regard to sexual violence. The short stories Ida B. Wells is determined by a hysteria not discernible in her writings, which speak of her rage at, rather than fear of, racist violence and public acquiescence. Death threats likely contributed to. 69. Wells Barnett's fearfulness in probing the rape issue as a race issue, yet fear did not hinder her investigative work. Walker's story overshadows Wells's meticulous accumulation of data on lynchings with emotionalism concerning anti-black violence. Advancing Luna and Ida B. Wells thus allows the black woman writer to morally triumph over her ancestor, as the narrator rejects Wells's fictive counsel. And yet, I have pursued it. Some black men themselves do not seem to know what the meaning of raping someone is. Some have admitted rape in order to denounce it, but others have accepted rape as a part of rebellion, paying whitey back. They have gloried in it. They know nothing of America, she says. And neither, apparently, do you. No matter what you think you know, no matter what you feel about it, say nothing. And to your dying breath, which, to my mind, is virtually useless advice to give to a writer. 28. The narrator-writer commends herself for a sincerity and valor seemingly lacking in Wells Barnett. Here, the anti-lynching crusader's moral timidity highlights in juxtaposition the narrator-writer's relentless pursuit of the truth. The narrator seems uninformed about the specificity of Wells Barnett's praxis. Wells Barnett was also a writer guilty of wanting to know. One of her mottos was to tell the truth freely. She often did so at the risk of her own life as she painstakingly documented lynchings. An investigative reporter and a skilled polemicist, Wells Barnett was adept at uncovering what life reveals in its most gruesome details. Walker's construction reduces this organizer to a cowering defensiveness and ignores her stance on armed self-defense for blacks, and her personal working relationships and friendships with prominent whites who likely would not have been on equal terms with Walker's semi-paranoid race woman. At the beginning of the 20th century, most African Americans would have censored any black person who advocated sexually assaulting white women and who thereby promoted the imago that anti-lynching activists risked their lives to dispel. Whereas at the end of the 20th century, Black Americans take multiple contradictory stances toward the image of the sexual savage. In Wells Barnett's time such performances had deadly consequences. It is more likely that 70. Wells Barnett, in dialogue with a contemporary black feminist writer, would express contempt for racialist misogyny antithetical to black safety and beneath black dignity. She had publicly challenged or condemned prominent blacks and whites for any behavior she considered detrimental to black emancipation, and she did so irrespective of the costs to her career and safety. Yet, Walker's revisionism allows the narrator a moral triumph over a denial-ridden, fearful Ida B. Wells who shields black rapists in order to protect black communities. Although the narrator states that she repeatedly read Wells Barnett's autobiography, she misses the substance of the activist's political thinking. Somehow, the story appends defensive sentiments held by some contemporary black women onto the historical radicalism embodied by Wells. Walker's narrator extends her narrow representation of Wells Barnett to black women in general. Whenever interracial rape is mentioned, a black woman's first thought is to protect the lives of her brothers, her father, her sons, her lovers. A history of lynching has bred this reflex in her. 29. This insight is not easily generalizable today. Not every black woman considers the historical dangers of lynching, legal or extra-legal, to be a contemporary problem. Not all black women perceive all black men with the protective sympathy they might extend to their brothers, father, sons, or lovers. And black women who survive sexual abuse from their brothers, fathers, or lovers may have decidedly unsympathetic responses to rightly or wrongfully accused male kin. The short story's endings afterwards, Second Thoughts and Postscript, Havana, Cuba, November 1976, politicize Luna's assault to a level of state violence. In Afterwards, the narrator and a black male friend express conflicting emotions while condemning the attack as morally wrong and politically corrupt. The narrator notes their shared concerns, as we thought of what might have happened to an indiscriminate number of innocent young black men in Freehold, Georgia, had Luna screamed. It became clear that more than a little of Ida B. Wells's fear of probing the rape issue was running through us. 230. In the postscript, after reading Luna to African American artists activists who like herself are visiting Cuba, the narrator argues with an Afro-American muralist. As the fiction writer offers different end. 71. Ings for the story, the muralist discourages the one in which Pi is contrite by stating she neither understands evil nor the need to eradicate it. Evil, he continues, does not refer to Pi as an individual rapist, rather, Freddie Pi was probably raping white women on the instructions of his government. V. Recalling the FBI's COINTELPRO, the muralist invokes the assassinations of black activists by U.S. agents, admonishing the female writer, even though you know by now that blacks could be hired to blow up other blacks, and could be hired by someone to shoot down Brother Malcolm. And hired by someone to provide a diagram of Fred Hampton's bedroom so the pigs could shoot Hearn easily while he slept, you find it hard to believe a black man could be hired by someone to rape white women. He argues, then considers the perfect disruptive act, noting that, enough blacks raping or accused of raping enough white women would doom any political movement that cuts across racial lines. T- Warning that greater forces are at work than your story would indicate, the impoverished artist reveals that such forces or the government offered Hearn money, probably her tax dollars, to assault white women in order to disrupt civil rights organism. P. Using the muralist to introduce state complicity in violence, Walker moves beyond individual motive and black male misogyny to underscore the ambiguity of the narrative and the complexities of racial sexual violence. The postscript ends with the narrator's observation about the muralist. His look implied I would never understand anything about evil, power, or corrupted human beings in the modern world. But of course he is wrong. 34. Walker leaves it to the reader's imagination to determine why. Valerie Smith, on the other hand, agrees with the muralist's assessment of the narrator's ignorance, but for entirely different reasons as she retells Advancing Luna and Ida B. Wiles eliding the ambiguities and contradictory images of Walker's postscript and narrative. Smith's essay Split Affinities reviews representations of interracial rape in Walker's short story as well as journalistic discourse surrounding the Central Park case in which African American and Latino youths were convicted for the brutal assault and rape of a white woman. I with selective, decontextualized passages that 72. Distort Walker's story. Srinath revises the historical politics of anti-lynching activism as well as Walker's fiction to reflect on Black Warnen's gender venality. Split Affinities uses Advancing Luna and Ida B. Wiles to support its thesis that the divided loyalties of Black Warnen create their split affinities in interracial rape cases. Srinath, like Walker, notes that given the historical use of rape charges to justify racist violence, African Americans view accusations of rape as a way to terrorize innocent Black women. For Srinath, this reasoning may lead to the denial of the fact that Sorn Black women do rape. 36. The stances of black females on interracial rape cases are particularly vexed, according to Srinath, who also notes that given society's greater indifference to violence against Black Warnen, African American Warnen's identification with white Warnen is problematic. Srinath writes that as remembers of Corn Renunities under siege, Black Warnen reny while Cern pathize with the black male who stands accused while as Warnen they share the victim's sense of violation. T. She expands this position with a historical perspective that argues that Wells Barnett was a counter-feminist hostile to white Warnen abused by black men. Srinath uses Walker's fictitious characters as representative of historical and contemporary black women. She does so without mentioning the liabilities of using contemporary fiction, rather than historical or sociological research, to represent the politics of non-fictional African Americans. Srinath's argument has merit. In interracial rape cases, divided loyalties can reduce some African American women to reactionary, counter-feminist politics leading them to pained or vindictive positions on interracial rape that support black males who rape rather than their white victims. Yet their counter-progressive politics can neither be generalized to all contemporary black women nor facilely appended to historical, black female anti-lynching radicals. To make her generalizations plausible, Smith transforms Advancing Luna into a black and white polemic between a venal black counter-feminist and an equally abstract, heroic white feminist. Inconsistent with Walker's narrative, she paints political stances absent in the story to portray the narrator as determined by nationalist sensibilities. In the story, the black narrator first temporarily leaves a prestigious, white Ivy League 73. Women's College, Sarah Lawrence, for a summer commitment to civil rights activism. Then, in somewhat dilettante fashion, she departs mid-summer from her organizing project in Georgia to take advantage of a travel grant to Uganda. Her writing about this African sojourn reveals a decidedly non-nationalist consciousness. I was taken on rides down the Nile as a matter of course, and accepted all invitations to dinner, where the best local dishes were superbly prepared in my honor. One became, in fact, a lost relative of the people, whose ancestors had foolishly strayed, long ago, to Amenka. T-militant, race nationalists do not casually refer to the Middle Passage, enslavement and genocide as hapless wandering. Smith inserts the anti-white, black militant race woman into Walker's story, and then drapes this persona over both the fictive narrator and the historical crusader to disparage both as counter-feminists. Smith begins 3 consecutive paragraphs with the phrase, "the narrator's hostility to Luna." Referring to the sexual jealousy that marks interracial relationships between some male-identified heterosexual women, she argues that the black woman's ill will points to a thinly veiled sexual competitiveness between the black and the white woman, which may more generally problematize the discourse of interracial rape. Walker's story offers no evidence for Smith's interpretation of female sexual competition. Smith's story synopsis and sleight of hand in retelling the tale alter the intent of the narrative. This suggests a systemic misreading of advancing Luna and Ida B. Wells to advance the split affinities/black gender venality thesis. The ambiguity of Walker's text seems to be reconstructed as an issue of the veracity of the rape charge. Split affinities maintains that Pi, who Luna states raped her or who raped Luna, spends the night in Luna's bedroom, illustrates the ambiguity of the story and its open-ended interpretation. The ambiguity is not whether or not Pi raped Luna. The narrator recognizes Luna's account as true. The short story asserts the rape as a fact. The ambiguity lies in the responses of black and white women to the rape. Smith's depiction of split affinities among black women implies that the narrator must choose between black men and 74 white women in interracial rape cases. Yet Walker's narrator follows her own conscience, identifying with rape victims as well as lynching victims. Split affinities deploys a dichotomy that alters advancing Luna to contend that the narrator, instead of identifying with the silenced woman victim, locates herself in relation to the silenced black male victim of lynching. 40. It is difficult to read this position into the story. Rather than blind race loyalty or black male identification, Walker's narrator exhibits a grim determination to protect the innocent, expressing concern for nameless, unimplicated black men, rather than a guilty Freddie Pie. Presenting identification as shaped by an exclusive choice between accused black males or white female survivors, Smith ignores the possibility that the narrator might believe that black criminals should pay for their crimes, including crimes against whites. This essay fails to acknowledge the possibility that African Americans critical of racist prosecutions may still be supportive of survivors. Although African American women's positions on interracial rape cases span from the reactionary to the radical, Smith's argument splits progressive gender and racial politics. Having so represented the narrator's racial consciousness, Smith proceeds to illustrate the black woman's gender insensitivity. She offers as example the narrator's failure to understand why Luna is disturbed after the black woman invites 2 men to spend the night, one on the couch and the other in the narrator's bedroom. Without knowing the short story, and the racialized sexual preference of each woman, we might assume from Smith's essay that the men are black and be appalled by the narrator's obtuse indifference to any presence that would remind Luna of her attacker and further her emotional and psychological distress. However, Walker's protagonist is not that insensitive. Smith fails to convey that Luna and the narrator desire their ethnic opposites. The black narrator prefers white men, particularly ethnic exotics who look like the singing cowboy film star Gene Autry. White Luna sleeps with black men. Both men who sleep over by invitation of the black woman are white. Luna, who only has black lovers, is upset because she feels that the narrator slept with the enemy. Cross or transracial preferences are lost to Smith's essay, which 75 provides only the line, "Luna never told me what irked her so that Sunday morning after the men had slept over, yet I remember it as the end of our relationship." The lines completing Walker's paragraph, which Smith does not relay, dispel some of the mystery. Noting their strange assortment of friends, including Luna's friends who especially were deeper than they should have been into drugs, 42 the narrator expresses concern and uncertainty about their deteriorating relationship. She reflects, "It was not, as I at first feared, that she thought my bringing the 2 men to the apartment was inconsiderate. The way we lived allowed us to be inconsiderate from time to time. 43. In Walker's short story, unlike Smith's essay, the complex frailties of black-white women's relationships are not generated by black women's anti-white sensibilities. Building upon the image of Luna's rape, Smith recreates Luna to symbolize both white feminism and white victimization at the hands of black men and women. Depicting a traditional feminine virtue, compassion, as absent in black women's positions on interracial rape cases, Split Affinities applies Walker's reconstruction of Wells Barnett as fearful, denial-ridden, and protective of black males against the narrator herself. Luna is traumatized not only by the black rapist but also by the black woman she befriends, as Smith superimposes Walker's portrait of a frightened, disingenuous Wes Barnett onto the narrator. Wes Barnett the counter-feminist. The recasting of Walker's story, whose first metatextual moment, according to Smith, occurs when the narrator theorizes about the exclusion of black women from the discourse surrounding rape, is the prelude to revising the praxis of Ida B. Wells. Rather than excluded from the discourse surrounding rape, Wells Barnett reshaped it, through the Afro-American press, black organizations, and anti-lynching campaigns. With other African American women activists, she forced public discourse on sexual violence to pursue a new agenda. Accomplishing what most whites in the United States would not do, and what black males could not do, black women created the counter-discourse to lynching as rape prevention, changing the politics of that discourse from an apologia to a condemnation, or at least a questioning, of lynching. 76. Split Affinities severs contemporary black feminism from Wells Barnett's analyses and black women's historical anti-racist radicalism. It simplifies the complex relationships between the anti-lynching crusader and white as well as black female leaders. Offering no specific information about Wells Barnett's organizing with white feminists, diagnosing Wells Barnett as harboring a personal dislike for white women, Smith psychologizes the crusader to dismiss the anti-lynching campaigns as counter-feminist and anti-white. Whereas Walker presents Wells Barnett as reduced by anxieties of racist violence into a paralysis of irrational disavowals, Smith depicts her as infused with both a hostility toward female whites and an indifference to sexual violence. Reducing Wells Barnett's militant opposition to racist violence to a personal acrimony against women in a racially oppressive caste, she contends that Wells Barnett bequeathed a legacy and praxis unsuitable for feminism. The essay uses this representation of Wells Barnett as a counter-feminist to discuss the Central Park case. Omitting any reference to the role of white women's racism or moral reticence in false accusations of rape, Smith reminds us of Wells's own discrediting of the testimony of white victims. Wells Barnett's investigative reporting discredited not so much the testimony of victims but the barbaric use of the rape charge in false accusations against African American men and the general demagoguery of using rape as a pretext for racist violence. Smith criticizes Wells Barnett for her focus on the unreliability of white rape victims, which she constructs as an attack on white women victims. Victims is somewhat of a misnomer here. Wells Barnett did not view white women in lynchings collectively as rape victims. A Red Record reports that most who voluntarily or reluctantly claimed to be rape victims, to sanction lynchings, were not sexual assault victims or were not victimized by African American men. Smith fails to examine three vital facts concerning Wells Barnett's era: the overwhelming number of rapes were interracial, the charge of rape was used only in a fraction of the lynchings, and whites had defined all consensual sexual relationships between white women and black men as rape. Blurring distinctions between research and fiction, problems arise when the latter is taken as a more accurate guide for assessing the politics of this African American anti-lynching activist. Smith writes that Wells. 77. Barnett's opposition to lynching as a practice requires her effectively to deny the veracity of any white woman's testimony against a black woman. 44 Smith claims that a logical reading of passages from Crusade or Lustus reveals Wells Barnett effectively blarning white women for the lynching of black women. 45. All white women? If so, then Wells Barnett's political and personal friendships with prominent white women such as Susan B. Anthony and other suffragettes, halfway house Renovernant leaders, British anti-lynching supporters, and NAACP founders are inexplicable. If Wells Barnett had been contemptuous of sexual violence in white women's lives or uniformly condemned all white women, as Sirnith implies, she would have alienated most of her white female supporters. The progressive analyses of contemporary black feminists are rooted in and indebted to the earlier critiques of black Warren anti-lynching crusaders who recognized the interrelatedness of racial and sexual violence. Although it would be useful to examine with specificity how, and under what conditions, African-American Warren choose to subordinate sex to race and vice versa, we cannot logically infer a uniform practice of subordinating sexual oppression to racial oppression in African-American Warren's challenges to lynching, particularly since the historical anti-lynching campaigns were also waged as anti-sexual violence campaigns. Other problematic areas arise as Sirnith interchanges the terms accusations and instances when referring to interracial rape, rendering accusations synonymous with factual assaults. She also confuses the prosecution of rape with the crime of rape to write that Wells Barnett's formulations subordinate the sexual to the racial dimension of interracial rape, thereby dramatizing the fact that the crime can never be read solely as an offense against Warren's bodies. Wells Barnett's critique did not, as is asserted, subordinate the sexual to the racial, rather it connected the sexual to the racial to counter racist depictions of black sexuality. Wells Barnett's journalism refers to the prevalence of white women not prosecuted for raping black Warren and children. The state did not perceive rape as a crime that could be read solely as an offense against Warren's bodies. Nor did it prosecute it as such, given that no 78 generic woman exists under white supremacy, capitalism, and patriarchy. The prosecution of rape is, to quote Smith, never read solely as an offense against women's bodies, given a hierarchy of bodies based on race, class, and sexual orientation. Unaware of the historical roots of her own feminism, Smith advocates a multi-textured black feminism over a monodimensional Eurocentric one, describing the former as a more competent framework for analysis. Black feminism presumes the intersectionality of race and gender in the lives of black women, thereby rendering inapplicable to the lives of black women any single-axis theory about racism or sexism. V. This new analysis is in fact based on a paradigm articulated a century ago. Race and gender intersect, with class and sexuality, not only in black women's lives but also in all women's lives. Smith defines the very foundation of black feminism as one which presumes the intersectionality of race and gender in the lives of black women. This definition is also based on a position articulated and fought for by 19th-century African American women in campaigns largely initiated by Wells Barnett. Delineating the impact of race in white women's lives and their complicity in white supremacy as well as racial sexual violence, Wells Barnett applied this intersectionality more consistently than Smith does in her essay. Downplaying Wells Barnett underscored white women's complicity in white supremacy and racial sexual terror. Smith never raises the issue of white women's split affinities. Rather than generalize that black women's anti-racism privileges males, we might note the complexities involved. Women recognize that racist violence terrorized women and children, in addition to men. Warren, most vulnerable to violence, could also prove the most vocal advocates for stiff prosecutions. Some African American Warren prove highly unsympathetic to accused black males, particularly now that black males are the primary source of sexual violence against African American females. Still others, outraged by the sexual violence as well as the racist prosecution of the accused, may identify with both survivor and defendant, embracing dual rather than split identities, with the understanding that just equal prosecutions of sexual violence supersede simplistic dichotomies. 79. Castigating the Crusader. Historical revisionism and historicism based in selective and skewed information concerning Wells Barnett's sexual politics elide or distort the praxis of past radicals in order to shape perceptions and depictions of present-day race politics. Erasing the specificity of past radicalism pre-notes a doctrine of evolutionary leadership in which contemporary political or feminist leadership is uniformly taken to be more progressive than its predecessor. Consequently, many may assure that late 20th century black feminism is inherently more advanced than its 19th century counterpart. Feminist revisionism regarding Ida B. Wells naturalizes that assumption. Using ahistoricism, feminist elites may diminish the contributions of historically women in order to argue for the primacy and superiority of their own gender ideologies and forms of agency. Writers may construct contemporary womanist or black feminisms as more gender progressive than the views of women such as Ida B. Wells Barnett, who led the anti-lynching campaigns. Walker's reading of Wells Barnett as intimidated by racist violence into fearful denials, and Smith's reading of Wells Barnett as a counter-feminist place contemporary black feminist thought above the political thought of historical activists. This evolutionary ascent toward the black feminist writer counters traditional notions of public intellectual as engage. It allows the contemporary to transcend her predecessor in progressive agency, as the writer replaces the activist. In fictional dialogues between ancestor and progeny, the contemporary heroine, as moral and political agent, consistently triumphs over her militant race woman predecessor. In our post-movement era, the postmodern, professional writer and/or academic reigns as an intellectual. Validating progressive gender and race ideology in the symbolic analyst, one may supplant the activist with the commentator-essayist as representative of ideal political leadership. Perhaps some gender-specific criticisms and caricatures found an easy target in the persona of Wells Barnett, who, unlike anti-lynching leaders Frederick Douglass, Du Bois, or Terrell, vociferously challenged the racial sexual apologies for lynching to trample the twin myths of white, female, sexual purity and black, male, sexual savagery. Outrage led Wells. 80. Barnett to take risks and cross over the line of conventional anti-racist rhetoric. She rejected the discourse of civility. Her abrasive militancy distanced her from those who maintained the importance of conciliatory rhetoric in resistance struggles. As her isolation grew, so did her vulnerability to attack and misrepresentation. Although she transgressed the civility that the talented tenth were presumed to embody and was isolated by elites for her assertiveness, Wells Barnett bequeathed a legacy of skepticism concerning state accounts of and prosecution of racialized sexual violence through the press, police, and courts, of risk-taking in investigative journalism, and of willingness to directly confront the state and elite society to stop violence. This legacy influenced later generations of women such as Rosa Parks and Ella Baker, who organized in the 1930s around the Scottsboro Boys trial, in which black youths were incarcerated in Alabama for raping two white women, although one woman later admitted that there had never been a sexual assault. Walker's and Smith's historiographies of Wells Barnett, and by extension black women anti-lynching crusaders, argue against anti-racist commitments that undermine progressive gender politics. Yet, countering black chauvinism/reactionary sexual politics with a revisionist lens distorts radical agency. Black feminisms both illuminate and obscure radical agency and gender politics in black intellectualism. How they imagine and image historical African American women activists' intellectuals shapes visions of contemporary anti-racist radicalism and black female leadership. Some black progressives' representations of African American leadership discredit the radical. Others alter her appearance. In both discrediting and disappearing acts, we lose radical black praxis for consideration, and consequently are more likely to only validate non-radical elites, the conventional talented tenth, as the most viable form of leadership. 4. Disappearing race women and civil rights radicals. Strange people don't need a strong leader. A. Baker. Civil rights radicals' ability to analyze, advocate, and agitate for social justice brought new meanings to the concept of the talented tenth. African American women's activism and courageous resistance qualified them as activists intellectuals. Amid conflicting intellectual modes, radical women offered a model of intellectualism that suggests that the political actor, rather than spectator, is best rooted to resist co-optation and intimidation. Some overlook the contributions of such intellectuals to democratic praxis given the racial, gender, and ideological biases of American historiography. Elites have a long history of muting radical voices, particularly those of militant black women, as they simultaneously mask radicalism while managing crises. That most do not routinely offer the names of women activists in the roll call of black civil rights leaders reflects the consequences of this masking. Recovering the work of race women and civil rights radicals, such as Ella Baker, reveals other forms of agency. Transcending the Talented 10th. Miss Aha Baker. By virtue of her college degree, Baker technically qualified to join the ranks of a talented 10th intelligentsia. She approached 83. Political thinking and organizing with a radicalism that both distinguished and marginalized her from most of her liberal counterparts and contemporaries. When Ella Baker died in New York City on her birthday, December 8, 1986, writers and human rights activists paid tribute, praising Baker in their remembrances as a major force behind the civil rights movement, the godmother of SNCC, and a midwife to SCLC and SNCC. 1 year after her death, the New York-based Center for Constitutional Rights held a reception to initiate its Ella Baker Student Intern Program. Former Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, SNCC, activists recalled Baker as a hero of the civil rights movement who devoted her adult life to social change. SNCC members or supporters preserve the memory of Baker. Activists, political students, writers, filmmakers, and artists keep her memory alive. Their tributes attest to the incredible power of Baker's intellect, and a politics rooted in communal relationships and spirited counsel to younger activists. For example, Sweet Honey in the Rock founder Bernice Onsen-Reagon worked with Baker in SNCC and later composed Ella's song with a quote from her mentor, "Until the killing of black men, black mothers' sons, is as important as the killing of white men, white mothers' sons, we who believe in freedom cannot rest." Described by Eyes on the Prize documentarian Udi Richardson as a political long-distance runner, for nearly half a century Baker established a praxis for black liberation movements. Writers who recognize Baker's historical significance, brilliance, and passion for democratic politics may recall only her leadership in the Southern civil rights movement in the 1950s and 1960s. Her political insight and militancy, shared with the Southern civil rights movement, were initially formed through her interactions with black workers and laborers. Baker worked as a labor organizer and journalist in New York City in the 1930s. Like Du Bois, she was radicalized by the agency of black workers. Serving as NAACP field organizer in the 1930s and 1940s, Baker acquired political experience and contacts that allowed her to emerge as one of the most astute strategists in the movement. After working as the first de facto director of the Southern Christian Leadership Conference, SCLC, in the late 1950s, she convened the 1960 student conference that led to 84. The formation of the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, which she served as advisor. That Baker, working as a facilitator rather than a spokesperson, did not seek to establish herself as a public intellectual outside of a community of radical activists underscores the anonymity of black women's intellectualism that prioritizes the collective. Baker recounted her role in black liberation struggles for a 1968 interview with Lone Britain. Shunning self-promotion, she remarks, "In my organizational work I have never thought in terms of my making a contribution. I just thought of myself as functioning where there was a need. And if I have made a contribution, I think it may be that I had some influence on a large number of people." Baker's organizational work expanded VS democracy and radicalized the roles of civil rights intellectuals and activists. Her extensive FBI file marks her political significance. Baker transformed criticisms of racism into critiques of both capitalism and liberal acquiescence to oppressive state practices and channeled criticisms and critiques into political opposition via grassroots civil disobedience. Merging black liberation rhetoric with mass mobilization of black people, she embodied both political worker and intellectual, with a model of black intellectualism that presented mass resistance rather than intellectual elites as indispensable for a true democracy. Baker's influence on a large number of people extends to generations unfamiliar with her contributions yet shaped by her spirit and political legacy. As Charles Payne observes, her obscurity is as instructive as her political praxis. That Ella Baker could have lived the life she did and remained so little known even among the politically knowledgeable is important in itself. It reminds us once more of how much our collective past has been distorted in disempowering ways. Part of the distortion stems from which actors are privileged in political memory. Reflecting the conservative or liberal bias that privileges men, whites, and the affluent, more than a few male civil rights leaders and contemporary civil rights historians de-emphasized the role of African American women in this movement. For most, leadership and agency have been described as primarily the attributes of male elites. It is not surprising that the contributions of black women radicals such as 85. Baker, who spoke and organized against racism, capitalism, and imperialism, are marginalized. Even the knowledgeable may remember Baker's contributions in disempowering ways to de-radicalize her politics. For some, Baker represents the organic intellectual described in Antonio Gramsci's prison notebooks as the strategist whose theorizing to end oppression forms the ribs corseting the masses. The organic intellectual as activist works with a theoretical and experiential political base, which is precisely how Baker positioned herself. However, Baker would likely reject as elitist any Gramscian characterization of her as vanguard leader. One of her often cited quotes is that a strong people Dorothy needs strong leaders. Baker, like C.L.R. Ames, argued that progressivism is furthered by the disintegration rather than the reform of a talented tenth that served as professional intellectuals and managerial race leaders. Her democratic vision reveals a strong sense of social change determined by the ordinary people who wage political movements. A study of her political life, as well as her criticisms of SCLC male cleric elites, reveals the gender, and ideological differences simmering and erupting within the civil rights movement. Her relationships to impoverished and militant blacks forged political perspectives that identified African American laborers and workers as political leaders. Such views on mass leadership shaped her facilitation of grassroots activism for the NAACP, SCLC, and SNCC, and led to her resignations from the NAACP and from SCLC. Baker saw the bureaucratic leaders hip of both organizations as uncommitted to grassroots activism. The mainstream press neither popularized nor vilified Baker's statements, as they had the ideas of her peers Martin Luther King R. and Malcolm X. Her organizing and political leadership would last generations beyond the tragically brief lives of her younger counterparts. Though Baker bequeathed a liberation praxis, with political thinking that set a fulcrum for radical anti-racist leaders, her belief and practices in the commonness of political leadership promoted Baker's historical obscurity. Writers who shared similar critiques of elite leadership but documented their own contributions in autobiographies did not generally share her anonymity. 86. Baker criticized both male as well as female elite leadership. In his 1968 interview with Baker, Britton unfavorably compared his female contemporaries with Mary McLeod Bethune and other elite race women of a previous era. Responding to his query about the lack of any similar strong leadership today from Negro women and the absence of more black women involved in the renouveau, Baker first differentiated the mass and confrontational character of the civil rights movement from previous struggles for racial justice in order to challenge Britain's implicit elitist concept of power and leadership. Previously, according to Baker, you had the emergence of the individual as an articulate person, as one who could communicate between the Renaissance to the establishment. This spokesperson or translator depoliticized because the articulate communicator, maintained Baker, was basically an accommodating leadership with a great overtone of personal advancement involved. For Baker, another type of leadership which was no less strong and in fact was less assimilationist and co-opted developed as an alternative to what she viewed as an egoistic caste of articulate corn-renunciators negotiating between agitating black Renaissance and authoritative structural elites. Prominent, media-recognized leadership, Baker argued, was never desirable given that news media created a cult of personality that fostered passivity. Baker stressed that revolutionary democratic power is communal and requires direct mass action, and that progressive leadership is co-elective, identifying youth, women, and the poor as key figures in political leadership. This was her model for black democratic struggles, a model embraced by some and rejected by others. She exemplifies how black intellectualism can circumvent egoism, political acquiescence, and vanguardist notions of progressive leadership. The erasure of her life story, conversely, highlights how black intellectualism can promote vanguardist notions of leadership and male privilege. Unlike Du Bois and Wells Barnett, Baker left no autobiography. Yet her life work, renowned in her few, obscure essays, touched many people. Still, many are unfamiliar with her political and intellectual contributions. Unfortunately, despite her long and productive public life, her name often doesn't 87. Appear in discussions of Black intellectualism and civil rights. For instance, in the works of non-activists, and academics who analyze race and DAS but not gender politics in civil rights organizing, Baker's political leadership disappears. Evading female radicalism, Iac Bloom's work on DAS formations in the civil rights movement does not mention Baker. The historiographies of David Garrow and Taylor Branch downplay her significance, while Lone Brown Childs's work on Afro-American intellectualism marginalizes her. The story of Ella Baker nearly disappears in civil rights historiography, such as the academic writing of Lone Brown Childs, which circumvents her contributions while highlighting her praxis. Childs's discussions of anti-democratic tendencies in Black leadership begin with Du Bois and Booker T. Washington. Historically, Childs argues, vanguardism within African American political leadership has crippled democratic movements. Using only masculine pronouns throughout his book, he mentions the political contributions of only one Black woman to American social political thought, Ella Baker. Childs traces the democratic agency, or mutuality, for which SNCC became famous to Baker, but erases the political contributions of Baker and other women activists. Childs highlights SNCC as the exemplary model of democratic organizing in the civil rights movement, in contrast to the hierarchical leaders' styles of groups such as the Nation of Islam (SCLC) or Black Panther Party. Of SNCC's guiding mentor, he writes, the indomitable Ella Baker played a key role in encouraging the mutualistic tendencies of SNCC. 10. Referring to the single woman he references merely once, and then only within a footnote, Childs conveniently transfers Baker's agency to the young Martin Luther King R. Offering a lengthy discussion of King, Childs writes that the emphasis on the common man as star performer marks another mutualistic element in King's work. According to Childs, Renaissance action signified participatory action for King, who perceived the importance of participants developing in political organizing as active participants through their cohesive cooperation with others. Childs's argument is more realistic if restricted to the post-1964 King. Elitism and sexism marred the politics of the early King, who battled with Baker and presided over a 88. Male cleric SCLC hierarchy that relegated most of the early SCLC organizing to Baker and a few volunteers. Compromising his discussion of democracy, Childs's analysis of anti-democratic tendencies and democratic agency within Black liberation struggles fails to address male elitism and gender politics, and so cannot fully assess vanguardism. Deploying a concept of agency via mutuality, he writes that the achievement of relationships based on respect and equality within a liberation struggle is a victory in itself. Ironically, the greatest practitioners of mutuality in the schools, churches, horns, farm fields, and neighborhoods, the sites for struggle in the movement, were women. As Kathleen Cleaver notes in Sex, Lies, and Videotapes, when we look at the newsreel footage from the movement era, despite at male historiography tells us, we see scores of women in meetings, at demonstrations, in protest. Activist women's stories and memoirs inform us of at least this much. Repression and women's activism. The strongest, most gripping accounts of Black radicalism usually surface in political memoirs. Women's civil rights autobiographies offer images of African American female agency in Black radicalism. These images remain marginal. This is partly because the most frequently read autobiographies of contemporary Black radicals, for instance the autobiography of Maliom Sue or George Axon's Blood in My Eye 14, are written by men. Historical accounts also tend to privilege Black male radicalism. Frederick Douglass's autobiography, for example, is considered representative of heroic individualism, while Harriet Cobb's narrative may be depicted as a lament against Black female victimization. Is agency is ascribed most strongly to the former, not the latter. This perception is compatible with other gender generalizations. For instance, categorizing Black women as essentially victims of racism, patriarchy, poverty, in effect diminishes their agency. Both feminists and masculinists have offered reductionist depictions that veil the democratic power of women organizers. Masculinist and patriarchal black writers often censure women who criticize sexism in African American leadership. 89. Men who offer similar pro-feminist critiques are less likely to be sanctioned, and more likely to be applauded for challenging male privilege. The hostility or indifference directed at feminist works on black gender politics largely reflects machismo, misogyny, and racial and gender defensiveness. Sometimes, though, women's writings on black agency are disparaged not because of their stance against black sexism but because of their ahistoricism and reductive generalizations. Universalizing personal opinions or experiences as analytical and representational, some feminists have created problematic accounts of gender politics in black liberation movements. Consider feminists Michelle Wallace's and Robin Morgan's critical appraisals of women in the civil rights movement. Wallace refers to the limitations of her early, controversial work, Black Macho and the Myth of the Superwoman, in a Village Voice essay in 1995.16. Most readers may not be aware of Wallace's criticisms of this book or the extent to which her criticisms relate a more balanced history of sexual politics in the civil rights movement. Wallace's youthful reductive reading of African American female agency was first published by Ms. in the turbulent wake of its release. Prominent black writers, including former movement activists, read, or deconstructed, Wallace's early work while others legitimized and promoted it as informed and pioneering black feminism. Morgan, a prominent feminist and former Ms. editor, takes Wallace's account of black female victimization to extraordinary lengths in an anti-violence narrative that disparages revolutionary agency and armed resistance. Yet, the mainstreaming of Wallace's polemic diminishes anti-racist radicalism and pre-notes the disappearance of political leadership. For instance, Morgan's description of her own activism in New York City CORE, the Congress of Racial Equality, reduces political resistance to performance. Her depictions of black women's activism prove to be even more problematic. In Demon Lover, on the sexuality of terrorism, she uses the analogy of a wife haranguing her husband to take out the garbage to discuss black gender relations in the Northern civil rights movement. Writing that black women had to nag black men into joining the movement, Morgan constructs a binary oppo. 90. Scission between black females and males to polarize sexual and racial struggles and therefore warnings and black liberation as mutually exclusive. Morgan reinscribes sexual racial renethology into black radicalism. Portraying African American Warren as stoically pacifist and passive in the Renoverment, Morgan represents black Warren as uniformly hard-working, deferential, and dependent and thus curtails their civil rights agency and leadership. She also depicts black Warren in the Renoverment as generally victimized by, as well as blind followers of, violence-prone black men. Beginning with Malcolm X, Morgan writes, African American men corrupted and derailed the civil rights movement by introducing violence into it. Demon Lover offers no discussion of women's roles in the black tradition of self-defense against white violence. The autobiographies of Renoverment Warren contest such stereotypes. Remember that Wiles Barnett carried a pistol by documenting black women's responses to racist violence during the movement. The view that black males introduced violence into the civil rights black liberation renovements in the late 1960s and early 1970s evokes the images of the stereotypical violence-prone black male to deflect from both state repression and women's responses to violence. Examples of both are found in the memoirs of women Renoverment radicals, such as Davis's Angela Davis, an autobiography, Bernice Onsen-Reagon's My Black Mothers and Sisters, or On Beginning a Cultural Autobiography, Anne Moody's Coming of Age in Mississippi, and Assata Shakur's Assata, an autobiography, Circumventing Elitism, an Ideological Bias in Historiography. Each woman embraced community development through organizations violently targeted by the Klan, police, and FBI, as well as plagued by internal factionalism and violence. Although many civil rights activists embraced nonviolence as a deeply held philosophy, others, including Baker, saw nonviolence as a tactical strategy rather than a moral commandment. A few women activists analyzed the role of violence in revolutionary struggle. The responses of women civil rights activists to violence varied. Some went armed while others had bodyguards for protection. Moody, who found the experience of sleeping with weapons almost as nerve-wracking as the 91 drive-by shootings by white racists, refused to arm herself in the SNCC Freedom House, although her young female friends and housemates did. Moody's memoir describes the lynching of Emmett Till when she was a 15-year-old domestic worker for one of the meanest white women in her town. Warned by her mother not to talk about the murder with whites, when questioned by her employer about Till's death, Moody lies, stating she has never heard of Till. Her feelings on the murder, interrogation, and need to lie about racist violence before whites produced her first emotions of hatred. Moody writes, "I hated the white men who murdered Emmett Till, and I hated all the other whites who were responsible for the countless other murders. I also hated Negroes, for not standing up and doing something about the murders. In fact, I think I had a stronger resentment toward Negroes for letting the whites kill them than toward the whites. Later in the 1960s, Moody entered Tougaloo College and was introduced to the civil rights movement by a white co-ed. Her memoir recalls how her mother begged her to leave the civil rights movement and warned her not to attend an upcoming NAACP convention in Axon. "I got a letter from Mama with dried-up tears on it, forbidding me to go to the convention. It went on for more than 6 pages. She said if I didn't stop that shit she would come to Tougaloo and kill me herself." Upon reading the letter, Moody realized that the sheriff and whites in her hometown, Centerville, knew that she was organizing in Tougaloo and that she could not return Horn. She also understood that her family could be harassed or endangered because of her political activism. Moody was, she recalls, the first Negro from my hometown who had openly demonstrated, worked with the NAACP, or anything. When Negroes threatened to do anything in Centerville, they were either shot like Samuel O'Quinn or run out of town, like Reverend Dupree. Violence shapes the pessimistic, despairing note upon which Coming of Age in Mississippi concludes. The toll that violence took on radical women has not been fully explored in civil rights historiography. In her autobiography, Davis writes of children victimized by racist violence in her hometown. Years after Till's murder, on September 16, 1963, weeks after the Civil Rights March on 92, Washington, a black church in Birmingham was bombed. Angela Davis was completing her junior year at Brandeis by studying abroad in France. She describes her reactions to the deaths of 4 girls, Carol Robertson, Cynthia Wesley, Addie Mae Collins, Denise McNair, acquaintances or friends of her family, and her younger sister, Fania. Mother told me later that when Mrs. Robertson heard that the church had been bombed, she called to ask Mother to drive her downtown to pick up Carol. She didn't find out, Mother said, until they saw pieces of her body scattered about 22. The objective significance of the murders, Davis reasons, was that rather than aberrations they were logical and inevitable. The people who planted the bomb in the girls' restroom in the basement of 16th Street Baptist Church were not pathological, but rather the normal products of their surroundings. This spectacular, violent event, the savage dismembering of 4 little girls, burst out of the daily, sometimes even dull, routine of racist oppression. Davis's anger and grim remarks proved incomprehensible to her French companions. "No matter how much I talked, the people around me were simply incapable of grasping it. They could not understand why the whole society was guilty of this murder, why their beloved Kennedy was also to blame, why the whole ruling stratum in their country, by being guilty of racism, was also guilty of this murder." 24. Her observations also proved alien to most Americans, who were oblivious or indifferent to state complicity in anti-black violence. Shakur, a former Black Panther Party member, who was a COINTELPRO target, criticizes militaristic vanguards who thought they could just pick up arms and struggle and that, somehow, people would see what they were doing and begin to struggle themselves. This desire to engage in a do-or-die battle with the power structure in America, even though they were weak and ill-prepared for such a fight, led some black militants to deny what she viewed as essential knowledge. The most important factor is that armed struggle, by itself, can never bring about a revolution. Revolutionary war is a people's war. 26. Revolutionary war was not synonymous with violence. A people's war, in Shakur's estimation, rejected militarist vanguardism for democratic collectives, political education, and critical consciousness. Perhaps because discussions of black female stances on revolutionary struggle and violence are disquieting, few debate the full extent of women's anti-racist radicalism. This seems especially true for academic texts, where even substantive discussions of black women's agency in civil rights organizing sometimes create nuanced evasions of radical agency. For instance, Pat Hilly Collins's Black Feminist Thought offers an impressively detailed review of black women's ideologies, and examines the erasure of black women's experiences in academic studies. Citing how both traditional scholarship and its Afrocentric and feminist critiques neglect black women's experiences, Collins writes that these omissions mirror problems plaguing existing scholarly conceptualizations of power, political resistance, and political activism. VP Black feminist scholarship, as Collins notes, provides essential information and analyses for the study of politics and theory. Unfortunately, black feminist thought also elides black female radicals. Reconstructing historical radicals as liberals, it deradicalizes militant women to generalize movement women activists as wedded to liberal politics. Collins redefines most forms of black women's anti-racist work, including social work, as radicalism. In doing so, her text serves as a primary example for the erasure of the black woman radical. Whereas Dubois highlighted women as models while minimizing their radical agency, Collins emphasizes women's agency by supplanting historical radicalism with liberalism, a sleight of hand that she masks by renaming the latter radical. In Black Feminist Thought, Collins urges the study of black women activists and notes the consideration of political activists as theorists and intellectuals. Rejecting the academic dichotomy between activism and the life of the mind, a catch-all phrase representing any number of mental activities, she argues that the words and actions of political activists have also contributed to the black women's intellectual tradition in an academic culture where African American women artists and political activists are typically thought of as non-intellectual and non-scholarly. Collins rejects a false dichotomy between scholarship and activism, between thinking and 94. Doing. Examining the ideas and actions of these excluded groups reveals a world in which behavior is a statement of philosophy and in which a vibrant, both/and, scholar/activist tradition remains intact. Amid its calls to bridge dichotomies and reconsider the political contributions of women organizers, Black feminist thought erases African American women's radical revolutionary politics in the civil rights movement. It therefore misrepresents the scale and political breadth of ideological praxis. Collins implicitly defines as revolutionary all black women who survive and thereby resist oppression, even if they do not engage in public activism or confrontation with the state. She does not mention women who engaged in revolutionary forms of activism through their participation in radical groups or underground movements. She refers to a few only in their post-movement professions as writers, academics, or intellectuals. Shrinking the ideological scale, Collins calls out the names of Baker, Reagan, and Davis. But she deletes any references to revolutionary or radical organizations such as the Student Nonviolent Coordinating Committee, the Communist Party USA, PUSA, Soledad Brothers Defense Committee, the Black Panther Party, or the National Alliance Against Racist and Political Repression, NARPAR. From her discussions, these black women cited by her were affiliated with such groups. Among the civil rights organizations, SNCC and CORE personified street activism and confrontation with segregation and institutionalized racism. Although Baker left the Southern Christian Leadership Conference, then headed by Martin Luther King Jr., because of its inaction, elitism, and sexism, to help found SNCC, Collins associates her only with the less radical and better-known SCLC. Through SNCC, Reagan became a Southern movement leader. Davis worked with that organization and the Black Panthers on the West Coast. She was also a member of the Soledad Brothers Defense Committee, and part of the national leadership of the Communist Party and the National Alliance Against Racist and Political Repression. Treating Davis and Reagan merely as writers, Collins elides female anti-racist, radical leadership. Omissions that decontextualize to depoliticize revolutionary women reflect the anti-radical tendencies in American historiography. This trend toward 95. A national, cultural anti-radicalism, and anti-communism, severs revolutionary organizations from the continuum of democratic politics. Radicals disappear only to reappear as writers, reconstructing the politics of a tumultuous era, redefine the liberal or centrist as radical. Decontextualized, militant historical black women's activism is recast in the image of the respectable middle-class black feminist or community worker as reductionism leads to simplistic readings of the African American liberation struggle and those who waged it. In conceptualizing black women's activism, Collins cites the informal leadership black women have exerted in the male-dominated black church, but fails to note the conservative roles black churches played in stymieing progressive struggles. J.E. Significantly, Collins focuses her brief discussion of black women's activism on black female domestics, educators, and churchgoers. Although some women in their areas of employment, religion, or social work engaged in the civil rights movement as activists, not all of their acts can be generalized as radical. Restricting radical political traditions to conventional occupations pre-notes the disappearance of the militant black woman activist. Church women and teachers engaged in radical acts of resistance, yet Collins's text gives few specifics of political radicalism and no indication whether the women's relationships with radical or revolutionary groups were supportive or oppositional. For instance, what were their demands on the state? Their critiques of capitalism? Their stances on political repression? Their interventions on behalf of political prisoners? Their efforts in the Free Angela Davis campaign? Redefining black women's radicalism as a variation of liberalism, Collins masculinizes black radicalism and revolutionary politics, and thereby inadvertently suggests that only men engage in revolutionary struggle, only men have an understanding of violence and violent repression, only men hate their oppressors. In these gender truisms that relegate women to a loftier, more soothing role in resistance, we see the misrepresentation of female anti-racist radicalism. On the question of violence, both feminist and non-feminist mainstream accounts of the civil rights black liberation movements are mostly silent about black women's agency in the face of state repression. Violence. 96. Either intimidates volatile thinkers into paralysis or it eats as a idealist. In the political autobiographies, women endure threats, arrests, beatings, and imprisonment. As targets, they were sometimes shunned by black immunities, we feared their presence would incite violent reprisals from whites. In the civil rights movement, activists, facing violence from civil and state repression, brought new meanings to democracy. Recovering agency. According to Dolores Williams, if progressive women uncover black women's roles in liberation, they will better understand the relation of black history to the contemporary folk expression. If Rosa Parks had not sat down, Martin King would not have stood up. We can add that if Parks had not sat down and later organized with E.D. Nixon, and with Joanne Robinson and others in the Women's Political Caucus, as well as the Montgomery Improvement Association, the Montgomery bus boycott would not have emerged. Parks has become an icon, while Robinson and the Women's Political Caucus are barely known. Remembering the contributions of lesser-known women activists and radicals increases understandings of anti-racist leadership and progressive change. Male-dominated podiums or pulpits cannot completely hide the democratic agency of grassroots workers. The majority of these activists were and continue to be women working in churches, schools, neighborhoods, farm fields, and factories, seeking democratic power, liberation, and sustenance. Corrective scholarship highlights the role of women in the civil rights movement. Civil rights activists Septima Clark, Io Ann Robinson, and Rosa Parks have published their memoirs. Channel Lee's dissertation on N.K. Mills's biography of Fannie Lou Hamer are also part of the expanding literature in gender-inclusive CORI rights historiography. Joanne Grant, whose documentary Fundi, The Story of Ella Baker provided my first encounter with Miss Baker, has a forthcoming biography on the civil rights radical, who one day may be more largely recognized as one of if not the most influential of the American radicals of the civil rights movement. F. 97. The Present Future. Contemporary Crises UND Block Intellectuals. Whoever believes or claims to believe that there is some possibility of emerging from the crisis on a world scale without blood, suffering, wearisome struggles, on a national and international scale. Whoever says this is a charlatan or a foo. Co-L.R. Jarnes American Cividiration. Photo courtesy of Ross Hamilton/AI. Tyson Stinson and church members inside the Emmanuel Christian Fellowship Church damaged by arson, Portland, Oregon, June, 1996. 5. On Racial Violence UND Democracy. Hannah Arendt asserts in On Violence that democratic power is most severely tested and diminished by violence. Only violence, maintains Arendt, can so thoroughly decimate a community that it destroys the collective unity and communal interactions necessary for the appearance of democratic power. Expanding upon her insights, we might add our own observations regarding Black life in American democracy, whether through economic exploitation, police brutality, Klan or racist burnings, or self-infliction. Violence destroys the spirit of freedom and courageous resistance, and erodes the ability of Black communities to raise intellectuals and political actors. Arendt's insights into democratic power also entail confusing, contradictory positions on racism and citizenry. For instance, although she condemned racial repression, she viewed 1957 civil rights protests in Little Rock, Arkansas, to end school desegregation as acts that destabilized rather than expanded democracy. Arendt's inconsistencies on racial justice and democracy mirror the confusion of a national culture that historically promoted democratic thought while it pursued racist politics. In our movements for democracy, Black activists and intellectuals have had to contend with the threat and reality of violence. In the aftermath of the Civil War, in the first aborted Reconstruction, white terror sought, with no little success, to 101. Disenfranchise newly emancipated Blacks. A century later, in the second reconstruction of the Southern Civil Rights Movement, activists led the federal government to enforce the 13th, 14th, and 15th Amendments of the previous century. As had their 19th-century ancestors, civil rights activists appealed to the federal government for protection. Unfortunately, they had to contend with federal agencies, such as the Federal Bureau of Investigation, that waged their own forms of terror to destabilize anti-racist organizing. In the 1960s and 1970s, violence against civil rights and Black liberation activists escalated through a national counterintelligence program, COINTELPRO. FBI Director J. Edgar Hoover established the program in 1956 to disrupt the Communist Party USA. Later it was used to exacerbate factionalism and incite violence among revolutionary groups such as the Socialist Workers' Party, the Black Panther Party, and the Puerto Rican Independentistas, and even among reactionary organizations such as the Ku Klux Klan. In 1967, the FBI extended COINTELPRO to include so-called Black nationalist hate groups. Some scholars such as Kevin O'Reilly depict the abuses of the FBI as an aberration of Hoover's racist idiosyncrasies. However, others argue that the FBI's strategizing with agencies such as the CIA, National Guard, local sheriff, and police to destabilize civil rights organizing suggests more than rogue operatives undermining law-abiding enforcement agencies. Under Hoover's counterintelligence program, the FBI sent anonymous communiques to Martin Luther King Jr. recommending that he commit suicide before he was exposed as a moral fraud. It also infiltrated and disrupted the SCLC, SNCC, CORE, the Nation of Islam, Malcolm X's Organization of Afro-American Unity, OAAU, and the Black Panther Party. In general, human rights activists were tied up in court litigations, detained as political prisoners, and criminalized as political dissenters. The most effective groups and leaders at mobilizing mass confrontations with government authorities were targeted by the FB. Its March 4, 1968, memo dictates directives for COINTELPRO's maximum effectiveness, recommending 102. That the agency prevent true Black revolutions by blocking coalitions among Black nationalist groups and the rise of a Black nationalist leader or Law. The Black Panther Party was undermined by violent state repression, as well as its lack of democratic process. Joint operations between the Chicago police and the FBI led to the murders of Black Panther leaders Fred Hampton and Mark Clark. The party was frayed by internal divisions and government destabilization through dirty tricks and legal repression. Party members died in shootouts with police or were derailed from organizing by legal battles. The government failed to obtain convictions in most Panther trials, Joanne Grant writes, due to the increasing numbers of blacks on juries and decreasing credibility of police testimony. Jurors seemed to hold the view that many political trials had come about through the activities of agents provocateurs and police spies. Black Panther attorney Charles Gary asserts that 28 party members were murdered by the police. Police worked in coordination with the FBI. The Panthers were also torn by internal fratricidal politics, as the line between Panther internal violence and FBI infiltration and agent provocateurs blurred. By 1974, the party was devastated. African American intellectuals have both rebelled and collapsed when confronting repressive violence. Anti-black violence created a vortex for revolutionary thinking as well as discouraged African Americans from engaging in radical democratic movements. A nation that barely refers to how its history of slavery and genocide normalized violence offers little in the way of an explanation or an atonement for the destruction of black activists. Likewise, we are hard-pressed to find discussions that address how violent repression and state collusion or indifference make communities more susceptible to demagogues' promises of protection. The appeal of militarist posturing from such diverse groups as the Panthers a generation ago or the Nation of Islam's Fruit of Islam today expands or shrinks in proportion to the intensity of anti-black violence in society. The race rhetoric that declares a people to be at war with their racialized oppressors renders democratic debate and decision a luxury if not a pernicious indulgence inside black 103 groups and thereby circumscribes democratic politics. How we manage to expand our critiques and confrontations with anti-black violence without resorting to militarist rhetoric and posturing is critical, yet elusive. Black and American intellectuals who discuss and confront anti-black violence face the paradox of seeking recourse via state protection, despite the state's unacknowledged historical complicity in such violence. Lynching moonings and metaphors. Lynchings preoccupied black intellectuals in the postbellum era because they seem to epitomize the ultimate right under white rule, arbitration over black life. The lynch rope became the American metaphor for deified and debased humanity, of both white executioners and black victims. Lynching, police malfeasance and brutality, and the indifference of the courts preyed upon all blacks, but particularly devastated the lives of poorer African Americans. Yet racist violence proved a catalyst for black intellectualism. It also served, and continues to serve, as a measure for determining intellectualism's relevance to African American life. For instance, when William Patterson and the African American-led Civil Rights Congress petitioned the United Nations with "We charge genocide, the crime of government against the Negro people," citing lynchings with photographs of lynch victims, the document promoted the language and implementation of the 1948 UN Convention on the Prevention and Punishment of Genocide. Months before Rosa Parks sat down on the Montgomery bus in 1955, Emmett Till was lynched. Like the lynchings of Ames Chaney, Andrew Goodman, and Michael Schwerner nearly 10 years later, his murder both haunted and mobilized Americans. Contemporary black academics debate the relationships of earlier intellectuals to activism to end racist violence. Responding to a dispute over this issue at an academic conference, in 1995 the Journal of Blacks in Higher Education printed a brief paragraph with the banner "The Brutal Reason Why Racial Integration of American Colleges, Universities, and Secondary Schools Was Not the Principal Concern of Black Intellectuals in the Pre-World War II Period," and an ACOM 104 painting photograph of a 1930 double lynching in Marion, Indiana. In the photograph, two black men hang from trees as a large crowd of smiling whites stands below their brutalized bodies. The journal editors informed its readers that some black educators at a symposium questioned our insistence that racial integration in education was not at the head of the agenda of black intellectuals during the Harlem Renaissance of the 1920s. Here are 376 reasons why our statement is probably true. They then proceed to list over 300 publicly recorded lynchings of African Americans between 1920 and 1935. The Arnold's death count is based on the Negro Almanac. In 1920, 53 blacks were lynched, in 1921, 59 died, in 1922, 51, in 1923, 29 were lynched. The numbers of victims fell to 16 in 1924, increased to 17 in 1925. In 1926, 23 died, 16 were lynched in 1927, 10 in 1928, 7 in 1929, the numbers soared to 20 in 1930, fell again to 12 in 1931, diminished to 6 in 1932, exploded to 24 in 1933, subsided to 15 murders in 1934, and rose again to 18 in 1935. 9 over a 15-year span, the number of ritual killings rose and fell only to rise and fall again, repeating their grisly cycle in a roller coaster ride of terror for Black Americans. Today, the imagery rather than the act of lynching prevails. Anti-lynching crusaders risked their lives to change the meaning and the symbolism of the term. Through their efforts, lynchings would constitute white rather than black guilt and depravity. A century after the historic, heroic struggles by anti-lynching crusaders, we freely use the term in curious ways. The most heinous form of racist violence has become a prop in black performance politics. Since blackness continues as the indicator of guilt in white American society, and lynching is the most visceral image of white victimization of blacks, the charge of lynching remains one of the strongest expressions of innocence by black males. Clarence Thomas, crying that he was a victim of a high-tech lynching, used the term as a shield against sexual harassment charges in his 1991 Supreme Court confirmation hearings. He was supported by ultra-conservatives who advocated the repeal of civil rights legislation. 105. Several years later, supporters of Ben Chavis denounced his removal from NAACP leadership for misappropriation of funds to settle a sexual discrimination suit by describing his ouster as a legal lynching. But whites have also struggled to reclaim the meaning of this highly charged symbol. In the synonymy of blackness with violence, the specter of lynching appears as the expression of American rage and retribution. In the postbellum era, whites deployed lynchings to quell black independence and equality. At the end of the Second Reconstruction, it was appropriated in the rhetoric of white, male, victimization. Ronald Reagan used lynching as a backdrop for the victim narratives of white men shaken by civil rights legislation redressing racial and sexual discrimination. Touring for his 1980 presidential candidacy, Reagan spoke in Philadelphia, Mississippi, the site of the 1964 Tri-PLE lynching of civil rights activists Cheney, Goodman, and Schwerner. His speech failed to condemn the murders yet gave voice to the new racial victims, white males allegedly disenfranchised by civil rights and other progressive legislation. During his 8-year presidency, Reagan continuously inverted racial victimization to legitimize the claims by the dominant caste that they were harmed by the gains of racially and sexually subjugated peoples. This stance extended from domestic to foreign policies. Inaugurating the conservative revolution, Reagan's Mississippi performance supplanted the symbol of martyred anti-racists with that of oppressed whites or racists who opposed legal measures to end discrimination. Today, 16 years after Reagan's presidential campaign in Mississippi, the nation is racked by the sometimes violent campaigns of angry white men, survivalists, militiamen, freemen to address their outrage at their allegedly diminished status as racial and gender elites. American idiosyncratic and cynical expressions of victimization, rage, and punishment invoke lynching as justified force against a violent, external threat personified by blacks. These expressions claim as wild the racial victim status for whites. For over a century, in the postbellum, Cori rights, and war on crime eras, we have seen black personified violence. 106. And the masking of institutional racial violence and white criminality. Such masking seeks to absolve a nation from confronting violence. In the tragedy and cynical criminality of black scapegoating, the criminalization of blacks provides occasional opportunities for national chagrin. For instance, in 1989, after Boston police spent weeks detaining or strip-searching black men, ostensibly in search of the murderer of Carol Stewart, a pregnant white woman, her husband, Charles Stewart, committed suicide. The recipient of a large life insurance policy on his wife, Stewart had initially stated that an unknown black man shot and killed Carol and wounded her as they sat side by side in their car in Roxbury. 5 years later in South Carolina, Susan Smith reported that an unknown BIAC man had abducted her 2 toddlers in a carjacking. Her claims instigated a regional manhunt and widespread interrogation of black males. Later, Smith admitted that she drowned her children by locking them in the car and allowing it to roll down a bank into a lake. After Smith's confession, a national news magazine ran a cartoon depicting a pinafore Goldilocks confidently informing 3 frowning bears, glumly staring at empty porridge bowls, that a black guy did it. Despite satirical commentary on racism, scapegoating remains pervasive as the racial myths used by individual white murderers mirror the images of white media. Racial bias undergirded mainstream media reports of the April 19, 1995, bombing of the federal building in Oklahoma City, which occurred on the anniversary of the World Trade Center bombing, and the Bureau of Alcohol, Tobacco, and Firearms, ATF's storming of the Branch Davidian compound in Waco, Texas. Immediately following the Oklahoma City bombing, media terrorist experts, legitimized by the press as authoritative, characterized it as a Muslim bombing. The U.S. profile of the national killer is the black, its profile for the international killer or terrorist is the Arab, imbued with blackness. The extensive manhunt after the bombing focused on men with Middle Eastern accents. Several days later, the police released composite sketches of white males. Within the week, Timothy McVeigh, a white man associated with the 107 right-wing militia movement, was arrested for the bombing in which 167 people, including children, died. At first, corrective press reports on the Stewart, Smith, and Oklahoma City tragedies discussed the ways in which media initially racialized manhunts. These reflections were sporadic and brief. Few media accounts dwelt on the racist imagery employed by Stewart, Smith, or the militia. Few press reports analyzed the racialized manhunts that dominated the first hours and days following the tragedies. Most national, mainstream coverage downplayed the racist ideology of the militia. Although white extremists advocate the right to violence against a federal government in part because it allegedly promotes the rights of blacks, immigrants, women, gays, and lesbians, paradoxically, this argument is made at a time when national and state governments repeal legislation protecting the rights of disenfranchised groups under the mandate of a new federalism. Coverage depicted outraged whites demanding, for the white offenders, the swift justice of extralegal execution in the tortured death associated with blacks' lynching. White Americans were also cited in the national press calling for the lynching of Susan Smith and Timothy McVeigh. Paradoxically, the rise of right-wing coalitions marks the use of black revolutionary struggle as an apologia for white fascists 12 who, like social criminals Stewart and Smith, filter the responsibility for their savagery through the black image. The specters of black criminality and white, security African Americans have consistently, and with the greatest unity and outrage, battled racist violence. Responding to 3 waves of racist violence in the 20th century, from turn-off-the-century lynchings through mid-century repression of civil rights activists to the late-century racialized prison industry, state executions, and new manifestations of police racism, 13 black intellectuals countered racial terror and fascistic movements within democracy. Historically, confronting racist violence, black intellectuals lectured, wrote, and organized institutions, coalitions and protests, more than a few fought. 108. Back in armed self-defense. Today white mob terror is an anomaly in anti-black violence. The greatest threat of physical violence to blacks comes from black youths. The dilemmas for black intellectuals today manifest in crime, the criminalization and imprisonment of blacks, and the role of the state in anti-black repression. In the criminalization of blacks and the racially biased death penalty exist the chimerical rights of poor and black peoples. Present in the punitive policies of the prison industry are the symbols of past servitude, embodied in forced labor camps and the return of chain gangs in Florida, Alabama, and Arizona. Boston Globe columnist Derek Z. Axon notes that although violent crime is at a record 20-year low, and its most likely victims are African American teenagers, because of media coverage the white public perceives itself as besieged by black criminals. LN its Blazing Orange Murder Edition. Newsweek's graphics department, not to be outdone by Time's blackening of O. Simpson's mug shot, displayed the number of homicides in African American liberation colors. In current, common racial discourse, blackness remains the synonym for violent criminality. Whites are the greatest perpetuators of sexual and physical violence against other whites, yet as a group they remain the least likely to receive the death penalty for violent crimes. The group least likely to receive mandatory sentencing for drug abuse, white male suburbanites, constitute the majority of cocaine users. Linked with social pathology and sexual violence in the national psyche, blacks are viewed by many whites as contaminants in the political body. The use of blacks as national symbols for savagery diminishes concern for violence in general, especially in its non-racialized forms. Propaganda around race and violence seems to exacerbate our lives in election years. In the last decade, despite their diminishing material conditions, many whites, particularly males, voted for candidates who passed policies and legislation benefiting the top 5% of the DS population. Within a week of a House Ways and Means report, The New York Times informed on March 29, 1990 that economic gains from 1980 to 1989 were tied to property and higher corporate profits. DS personal savings rates of the net national income declined from 8.9% to 3.6%. Average hourly wages, $109. Decreased from $9.84 an hour to $9.66. At the same time, the percent of the working population rose from 59.6% to 63.3%. U.S. families, particularly the working class and lower middle classes, earned more during the last decade because they worked more. Women wage workers were largely responsible for family income gains, as women holding two paying jobs moved from double to triple shifts. From 1989 to 1993, the average U.S. household annual income fell 7% for a loss of $2,344. 18. Eroding standards of living promote scapegoating to deflect from deadening economic conditions. Racialized and sexual resentment is evinced even among the affluent. In theory, college-educated, middle-class voters are less susceptible to racist demagoguery. In practice, the majority of votes for neo-Nazi David Duke in his 1992 Louisiana gubernatorial campaign came from Renadil das not poor whites. Candidate Duke capitalized on stereotypes of the black welfare cheat and criminal, although the largest financial thefts of public monies come from white-collar crime and the majority of public aid recipients are white. Racialized resentments and fears are political tools to profit from the image of violence-prone blacks. Republican strategist Lee Atwater managed George Bush's 1988 campaign, and arguably secured his victory by playing to racial fears, the so-called race card, through the Willie Horton television ad campaign which focused on a black convict on work furlough, Horton, who raped a middle-class white woman. Atwater's strategy for GOP electoral victories remains sound advice. The image of the black criminal and social parasite allows non-blacks to transcend their own differences and interests to form a conservative bloc. This image also obscures the specificity of crime, violence, and economic dependency in the United States. U.S. visual culture renders social violence, particularly sexual violence, synonymous with blackness. This legitimizes state violence and wars on crime or drugs against racialized criminalized groups. Depictions of U.S. violence are usually racialized and so have been effective in mobilizing national support for the three strikes legislation of mandatory sentencing, expanding police powers, and the death penalty. Consider that in U.S. death sentencing, the race of victim and defendant are determining factors. Between 1977 and 1986 nearly 90% of prisoners executed had been convicted of killing whites, although the number of black victims was approximately equal to that of white victims. In the 1970s, Georgia sentenced to death those convicted of killing whites 11 times more than those convicted of killing blacks. In the mid-1980s, the Supreme Court ruled this was an acceptable level of difference, given the past strides in racial equality. Overall, those who killed whites were 20% more likely to receive the death penalty than those who killed blacks, and, in similar cases, black defendants would receive the death penalty more often than whites. Intellectuals such as Ione Weidman and Alice Walker have helped to mobilize national and international responses against the death penalty and police malfeasance, by drawing public attention to the case of Mumia Abu-Ayamal, a death row intellectual and author of Live Rom Death Row 20. Performing revolutionary violence. Audre Lorde's adage "The master's tools can never dismantle the master's house" has great relevance. Still, the image of revolutionary violence, the Fanonian reversals in which the oppressed use the violent tactics of the oppressor, retain currency. 21 Their strongest appearance lies in cultural performance. In its lyrics for Rebel Without a Pause on the album/CD It Takes a Nation millions to hold us back, freedom is a road se/dom traveled by the multitude. Public Enemy identifies itself on this track as a supporter of Ches Simmer. Ion Ches Simmer is Asada Shakur's slave name. Various works that target police officers. NWA's Fuck the Police, Public Enemy's Arizona music video on assassinating white racists in state government, Sister Souljah's music video featuring a black woman in a shootout with racist cops in a black neighborhood, and Ice-T's group Body Counts Cop Killer video have received condemnations. Censorship of these anti-police tracks may come from those indifferent to sexism and black-on-black violence in rap music. Images of black-on-black violence are tolerable, but 111. Images of black violence against whites, particularly against police, are considered heinous. Paradoxically, while police violence against blacks is the occasion for searing national self-reflection on racism, especially in the aftermath of the 1992 Los Angeles riots, state violence against incarcerated blacks is deemed more acceptable. Black political agency seems embedded in cultural performance with the performing revolutionary. The selling of black political culture suggests a race discourse abstracted from material struggles and radical agency, one that trivializes violence. In recounting the struggles of revolutionary and radical activist intellectuals, some reduce agency to performance. Where performance reigns, vacuous renditions of black revolutionary struggles take center stage. Performing blackness reworks the history of radicalism to market black power as a commodity. In 1995, black publications such as YSB, Young Sisters and Brothers, ran an advertisement for the Panther sweepstakes of $1,000 of personal empowerment money to promote Mario Van Peebles' Hollywood movie Panther. When performing blackness pays in promotional book sales and other ventures, black intellectuals may glibly entertain by repackaging black radical struggles to appeal to commercial consumers. For instance, in his 1994 National Public Radio, Fresh Air interview to promote Colored People 22, Henry Louis Gates reminisced that as a youth, he found viewing the 1960s televised desegregation battles in Birmingham where police used dogs, water blasts from fire hoses, and billy clubs to attack black protesters to be akin to watching a basketball game, the New York Knicks vs. the Chicago Bulls. In various evasions of anti-racist militancy, conservatives and liberals may discredit radicalism that confronts racist violence as anachronistic to the romanticized 1960s. How black intellectuals construct a unified program for action amid repression, evasion, and the appropriation of black radicalism and resistance remains a monumental challenge for black progressivism. 112. 6. The Common Program. Rus, Klus, Sex, UND Politics. Black intellectuals have historically argued for specific political agendas and the establishment of a common program for a broad-based movement. Responding to the critical need for a common program, some black intellectuals seek to organize multiracial formations of progressives. Often these formations advance effective policies to redress injustice. For instance, the political platforms of leaders such as Marion Wright Edelman unify both African Americans and Americans in general for progressive struggles. In their lowest common denominator, though, shorn of critiques of institutionalized violence, racism/sexism, and economic exploitation, agendas can echo Rodney King's consensus-building plea - can't we all just get along? Despite the lack of substantive strategies, the national preference for centrist politics, particularly in times of racialized turmoil, leads many to claim that only a politics of consensus matters. In the quest for black unity for social justice, agency either bridges or splits along ideological differences and identity politics. Progressive African American intellectuals and radicals have issued the call for a unifying, common program for Black liberation struggles with detailed analysis and vision. For instance, integrating feminist, anti-racist, and socialist politics in the call to unity, Paul Robeson outlines a common program in his autobiography, Here Stand. 115. Paul Robeson emerged after World War XI as one of America's most prominent cultural artists and intellectuals. By the late 1940s, Robeson was targeted by the U.S. government for his anti-racist, pro-socialist, and communist sentiments and activities. When the Truman administration denied the performer a passport in 1949, Robeson was marginalized and barred from both national and international media and cultural stages. Yet he continued to voice his political thoughts. Through the Freedom newspaper, which was published from 1951 to 1955, Robeson and other radical Black writers, artists, and members of the National Negro Labor Council continued to challenge and shape American perspectives on race, class, and gender politics. In 1971, some 20 years after the founding of Freedom and his ban by the VS government, Robeson published his autobiography. Focusing on Black economic power and self-determination in Here I Stand, Robeson writes that independent Black organizations such as churches, fraternal orders, women's clubs, and so forth will increasingly take the lead because they are closer to the Negro rank and file, more responsive to their needs, and less subject to control by forces outside the Negro community. Emphasizing the role of Black trade unionists, he notes, "We are a working people and the pay envelope of the Negro worker is the measure of our general welfare and progress. For the key to set into motion our power of organization," writes Robeson, "is the concept of coordinated action. For Hearn, coordinated action entails uniting the various Black organizations to plan and to carry out the common struggle." Like Du Bois, Robeson ties the concept and practice of Black leadership to service. "The primary quality that Negro leadership must possess," he writes, "is a single-minded dedication to their people's welfare." Robeson emphasizes the importance of women's leadership in his memoir. In a chapter called The Power of Negro Action, he advocates Black women's agency as indispensable. "We need more of our women in the higher ranks, too, and who should know better," writes Robeson, "than the children of Harriet Tubman, Sojourner Truth, and Mary Church Terrell that our women folk have often led the way. Negro womanhood today is giving us many inspiring examples of steadfast devotion, cool courage under 116 fire, and brilliant generalship in our people's struggles, and here is a major source for new strength and militancy in Negro leadership on every level." Robeson's call for Black unity encompassed more than workers, non-whites, and women. It crossed ideological and party lines. Referring to what he termed our common viewpoint as Negroes, referencing the oppression that all Blacks experienced on some level in a white-dominated society, Robeson advocated an inclusive, non-partisan unity, devoid of factionalism. Robeson's trans-ideological union is problematized by the rise of Black Republicans in a neoconservative era, and the increasing splintering of Black political consensus. Still, for Robeson, the commonality of Black oppression and African Americans' willingness to submerge individualism and personal gain for the collective good forged the binding ties. A unified leadership of a unified movement means that people of all political views, conservatives, liberals, and radicals, must be represented therein. Let there be but one requirement made without exception, that Negro leadership, and every man and woman in that leadership, place the interest of our people, and the struggle for those interests, above all else. Robeson repeatedly asserted the urgent need to work out a common program of action for Negro Americans in the crisis of our times. The need for unified Black movements that further an anti-racist, socialist agenda that recognizes Black female leadership concerned Robeson as well as other Black intellectuals such as C.L.R. Arns, Angela Davis, and Manning Marable. Adding feminism and gay and lesbian rights to Robeson's formulations, Marable describes in Blackwater a common program agenda and principles for socialism, anti-racism, and self-determination. Recounting African Americans' attempts to forge a common program for economic and social justice, Marable discusses black labor and Pan-African organizing, the 1972 National Black Political Assembly in Gary, Indiana, and the Congressional Black Caucus. For Marable, the common program differs from a coalition, and coalescing or consensus-building politics are not synonymous with radical agency. Attempting to bridge between dominant neoconservatives or reactionaries and marginalized progressives is like trying to unify a privileged white society that claims racism to be a thing of the past and impoverished, disenfranchised colored communities that experience racism as a daily assault. Those privileged to define the parameters of what constitutes legitimate consent and dissent tend to determine the objectives of consensus-building politics. For example, mainstream civil rights coalitions were routinely criticized for catering to the interests of their white influential members and financial supporters, to the disadvantage of their most desperate constituency, poor blacks. Consensus building was a problem among black groups and leaders. Marable describes the divisions between black leaders and intellectuals during the demise of the Black Power movement in the early 1970s. The belief guiding the movement, and Robeson to some extent, that all blacks shared similar interests and enemies disintegrated during the infighting of black organizations. In which, according to Marable, nationalists lost ground to integrationists. Black intellectuals during the civil rights Black Power movements attempted to move beyond coalition politics toward a common program. For Marable, the failure of black progressives to identify a common program as well as das stratification undermined the movement. We can add to Marable's argument that government destabilization and repression also crippled the movement. While poor blacks were set economically adrift, black elites became middle das or consolidated their status as middle das from gains made by social agitation. All the while, writes Marable, the progressive politics of a marginalized radical minority became co-opted into the general society. A quarter of a century ago, Martin Kilsory's 1969 essay The New Black Intellectuals identified two types of black intellectuals in conflict and uneasy alliance. Referring to working das or lower middle das urban street thinkers and community activists as para-intellectuals, Kilson describes these self-made intellectuals as generally lacking formal education and employed within the underground economy of street selling and illegal activities. According to Kilson, both Malcolm X and Louis X, Farrakhan, developed as para-intellectuals through their associations with the Nation of Islam. This new urban black intelligentsia was in conflict with the traditional talented tenth of doctors, lawyers, and teachers, Kilson argued. Self. 118. Made intellectuals greater proximity to and shared cultural experiences, ending the negative experiences of police brutality, with the poorer blacks meant that they were more often chosen as spokesmen for non-white blacks during the civil unrest of the 1960s. 14 designated as the legitimate and natural leaders, para-intellectuals, Kilson maintained, accomplished what established mainstream black intellectuals had little desire or success in doing. They helped to politicize black urban masses in their critiques of black-white relations and their suggestions for policies to change these relations in ways beneficial to non-white blacks. The emergence of this urban leadership created a crisis among Kilson's established intelligentsia or the traditional talented tenth. To consolidate their status as black leadership, the formally educated elite could, Kilson notes, leave militancy to the para-intellectuals and concentrate on building the moderate, integration politics, or it could compete with street intellectuals by creating a lower-class-oriented black militancy of its own, or elites could form coalitions with the para-intellectuals on the latter's terms. Kilson makes some pessimistic observations, that an established black intelligentsia used the militancy of poorer blacks to argue for more access for African Americans, while the natural leadership amid the poor was bought off with jobs and structural placement. His recommendations for alliances between the two leaderships argue for a mutually beneficial pact. Para-intellectuals acquire the skills and political savvy they badly need, while the professional politicians acquire both legitimacy in the eyes of the black lower das and valuable political workers. Although some might view Kilson's 1969 marriage of convenience as a viable model for contemporary contracts, he fails to note the analyses held by that era's revolutionary black nationalists whose politics were circumscribed by neither the para-intellectuals nor the established intelligentsia's opportunistic accommodationism. Revolutionary Bloc nationalism UND nationalist women. Progressive elements of Black nationalism are traceable to the later thought of Malcolm X, who has come to symbolize 119. Black resistance, independence, and revolutionary struggle. L. After the March 8, 1964, break with the Nation of Islam and its political conservatism and alienation from the civil rights movement, Malcolm X began to state political views that brought her closer to radical civil rights activists. This Malcolm X inspires revolutionary nationalists, while the earlier Malcolm X appeals to cultural nationalists. J. Malcolm's revolutionary nationalism expressed concern for Black self-determination as well as for international liberation movements. J. Movement radicals, as internationalists, viewed the civil rights movement as a decolonization struggle. Even before his departure from the Nation of Islam, Malcolm X supported decolonization movements in countries such as Cuba. His 1960 meeting with Fidel Castro in Harlem signals this revolutionary internationalism reminiscent of Du Bois' Wilberforce address. Once, in referring to Che Guevara, the Argentinian doctor who fought in the 1959 Cuban Revolution, Malcolm X stated, "I love a revolutionary." His affection for revolutionaries was shared by other civil rights activists who, like Malcolm X, defined revolutionary politics within the context of Black nationalism. They also placed revolutionary nationalism within the context of Black women's lives. Malcolm's increasingly progressive gender politics and nationalism influenced and were influenced by radical Black women activists. Urging women to assume the chief responsibility for passing on Black cultural traditions to the children and to imbue Black men with political militancy, Malcolm X would quote an African proverb, "Educate a man and you educate an individual. Educate a woman and you educate an entire family." On one level this manifests as a sexist homily to further Black instrumental politics. On another level, radical women embraced and shaped the political ideologies espoused by Black male intellectuals such as Malcolm X. Bernice Onson Reagon places Black liberation and nationalism within the context of mothering. As a concept and practice, mothering evinces forms of community caretaking sometimes supportive of, sometimes antithetical to, radical Black intellectualism. Contradictory images of mothering in Black resistance reflect the larger society's bipolar stereotypes of the good mother and the bad mother, sometimes, the latter. 120. Represents the woman who counters violence with violence. Most mothers, rather than school their children in radical resistance to dominance, teach them to get along in order to survive, with coping strategies that create new forms of covert resistance to subjugation. Still, mother figures abide in Black liberation struggles. Southern civil rights activists revered women leaders such as Annie Devine, Septima Clark, Rosa Parks, and Fannie Lou Hamer with the title Movement Mamrenas. Such women raised white as well as Black young activists in SNCC and Students for a Democratic Society later, feminist organizations, functioning in social and political struggles as birth mothers and midwives. In the Northern Black Liberation Movement, Malika May Adams recounts that New York City Black Panther Party women moved from the title of guerrilla woman to that of mother security. Women and men mothered, understood as a feminine not female characteristic, youth and activists of all ethnicities into spiritual and physical survival/resistance to oppression. Reagon's mothering includes the spiritual art and political act of nation building. For Reagon, whole families or communities perform the role of political mothering, whether it is from the mother or the grandmother or the aunt or the babysitter or the nursery. The first words that the child begins to speak, the first smells, the songs, the body stances, the tastes, come from the women part of the society. 28. Direct involvement in the reproduction of a people through nurturing future generations links Black women to nationalism. Black women are nationalists in our efforts to form a nation that will survive in this society, and we are also the major cultural carriers and passers-on of the traditions of our people. Such women create a Black space where African American life can grow as nationalistic, cultural, and also revolutionary. Reagon defines revolution within the context of Black nationalism, as the stopping or the turning around, the radical change of direction that entails a lot of violence and a cleansing process. V. Reagan worked with SNCC leader and Mississippi Freedom Democratic Party, MFDP, congressional candidate Fannie Lou Hamer, described by Malcolm X as one of this country's foremost freedom fighters. V. In her essay on women as cultural carriers, Reagan expands upon Malcolm's statements to 121. Describe black women's nationalism. We are, at the base of our identities, nationalists, builders, carriers of cultural traditions, key to the formation and continuance of culture. We are the ONEs who touch the children first and most consistently. 81. For Reagan, women are at the center of black nation building because they provide the most consistent concept of nationhood among a people. With black people in the United States, we understand that one of our responsibilities is to live and struggle so that there will be another generation of people. This makes us, black women, as a group within the black community, nationalistic. 32. The women shouldering the responsibility of black people's continuance, however, included more than cultural nationalists. Some were political revolutionaries. Misogyny, homophobia, and ethnic chauvinism obviously existed and exist in some forms of black nationalism and its contemporary offshoots. However, gender-progressive women in the civil rights and black liberation movements, such as Reagan and Assata Shakur, were nationalists who reflected so many of the most progressive elements of black intellectualism symbolized by Malcolm X's revolutionary ideology. Rejecting nationalism as narrow or parochial, as did Malcolm X, Robeson, and Du Bois, black Warren radicals, advocated global solidarity in black liberation struggles and maintained the importance of black women's leadership. Stressing the liberating aspects of international politics, Shakur describes nationalism without a truly internationalist component as reactionary to argue against a construction of nationalism as inherently progressive. Hitler and Mussolini were nationalists. Vp for Shakur, any community seriously concerned with its own freedom has to be concerned about other people's freedom as well. The victory of oppressed people anywhere in the world is a victory for black people. Imperialism is an international system of exploitation, and we, as revolutionaries, need to be internationalists to defeat it. 34. In revolutionary nationalism, the survival and liberation of a people connects with international alliances as this form of nationalism transcends isolationism to interact with a larger world, according to Reagan, who writes, being a nationalist may mean a centering in purpose inside oneself and then being sure of being everywhere so that as my nation goes, so will. 122. My Energy. V. Assuming responsibility for black continuance through time, Warren worked as both cultural nationalists and political revolutionaries. The continuance of an entire community, rather than a gender or das within it, was the objective in the race leadership of this form of female black radicalism. But revolutionary nationalism, like black revolutionary feminism, appears to have little bearing on contemporary conflicts between black nationalists and black feminists. Bloc feminism and bloc nationalism. Black feminism is as ideologically diverse as black nationalism. There are conservative, liberal, and radical forms of each. However, black feminism's calls for a common program, a black unity sans patriarch, are often labeled divisive by gender. Conservative black nationalists challenging sexism in African Americans' pursuit of black unity through nationalist politics. Black feminists' diverse ideologies have provided progressive and counter-progressive critiques. The progressive aspects manifested in calls to sexual equality and repudiation of heterosexism. The non-progressive elements surfaced in various forms of elitism that disparaged black, non-white political formations. Contemporary debates surrounding the Million Man March reflect some of the assessments Kilson made about the contest between black para-intellectuals schooled in the Nation of Islam and other urban, working class formations, and the struggle between the intelligentsia, embodied in black professionals of the talented 10th. Given that black male elites, and some female elites, participated in or supported the Million Man March, the terrain of struggle appears to be more aptly defined by opposing constructs of black feminism and black nationalism. The diversity of black women's criticisms of the 1995 Million Man March reflected various ideological stances while emphasizing the importance of coalitions and the centrality of black women's leadership in anti-racist struggles. Black women cited Frederick Douglass as a model of black male leadership that acknowledged women as peers in political agency. Some African Americans considered women who criticized the march as defecting from black communities and aligning 123 themselves with a dominant, hostile white society. Misogynist attacks on black women who refused to support the October March reflected a debased political discourse among those who were preoccupied with female public criticism, through national white media, of an African American male endeavor at unity, albeit an exclusionary unity. However, WH at the white media's soundbite journalism did not provide, and WH at black press in its nearly uniform championing of the event would not grant, was a dose scrutiny of the press statement titled In Response to the Million Man March 38 issued by the African American Agenda 2000, an ad hoc committee largely composed of black women academics and intellectuals. Unlike the women who issued the African American Warning in Defense of Ourselves statement after the Clarence Thomas Supreme Court confirmation hearings, which was publicized through a 3/4-page ad in the New York Times 39 and later reprinted in the Black Scholar. These black women leaders did not ensure that their declaration appear in its entirety in black or white publications. African American Agenda 2000 distributed its statement on the event at a press conference on October 12, 1995, 4 days before the Atonement March to Washington. It received considerable coverage. Major media were generous in highlighting prominent black women who expressed reservations about the march. If the same women had called a press conference to give unqualified support, coverage might have been negligible. The women who signed the statement wrote that they shared the rage and pain and anguish that fuel the march and saw the importance of black mobilization and the need to remind the nation of commitments to racial and gender justice and human rights. But our needs are not served by men declaring themselves the only rightful leaders of our families, of our communities and of our ongoing struggle for justice, wrote the signatories, who asserted that a march that excludes black women and minimizes black women's oppression and attempts to counter racist stereotypes of black manhood with patriarchal, sexist images of black men promotes injustice. This call for men to take responsibility is not the solution to the rising plague of socially and economically engineered problems. 124. That we face. We need to repudiate the far right's claim that we rather than racism are the cause of our problems, not echo their rhetoric. Rather than atonement for violence against women, it is time to commit to eliminating the sexism and oppression that spawns it. Instead of men marrying to atone for their behavior, defend men's rights, and define women's roles, we the organizers of African American Agenda 2000 raise the call for men and women to come together and create an inclusive, well-organized social and political movement dedicated to combating racism, sexism, and homophobia and to transforming the lives and conditions of our community. The African American Agenda 2000 passage cites homophobia. Some of the march organizers exhibited not only patriarchal maleism, ethnic chauvinism, and bigotry, but also homophobia. The issues of women's and sexual minorities' rights have generally been ignored or disparaged in black nationalist discourse. Feminist, gay, lesbian, and bisexual anti-racists and black nationalists as well as black gay and lesbian intellectuals have made extensive contributions to black emancipation. The rage against so-called sexual deviants, doubly rebounds against black gays, lesbians, and bisexuals. Apparently, a comprehensive common program for black unity would address not only racism, sexism, and economic exploitation, but heterosexism as well. 42. Unfortunately, in the absence of a sustained dialogue between those who opposed the march and those who supported it, black intellectuals lost an opportunity to synthesize the progressive elements in each camp. Seizing such an opportunity might have minimized the stereotypes and polarization in which feminism and black nationalism were posed as mutually exclusive. Black feminist reflections on the march, and the O. Simpson verdict that also occurred in October, were not uniformly progressive. When the New York Times Magazine published Crystal Brentzook's 1995 11A manifesto of sorts for a black feminist movement as its black feminist response to black unity or nationalist discourse, it replaced WH at some considered to be an essentialist, anti-white and anti-feminist black narrative with an amblyopic, anti-black female diatribe. The Times gave considerable exposure to a writer unknown to feminist or black organizations as a representative of the next wave. 125. Of black feminism. Predictably, this manifesto garnered legitimacy via the Times and was subsequently used in university classes as a representative text on black feminism. What may not have been discussed in those classrooms was its problematic content. Zook's claims about nunlike black women recycled anti-black caricatures to promote a black, postmodern feminist elite represented by Zook. First, it reprocessed the imago of the black sapphire as Zook exhorts black women to create public spaces along the way in which we can use our hardness, our meanness, our loudness, to challenge the models we've inherited. This passage suggests that we should in fact first challenge the anti-black female stereotypes we have inherited and internalized. The New York Times manifesto depicts an aggregate of colorful, emotional, naive black women. As a corrective to our negative inheritance of allegedly black female traits, it offers a model of feminism led by the elite of the new generation of enlightened feminists. Of the three young women profiled in photos as the black feminist new guard, among whom Zook presents herself, only one, a NAACP youth organizer, is connected to any organization with established ties to African Americans. This black feminist new guard, we are informed, supplants the previous generation's antiquated queens, depicted as Betty Shabazz, Myrlie Evers, and Coretta Scott King, and its progressive bridges, represented by Angela Davis, Jewel Iaxon, and Kimberly Crenshaw. This new feminism is most problematic because its primary spokespersons are largely young elites with tenuous ties to nunlike black communities and black organizations and reflects an inexperienced leadership alienated from black workers and neighborhoods, and mass political organizing. This movement manifesto does not inspire much confidence. Even if we were inclined to do so, it would be difficult to follow a leadership that makes the familiar point about African American female complicity in misogyny with a diatribe on black women that crassly simplifies their diverse political thought. It is courageous to condemn sexism and homophobia in an ethnic group battling racism as a prime directive, as Zook attempts to do. Yet, the earlier anti-racist critiques of sexism and homophobia provided by Audre Lorde, Iams Baldwin, and Essex Hemphill crafted nuanced depictions of black life. 126. And bigotry painfully missing in the New Guard manifesto, these critiques would be a useful study for any gender and sexual progressive leadership. The limitations of the essay and its flawed scholarship on black historical figures such as Du Bois and Wells Barnett reminded some black intellectuals of an alleged penchant of the New York Times to publish contentious articles about blacks, authored by blacks, that disparage African American intellectual ability while simultaneously providing blacks as spectacles for the paper's largely white elite readership. Airing dirty laundry and black-on-black denunciations in white publications have transpired for years. Black women's politics are not exempt from criticism, but a feminist broadside hardly supplants a critique. What discourages progressives is not feminist rhetoric, but the venality of a generalizing discourse that suggests that black women consistently score below the national average in political intelligence. Manifestos have benefited greatly from reflexivity, savvy in African American politics, and an exploration of double standards for elites and nunlights in race discourse. In addition, reflexivity in autobiographical reminiscence might lead black writers to consider to what extent their limited personal experiences with African Americans shape their portraits of blacks. The manifesto offers no reflections on familial, educational, and community influences on the ideology of postmodern feminism. Ill-informed about contemporary black political history, the writer rejects an invitation to attend a National Political Congress of Black Women event to honor Coretta Scott King, Betty Shabazz, and Myrlie Evers Williams, writing, "I couldn't bring myself to say so at the time, but to venerate women solely on the basis of the men they married is just inexcusably retro." The new guard fails to realize that the old guard, as represented by King, Shabazz, and Evers Williams, were and are more than the widows of assassinated black leaders. These women had organized for decades with working class and poor, black, men and women for social justice. Such political experiences novice and literary leaders have not achieved and perhaps, as intellectual elites, will not pursue. This manifesto for a new black feminism raises interesting questions about double standards and opportunism in post. 127. Modern black feminism. For instance, the essay devalues beliefs held by, but not restricted to, non-elite black women when represented as black women's views but ignores the same sentiments as possibly debased when held by elites or the mainstream. In the Times essay, see Dolores Tucker's Afrocentric, or Is It American? Admiration for Coretta King, Betty Shabazz, and Myrlie Evers Williams as Our Three Queens became their denigrating photo caption The Three Queens. In the appropriation of this phrase one hears echoes of welfare queen lampooning poor black women and quota queen discrediting voting rights litigator Lani Guinier. One might note what both Zook and the Times did not, the veneration of political royalty, as well as the mothers and widows of assassinated leaders, is an American trait that is not peculiar to blacks. Such sentiments express a romantic longing for a time when a nation of people appeared to have more elan and purpose. It also illustrates our desire for public recognition of the significance of those idealized. Americans who reference the JFK administration as Camelot and revere if not idolize Iyake Kennedy Onassis for the role she played as wife, widow, mother, as well as editor-writer and arts advocate, are rarely ridiculed, at least not by most liberals. However, here, Tucker's SDM for black civil rights warning is renocked. A double standard for non-white black warning and elite black men measures the former group by a stricter code of conduct. For example, the manifesto criticizes black women as supporters of Farrakhan without noting that some black women who sent their sons to the Million Man March distinguished between the message and the messenger and welcomed any opportunity to diminish the high mortality rates in black neighborhoods stemming from black assaults and self-abuse. The new manifesto of sorts disapproves of black female support for the march. Paradoxically, it repeatedly cites Cornel West as a model for progressive black intellectualism. Zook fails to mention that West supported, attended, and defended the march. In a similar move, she castigates a black woman juror and by implication her white, Chicano, and male counterparts who argued that the state did not make its case in the overblown Zero Simpson trial. Henry Louis Gates Jr. cites West in a 1995 New Yorker article as offering the verdict, and 128. Simpson's possible innocence. V. West, like everyone else, has that right. It is hypocritical, though, to allow a Harvard University male professor to take unpopular positions without being dismissed as intellectually or morally deficient, in fact to celebrate his leadership and intellectualism, while simultaneously stigmatizing non-white black females for similar stances. Somehow, Los Angeles District Attorney Garcetti's contemptuous complaint about black women's inability to reason resonates even within black feminism. Since feminism is under attack on many levels, it is important to debate counter-feminist politics. However, ignoring the contradictions of feminists and progressive black women who do not call themselves feminists, distorts the political reality and conflicting forms of agency that confront contemporary black feminists and their supporters. Recalling the incredible diversity of black women's activism, one notes the expansive visions for a national common program reflected in Marian Wright Edelman's Children's Defense Fund 1996 March for Children's Rights in Washington, D.C. One might also recognize Beth Ritchie's anti-domestic violence project in New York City, Bernadette Kozar's Community Gardens in the Greening of Harlem, and Charlene Mitchell's leadership in the Committees of Correspondence. The work of tens of thousands of black women intellectuals and organizers in churches, schools, community centers, and prisons clearly suggests that many manifestos are being reworked, revised, and developed. Whether or not they claim the title or publish, progressives and black feminists' contributions to transformative agency reveal that there are more of them engaged in political life than most people imagine. In their pursuit of a common program that grapples with the strengths and weaknesses of black agency and leadership, they provide a foundation to build on. 7. Captive theorists and community caretakers. Women and academic intellectualism. Survival is not an academic skill. Audre Lorde, Sister Outsider. Women academics and intellectuals seek or shun roles in community caretaking or community-centered intellectual practice. Often such women find themselves pulled between expectations that they respond to the increasingly desperate conditions of non-white blacks or conform to the mythos of objectivity and alienation set by academic elites. University life generally privileges literary production by, and about, elites and the objectification of non-whites. Academic guidelines for intellectual achievement and career advancement invariably pose conservative constraints to academics' social justice organizing. Exploring and challenging the connections and intersections between community-centered and academic-centered intellectualisms, women embrace or rebel against roles as community caretakers. In doing so, they either reproduce or repudiate the das, race, and gender biases of academic elitism. Recovering perspectives to redress racism, hetero, sexism, and classism, Black feminist thought functions as generally progressive within academe. However, it can also posture in the general society as an elite construct. Black feminism is not undifferentiated, although we often use the singular in referring to this body of work. Political ideologies contextualize varied, Black, feminist consciousness. For instance, the Black feminism of a law professor such as Anita Hill, who at least until the Clarence Thomas confirmation hearings was identified with neoconservative republicanism, shares similarities with but fundamentally differs in its interpretations of the rights of oppressed peoples from the Black feminism of Lonnie Guinier, a law professor identified with liberal democratic policies. The politics of Black feminism are neither monolithic nor equally oppositional to oppressive state politics. This becomes more apparent when we differentiate between liberal and radical Black feminism. Examining the ways in which progressive intellectualism manifests itself within Black feminism, we can explore Black feminism's promissory claims as a countersite to academic elitism and conservatism. In their writings on academic intellectualism, Bell Hooks, Patricia Hill Collins, Isa Barclay Brown, and Bernice Onson Reagan project Blacks into theory and intellectualism with different implications. Their varied responses to academic intellectualism, as Black women progressives, reflect diverse stances on elitism and radicalism in Black leadership. While Hooks accepts hierarchical norms for Black women academics and Collins ties the Black woman intellectual to elitism, Brown and Reagan reject the de-radicalizing tendencies of institutional education for an alternative intellectual model. A room of one's own block. Women intellectuals. In Breaking Bread, a conversation book co-authored with Cornel West, Bell Hooks' essay Black Women Intellectuals provides an alternative to the masculinist bias of West's companion piece, Dilemma of the Black Intellectual. One Hooks personalizes and feminizes a theme also explored by West, the marginality and lack of support for Black intellectuals, but unlike West, she references women's exploitation in unpaid household labor, and the constraints domesticity imposes on 132. Their intellectual lives, to demystify male intellectual elites. In her confessional essay, she describes her alienation as a Black female intellectual, and recounts childhood traumas. Discussing the pain of youths labeled freaks because of their brilliance of mind, Hooks suggests that hostility in families directed at intellectually gifted girls constitutes a form of psychological child abuse. Rejecting the historical role of women, particularly Black women, as primarily caretakers, the essay encourages women to exempt themselves from reproductive labor. Rather than argue that the division of domestic labor be restructured, her essay advocates that the intellectual woman seek a room of her own, that is, gain the same privileged status of male intellectuals exempt from primary roles in family and community caretaking. Consequently, despite its gender progressivism, Black women intellectuals offers a limited rethinking of intellectual life. Rather than democratize Black intellectualism, it feminizes or demasculinizes elitist constructs. The intellectual modeled on the solitary male remains the lone individual of gifted abilities. Paradoxically, Hooks' work transgresses bourgeois feminisms in its criticisms of capitalism and conventional culture only to reassert bourgeois, even aristocratic, notions of intellectual ability. Like West, Hooks acknowledges the multiplicity of non-academic or non-literary intellectual African American traditions, but the academic or literary intellectual is the subject of Breaking Bread. Perhaps this is because it is the form of intellectualism most familiar to academic authors, for whom the academician seems to represent the paramount intellectual. Paraphrasing Terry Eagleton's criticism, ideology, and fiction, Hooks defines the intellectual as academic writer. In her assessment via Eagleton, an intellectual is primarily someone who trades in ideas by transgressing discursive frontiers, because he or she sees the need to do that, and secondly, trades in ideas in their vital bearing on a wider political culture. Hooks notes that for Eagleton, who posits that critical openness enables transgression, it is essential that intellectuals be creative thinkers, explorers in the realm of ideas who are able to push to the limits and beyond, following ideas in whatever direction they might take. 133. Hooks' description of Eagleton's work raises unanswered questions, whose standards or is its standpoint epistemology determine whether an idea has a vital bearing on a wider political culture. Are ideas created independently of community? In addition, what is the significance of the image of an explorer-settler encountering and conquering frontiers? In what ways have individualism, commerce, trade, and the market shaped the notion of intellectual? Why discursive frontiers rather than oppressive political, economic, or state practices as the identifiable barriers calling for resistance and transgression? Where transgression is constructed as a rhetorical or literary act, such questions may not be addressed. Validating the intellectual as textual engage, with little suggestion that political or community activists instruct intellectualism, Black women intellectuals posits communities as sites where an educated elite, one with a calling, researches and lectures. Recycling Dubois' repudiated talented 10th, Hooks' version of elite race leadership unravels the ties of leaders and agency to traditional forms of political action. Academic discourse or literary performance now supersedes organizing. Since academic intellectualism or literary production is inhibited by family and community caretaking, Black women's academic performance is a central issue of concern in this construction of Black intellectualism. With intellectualism as academic, Hooks divorces community caretakers from intellectual production. Her concerns for liberating potential Black women theorists from demanding families and communities lead her to assert that Black women's failure to complete dissertations that graduate experience which best exemplifies the individualistic character of scholarly thought and work comes from their unwillingness or inability to claim intellectual work as worthy of primary attention. Having reduced intellectualism to academic intellectualism, the essay refers to the difficulties women have in prioritizing isolated, academic work over family, communal, and political ties and demands. Hooks suggests that the majority of Black women who prioritize relationships over scholarship are anti-intellectual. Since political, civic, or church work are devalued as intellectualism in this construction, Black feminists are urged to distance 134 themselves from such work in the life of Black communities and to opt for the life of the mind instead. Rather than address the skewed value system of academic intellectualism that mandates hierarchies, individualism, and images of worth tied to the production of literary commodities, Black women intellectuals focuses on what are presented as deficiencies in Black women's sensibilities. Describing fears of isolation from community or a sense of an unfulfilled social self as a barrier preventing Black women from wholeheartedly choosing intellectual academic work, it advocates that Black women acclimatize themselves to alienation from non-light, non-academic Black communities. Emphasizing a critique of academic socialization and the privileging of scholarship based on exclusionary sexist and racist practices, Hooks' transgressive discourse counsels conformity to the caste of professionalized thinkers. This counsel also promises that assimilation into what Black feminists identify as Eurocentric, classist, and patriarchal institutions need not render Black women academics social, political, or spiritual aliens in Black communities. According to Hooks, her most vital message for young Black females who fear that intellectual work estranges us from the real world is that when we do insurgent intellectual work that speaks to a diverse audience, to masses of people with different class, race, or education backgrounds, we become part of communities of resistance, coalitions that are not conventional. Intellectual work only estranges us from Black communities when we do not relate or share in myriad ways our concerns. Hooks' theory ties literary production to liberation projects, thereby freeing the intellectual from the ethical bog that manifests in claims that political intent must be excised if our work is to function as theory, art, or scholarship. She thus shares Toni Morrison's criticisms when the latter writes that the word political is a pejorative term in critical circles now. If a work of art has any political influence in it, somehow it's tainted? Morrison continues, my feeling is just the opposite, if it has none, it is tainted. Is Hooke's insurgent intellectual work merely transgressive discourse in her constructions? If so, then she conflates literary production and liberation organizing. Furthermore, 135. The authoritative discourse rests with the voices of elites who dominate the terrain of published discourse. Lecturing outside classrooms does not democratize communication. Though disseminated as popular culture, the viewpoints of academic elite intellectuals need not reflect the concerns of non-elite communities. If these communities are reconstructed primarily as the audience or laboratory of academies, they have no parity or equal say in a dialogue. As non-elites, they are structurally prohibited from a counter-discourse. With the lecture hall as the dominant stage, whether on or off campus, the autonomous or isolated individual theorizes what qualifies as revolutionary and who qualifies as insurgent. This new or neopolitile insurgent need no longer be dependent upon political action within non-academic community work to further her reflections on the progressivism of black feminism. Accepting the dichotomy between theory and collective action, Hooks prioritizes theory to argue that backwardness and anti-intellectualism have blinded non-academic communities to the true value of the intellectual. Here non-elite communities that talk back to black elites are considered not only unnecessary, they are also seen as, and in fact, are potentially debilitating or dangerous sites for those pursuing their individualized callings as elite intellectuals. These calls are legitimized by their claims that they are about more than individual desire. Here, elites are depicted as being informed, representative, progressive, and authentic via their claims to being knowledgeable of, or in service to, communities that are at least theoretically stripped of a cognitive ability to evaluate elite caretakers. Non-elites do talk back. However, those privileged in an intellectual hierarchy can from their vantage point dismiss the competing views of non-elites. Just as Du Bois rejected talented 10th mirrored Platonic castes, Hooke's black feminism evokes Plato's allegory of the cave. The enlightened philosopher sees the shadows on the wall as illusory, yet is ostracized and punished by the unenlightened cave dwellers for pointing to a larger, truer world. Portraying the intellectual as captive to the superstitions of communities of cave dwellers rationalizes the need for philosopher queens/kings, while valorizing those who engage in such a risky calling. She suggests that the distrust that activists hold. 136. For intellect severed from action is unsophisticated. Within progressive political circles, the work of intellectuals is rarely acknowledged as a form of activism. Indeed, more visible expressions of concrete action are considered more important to revolutionary struggle than the work of the mind. Although Hooke's definition of black intellectualism is more expansive than the dominant norm, it entails simplistic dichotomies that sever the work of the mind from political action in order to reconstruct the former as the latter. The intellectual production in revolutionary struggles of political speeches, poetry, and theatre belie a rigid dichotomy between political activism and literary production. To categorically accept literature as a form of politics need not mean that it functions as progressive activism. Furthermore, in progressive literature, the distinctions between literature that references other political events and actors and literature that references text or political rhetoric is an important one to maintain. If there is a distinction between speech that calls for action and text that is insular and rhetorical, then some writings offer specificity and strategies in their analyses of oppression while others produce liberation rhetoric. What some call speech acts unless all speech is to function as action would seem to be restricted to the context of political organizing. Tied to dichotomies, black women intellectuals engages in a philosophical reversal familiar to academe. Now the literary academic rather than the activist is designated the caretaker of political wisdom. The life of the me becomes synonymous with political life since such constructions absolve the thinker from responsibilities to engage in everyday political struggles. They also skirt suggestions that comprehensive knowledge is better expressed through some combination of experiential or political action, reflection, and judgment. A theorist no longer constrained by or captive to the demands of non-intellectuals, or even Kilson's para-intellectuals, is freed from the devastating conditions facing oppressed people. She or he also is freed from the criticisms of nonlights regarding the ineffectualness of black intellectualism in promoting economic and social justice. In this black feminist project, only the academic judges the commitments of insurgency void of political organizing. The phrase suggests insurrection, rebellion. 137. And revolutionary movements that entail violent struggles. Hooks appends herself to the term by retracting it to revolutionary rhetoric. In this scaling down process of a dematerialized radicalism, language defines revolutionary or radical outside the historical confrontations of revolutionary movements that gave these terms their political meanings. The term insurgency stems from military or war terminology, vs. State Department or Pentagon news releases popularized the word in their discussions of liberation movements and counterinsurgency wars such as the Vietnam War and later CIA-backed Contra wars in Nicaragua and Angola. Hooks is willing to claim a life as an activist who confronts issues of justice and ethics, despite the fact that more conservative academics and writers might consider these qualities irrelevant to literary and public life. Her body of work treats marginalized subjects, for instance, black women, sexual racism, misogyny, in accessible writing with an autobiographical voice. She thereby breaks a number of academic house rules associated with theory, or at least academic high theory. The span of her interests is impressive, even her definition of feminism is broader than most definitions. However, elitism diminishes the democratic intent of her political writings. Even in her most recent work, we see the talented 10th revived in some fashion and radicalism scaled down to a liberal enterprise. In 1995, 4 years after the appearance of Breaking Bread, Hooks' Killing Rage, Ending Racism was published. Her chapter Black Intellectuals Choosing Sides offers a more explicit injunction for the development of black intellectuals. Hooks' writings appear to encourage others to organize. However, this appearance is somewhat deceptive. First, Hooks is not identified with and writes of no experiences in political organizations. Though political affiliation or membership or activism is not a prerequisite for political writers, if progressive proselytizers had political experience in organizing, their calls for engages would be more grounded. Hooks' words about and perceptions of activism rather than her deeds as an activist constitute her political framework. Therefore readers trust in a knowledge that, on some levels, remains purely speculative. Equally problematic is that Hooks reconfigures organizing as literary production or speech. Consequently, if we uncritically accept this reconfig, 138. Uration we must not ask why the writer on insurgency and revolution has no experiential knowledge of radical organizing in a political group. Finally, and more importantly, it makes me wary of accepting Hooks as a model of political insurgency are her words. She herself states that her primary objective is to encourage more black folks to choose intellectual work, not to encourage people to activism. In fact, her perception that black communities reject black intellectuals and writers is a constant theme in her reflections. 12. Arguing that the heart of intellectual work is critical engagement with ideas, L.J. Killing Rage asserts the need for time and privacy. Even though an exchange of ideas can and does take place in a communal context, there is necessarily a private solitary dimension to intellectual work. Hooks also makes a critical distinction between academics and intellectuals, a distinction that many black intellectuals fail to observe. For Hooks, the intellectual work of writers like Baldwin and Hansberry tends to be obscured when discussions of black intellectual traditions focus on academics or writers who teach in university settings. Most black academics, like their white and non-white counterparts, are not intellectuals. No unitary black intellectual tradition can be developed if black academics stubbornly resist acknowledging the work of writers who are also critical thinkers, or if attention is only given those thinkers who manage to acquire recognition in the white mainstream. Hooks couples this distinction between academics and intellectuals with a reference to the political differences between feminist academics, since many women in the academy are conservative or liberal in their politics, tensions arise between those groups and individuals like myself, who advocate revolutionary politics. V. Linking intellectual work with political action. Hooks writes that intellectual production is a gesture of political activism if it challenges us to know in ways that counter and oppose existing epistemologies, ways of knowing, that keep us colonized, subjugated. 17. She adds, such work has that potential only if the individual is committed to a progressive political vision of social change. For Hooks, many black intellectuals and/or academics are not choosing to espouse radical or revolutionary progressive politics. A useful discussion of the role of black intellectuals would 139. Not only critically examine why this is so, it would also articulate strategies of constructive intervention and contestation. Hooks' claims for black intellectualism offer insights that shape the following reflections about other black feminist contributions. Re-articulation specialists. Seeking an alternative epistemology to Hooks' theory, one encounters the progressive political vision of Collins's black feminist thought. Although it also reinscribes hierarchy, black feminist thought differs from breaking bread in that it identifies community struggle or caretaking as the source of theorizing in black women's everyday reality. Bridging dichotomies between intellectual and activist, Collins elevates the engage, privileging the community caretaker in the form of the black schoolteacher/social worker. In doing so, she inscribes an inherent transgressiveness into liberal teaching, just as Hooks does into liberal academic or literary production. Like Hooks, Collins attributes to the academic intellectual a superior ability, reflecting a female talented 10th. Du Bois' repudiated elite is an indispensable model for Collins, who writes that the existence of a black women's standpoint does not mean that African American women appreciate its content, see its significance, or recognize the potential that a fully articulated Afrocentric feminist standpoint has as a catalyst for social change. V. Collins's black feminism also elevates the agency of an intellectual caste in black feminism, even though her theorizing seems to carry a more democratic intent than that of bell hooks. As argued earlier, the effect is to write radicalism out of black women's political activism. Maintaining that the marginalization of black feminism or womanism is rooted in the historical dismissal of African American women intellectuals by European Americans and African American male intellectuals, Collins disenters Eurocentric and masculinist thought to provide an epistemological framework for evaluating black feminist thought as distinct from other arenas of intellectual inquiry. The major contributions of her encyclopedic project center on arguments for a more inclusive role for the feminist black academic, intellectual. 140. And for identifying community organizing as central to the formation of intellectual work. Given that she privileges organizing, it is surprising how little space Collins devotes to her section on political activism and how she reconstructs teaching as political activism, similar to the ways in which Hooks represents literary production as political activism. Black Feminist Thought's brief discussion of African American women's activism focuses on black women domestics, grade school teachers, and college educators. Collins writes of teachers in a tradition tied to community leadership in which black women used their DAS rooms and status as educators for African American community development. Evelyn Higginbotham has noted the contradictory or mixed politics of this form of female talented 10th endeavors in black community development. Collins's uncomplicated portrait of black women teachers allows her to write that teaching becomes an arena for political activism wherever it occurs. The question is, what type of political activism? Various forms conservative, liberal assimilationist, and radical occur in teaching. Rather than confront the competing ideologies of black women teachers, Collins highlights teaching as an inherently progressive site for activism. When she notes that increased access to other managerial and professional careers and the suburbanization of the black middle class has diminished teaching as an arena of black women's political activism, 22 she does not explore her own presentation of teaching as just another managerial career. If it is, then what type of political arena does it constitute for Collins? True, indoctrination and socialization occur in the DAS room. But all political activism, by black women, is not inherently progressive. Since African American politics encompass conservative and liberal ideologies, Das Room teaching is also an arena for promoting anti-radicalism. Failing to note ideological differences, validating black women's teaching, Collins urges the importance of this educational role for women, writing that Angela Davis counsels middle das black Warnen to build on the black Warnen's activist tradition. Her awareness of black das conflicts surfaces as she quotes Davis, "Black women scholars and professionals cannot afford to ignore the straits of our sisters who are 141. Acquainted with the immediacy of oppression in a way many of us are not. The process of empowerment cannot be simplistically defined in accordance with our own particular class interests. We must learn to lift as we climb." 24. Employing a radical's argument for privileged black women to align themselves with poorer black women still does not radicalize professional teaching. The problem is not so much tied to the limits of black women's ideological commitments as to the nature of institutional teaching itself. Consider that historically, progressives were forced from their teaching jobs because of their political commitments. Before the gains wrought by civil rights demonstrations gave them the option of voluntarily leaving teaching careers for more lucrative careers, black women were fired for anti-racist activism. In fact, there is a long history of such punitive treatment towards progressive black teachers. Ida B. Wells Barnett describes in her memoir how she was forced out of teaching and into journalism due to her editorials denouncing the racism of the school board and the sexual impropriety and economic malfeasance of white school board members buying sexual favors from young, incompetent, black female teachers. Anti-progressivism and sexism forced Anna Julia Cooper out of the Dunbar High School's principalship. The daughter of a schoolteacher, Ella Baker refused a teaching career because of the punitive power local white school boards had over progressive educators. After graduating from Shaw University, she left the South to organize with laborers and union activists in New York City. Joanne Robinson and Septima Clark were dismissed from their teaching positions because of their anti-racist activism decades later in the South as they worked with civil rights groups. Angela Davis was targeted by California Governor Ronald Reagan and fired from her teaching position at UCLA for her membership in the Communist Party USA. Black women expressed radical commitments in spite of, not because of, their teaching positions. Most institutional educators, black women included, likely avoid activism that jeopardizes their teaching careers. This suggests that teaching, in academia or elsewhere, may be a de-radicalizing political site, irrespective of Collins's claims for its intrinsic progressivism. 142. The claims Collins makes for teachers, who obviously have contributed and continue to contribute to progressive politics, are part of her attempts to bridge a conceptual schism between intellectualism and activism concerning black Warnen. Black feminist thought maintains that the struggle for a self-defined Afrocentric feminist consciousness occurs through a merger of thought and action that rejects either or dichotomous thinking. For Collins, deep divisions among theorists and activists are generally fabricated. She argues that by espousing a both and orientation that views thought and action as part of the same process, possibilities for new relationships between thought and action emerge. Black Warnen then embrace a both and conceptual orientation as an outgrowth of their experiences living as black, female, and often pool in such an existential matrix. Very different kinds of thought and theories emerge when abstract thought is joined with concrete action. Collins argues that the dialectic of oppression and activism, the tension between the suppression of black women's ideas and our intellectual activism in the face of that suppression, comprises the politics of black feminist thought. As a sociologist, her work provides greater detail regarding the effects of poverty, labor exploitation, and the absence of enforced civil and social rights, and the presence of dehumanizing cultural images in African American women's lives. She offers an important critique of how black social and political thought is limited by reformist ideologies and masculinist bias, yet providing no analysis of black feminist reformism. Her text exorcises conservatism and radicalism in black feminism in order to promote a respectable liberalism. Collins remains vague about how black feminist academics manage to escape recreating the style and methodology of academic elites probing the lives of Warnen in ways that distort or appropriate the thought of non-white black females. She maintains that Black women's positions as outsiders within fosters the reclamation process of Black feminist intellectuals. Yet their positions within or in assimilation into a caste of professionalized thinkers, as well as opportunities or desires to transform themselves from outsiders into tenuous insiders, can hinder this reclamation process. The contributions of Black. 143. The present future, contemporary crises and Black intellectuals. Feminist theorists to anti-racist, anti-sexist and community-centered theories are considerable. Still, without a self-referential critique of elites, the progressivism falls short of structural rethinking. This deficiency is evident in Black feminist thought's promotion of exclusionary hierarchies concerning knowledge production. Using Peter Berger and Thomas Luckman's Social Construction of Reality, a treatise on the sociology of knowledge, F. Collins argues for a two-level or tiered reality in intellectual life: everyday reality articulated in African American women's standpoints and theoretical reflections on that reality made through the interventions of specialists or experts who re-articulate Black women's standpoints. This interdependency between Black women's standpoints and Black feminist thought permits academic intellectuals to provide the theoretical interpretations of Black women's reality by those who live it. 28. Her distinctions grant the academic, here one engaged in community dialogue, a superior status given her role in re-articulating the understandings of non-white African American women enmeshed in everyday reality. Collins appears anti-elitist when she writes, rather than raising consciousness, Black feminist thought affirms and re-articulates a consciousness that already exists. L 29. However, only the experts or specialists, by virtue of their academic training, do theory in her book. The problem with re-articulation specialists is that if we assert that African Americans speak of their lives only on a descriptive personalized level, unless they write in the language of academic theory, then theory is categorically denied non-whites who are not assimilating into academic modes. If everyday language is incompetent to communicate Black feminist thought's liberation message, non-white communities as well as community caretakers are captive to academics. In addition, if specialists re-articulate not so much for Black women, which Collins emphasizes, but for academic audiences, they choose a style approved by academic intellectuals, one inaccessible to non-whites, one that recolonizes the materiality of people's lives. Since not only merit but also ideological compatibility or conformity determine inclusion in academic canons, liberal or mainstream Black feminist writings that are more marketable in 144. Academe than radical or revolutionary Black feminist works may constitute the dominant discourse for re-articulation. Subordinating the intellectualism and radicalism of non-white, community-based Black women to Black women specialists, Collins fails to differentiate between political ideologies or explore how Black-worn academic specialists might re-articulate African American women's everyday reality to conform to prevailing paradigms or market Black feminism. The willingness to critique academic specialists' promissory and progressive claims to theory, as well as their literary interventions, or in some cases inventions, in the lives of non-white women suggests more radical responses to the hierarchies and erasures of academic intellectualism. Departing from the normative, academic paradigm, which Hooks adopts and Collins adapts, Isa Barclay Brown and Bernice Onson Reagon offer more far-reaching critiques. Scholar Mothers and Two World Straddlers. Isa Barclay Brown rejects validating specialists in Black women's theorizing in Mothers of Mind, which appeared in the Black Women's Journal Sage.30. Brown discusses the questions that students and scholars raise regarding the value of Black women's personal accounts of their lives. Using her mother's instruction, she offers answers. My mother has taught me the arrogance of such a question, and she regularly combats any signs of RNY succumbing to the Eurocentric tendency to assume that those of us who have trained to analyze people's lives are better able to understand them than the people whose lives they actually are. Rejecting Collins's re-articulation specialists, she notes that she has developed great respect for people's abilities to understand their own lives. I have learned to listen, not just to what they tell me about the particulars of their lives, but also to the ways in which they define them for themselves. Tf. Without mentioning Zora Neale Hurston's political conservatism, Brown cites Hurston as a model of Black female intellectualism that circumvents academic Eurocentrism. Hurston, she writes, while not the first black woman social scientist to 145 do so, acknowledged the need to break out of the traditions in which she was trained given the influence of her community on her ability to develop works more clearly reflective of the true experiences of African American people. V. Brown also references Ois Ladner's Tomorrow's Tomorrow, The Black Woman 34, which is contextualized by civil rights activism. Brown uses Ladner's scholarship to argue that we must bridge the span between academic training for objective standards and community-focused work that addresses and redresses the conditions of impoverished, urban African American girls. Having highlighted other intellectuals, Brown situates her own experiences as a scholar within non-white black intellectual traditions. Following a tradition of black intellectuals who understand the limitations of the paradigms and underlying assumptions that pervade Western educational institutions and bookshelves, she advocates that scholars draw upon our own communities and for African American women especially, the women in our communities to help us understand and depict the lives of African American people in a way that we would recognize as reality. V. For her own part and contribution, Brown writes that she seeks to build upon the experience of my scholars/mothers in recognizing the difference between the two views and noting the important role that my community, especially the women in it, has played in my development. According to Brown, the most critical instruction in her development as a scholar came from her mother, who taught her how to ask the right questions, and how to understand and form theoretical concepts and frameworks. Her mother's community work and memory of the activities of local people mark her as historian or social scientist, in Brown's estimation. Rather than infer intellectual deficiencies or a uniform hostility on the part of non-white African Americans, Brown addresses the complex, contradictory stances of black communities to academic life. Her narrative on her mother's intellectualism illustrates the ambiguous and conflicting messages in black communities toward academic intellectualism. Brown's mother earned a graduate degree in mathematics in the 1930s, unable to find employment teaching because of racial barriers and OB discrimination. She worked as a domestic. While she, 146, cautioned her daughter not to become too impractical or overly intellectualized, she also collected money from among the extended family for Brown's graduate studies and lived with her daughter and grandchildren, taking care of the household chores. Brown's mother sent dual messages, intending both the survival of the individual scholar and the well-being of black community. She provided directives toward community care as well as insights into black culture, politics, and history. Brown herself viewed these ties to community as a source of creative tension between caretaking and independence, community and individual. This tension, writes Brown, can lead to a balance or synthesis. Afrocentric scholarship requires understanding on a concrete level that I am because we are, and because we are, therefore one am. There can be number one unless there are we. H. The essay cioses with Brown's reflection, with my mother's understandings to guide me, 1 am slowly becoming a historian in spite of my academic training. 38. Bernice Ionson Rea on also emphasizes the development of intellectual and moral instruction that takes place in a community extraneous to that of academic communities. Neither Brown nor Reagan offer explicit definitions of community in their essays. Brown reasserts the training of the black intellectual within the African American community. Reagan constructs community caretakers as intellectuals who apprentice in black communities. Here, training is also a central concept. Yet Reagan's Nobody Knows the Trouble I See, or, By and By I'm Gonna Lay Down My Heavy Load, which appears in a special issue of the Journal of American History devoted to discussions of Martin Luther King Jr.'s plagiarism in his Boston University dissertation, makes non-academic community the final arbiter of standards for black intellectuals. Reagan's phrase, "There are those of us who straddle," refers to the challenges and balancing acts of intellectuals raised in communities of subordinate, oppressed people, who are later trained in the dominant culture. King illustrates such an intellectual for Reagan. Walking between two worlds is neither inherently traumatic nor isolating, maintains Reagan, who notes that crises and escapages are ever present. The greatest danger, Reagan writes, is that some who have acquired technical or academic training. 147. Never return to a nunlite community. Disappearances result because individuals learn the lessons of professionalization too while or because they are traumatized by trying to master two systems at variance with each other. 40. Reagan's alternative to succumbing to either tendency is the intellectual life of the straddler. Those who straddle are born into the community and sent out to work in the larger society as caretakers of that community, according to Reagan, whose concept of straddling is a dynamic grappling with two diverging foundational entities. The intellectual who bridges academia and community activism is not rootless. Straddling entails a stance. The straddler's acquired stability is forged between competing value systems, power relationships, and structures of dominance. Neither system is sacred. Rather, each offers tools. Defining the objective of straddling as mastery of both systems, Reagan writes that the goal is to be flexible without becoming two-faced. The two-faced act one way in order to be recognized, rewarded, or simply not punished in a dominant, white world, and act in other ways to be authentic or acceptable in a marginalized black world of nunlite communities. To be consistent, to avoid a performing blackness in either world, entails circulating in both and reworking the knowledge provided in each. Since none of the rules is sacred in, or of, either world, Reagan's test is how effectively the rules function to support and serve the community. Describing King as a great, effective straddler, one at horn in two worlds who manipulated the material tools of different sites in order to advance democracy and justice, Reagan seems to suggest that to better judge King from where he stood, we need to stand there ourselves. For Reagan, a true master is one who creates an offering with such power and originality that a new direction is established within the genre. 41. Obviously, in this context, the genre goes beyond academic or literary production. Having the ken of two worlds develops the authoritative voice unrestricted by academic codes, including those that deny the validity of nunlite community standpoints. Nobody knows the trouble I see, or, by and by I'm gonna lay down my heavy load, notes that Martin Luther King Jr. spoke with one voice, sounding the ethos of the movement in all the places under the sun, and he 148 was heard and understood. TV Those who study the work of this kind of life should be aware, writes Reagan, that if they review evidence generated in only one place, it can only result in a distortion. 43 Referring to original sound as signature, Reagan maintains that King signed his work. Those who articulate in their own voice, with their personal style or signature, are highly respected within African American culture, according to Reagan. In contradistinction to conventional academic standards are the standards of marginalized communities. In some fields of Western academic culture, originality is expected to be drawn from one's data, or one's analysis of data, or some combination of both. Sound and style are not key priorities. TV If many African Americans live in a society where style and voice, not data analysis, are seen as signatures, then these two cultures contradict and clash over different value standards. Reagan is explicit that the final arbiter is not academic intellectualism. African American sound is primary evidence. The question of where your offering comes from, at orchards you have harvested to put together the contribution you make, is a test for the audience. Those, writes Reagan, who sit under the sound of your voice, who must know our culture, its ways and its text well enough that we can tell whether you can stand before us and sing again. 46 The key audience here are communities. Judgment by community, which was rescinded by Hooks, mitigated by Collins, and highlighted by Brown, contextualizes Reagan's black feminist theorizing on responses to academic intellectualism. For Reagan, agency and intellectualism reside in non-academic communities. One's parents and community elders send this intellectual forth with the charge to development. Reagan surpasses academics Hooks, Collins, and Brown in her validations of community. Like the others, she holds advanced graduate degrees. However, this author, teacher, Smithsonian director, and founder of Sweet Honey in the Rock theorizes with the least restraint from academic norms. Reagan maintains that not only does the community train, it gives the call. Her views are not widely shared among academics. Those who embrace academic intellectual elitism or argue that Reagan's arbiter or judge, the black community, is merely an invention, are unlikely. 149. To privilege black communities in this fashion. Yet the formulations of "nobody knows the trouble I see," or "by and by I'm gonna lay down my heavy load" are not merely rhetorical. The essay particularizes its argument to the public intellectual, specifically the activist in the Southern civil rights movement in the 1950s and 1960s who challenged the social constraints and state violence directed against blacks. The black intellectual is called into an apprenticeship in service that legitimizes her or his song. The primary audience of black intellectuals, as non-academics, dictates responsibilities greater than those of academic life. Since the audience is the final arbiter for Reagan's black intellectual, the two, or multiple, world straddler is the creation or product of African American communities. In Reagan's theorizing, the most competent judges are not seated in academe, although the degree to which she believes straddlers are able to democratize academic intellectualism and black elitism is unclear. Reagan's argument for King as a two-world straddler mirrors her discussion of Fannie Lou Hamer as a cultural carrier. Reagan, who worked with Hamer, describes her as a cultural worker who inspired people to counter dehumanizing political and emotional practices. As a model or conduit for the development of others, Hamer, writes Reagan, expressed thanks for the opportunity to become more like herself, that is, to raise her own self in struggle. Reagan notes that Hamer took up space and moved by the sound of her voice and the power of her living. 49. Cultural carriers, according to Reagan, first carry spirit, take up enough space, without apology, to speak freely and honestly, and take great risks to change ourselves, the environment, and oppression that conditions our bodies. Continuance is only guaranteed by self-determination, by self-care. She describes how, in responding to whites' fears, blacks eventually fear themselves, seeking invisibility by blending in. Trying not to be too black or too loud, they consequently fail to take as much space as they need to stay alive and free. So which, observes Reagan, is considerable space. Taking space for change involves great vulnerability and political risk. Describing how Hamer risked unemployment, beatings, and her life for social justice, Reagan notes that seizing space for social change is risky, yet, in her arguments, because 150. Hamer's legacy as a cultural carrier merges the secular with the sacred, the political with the spiritual, with liberatory intent, the risks are seen as justified. The constraints of caretaking. The use of black women as maternal helpmates for a community perpetually in crisis, as superwomen not generally accorded equal status as intellectuals, haunts anti-racist democratic movements. Black feminist writings pointedly delineate the repressiveness of such constructions. Alongside the works of Hooks, or Wallace, we find the critiques of the icon of the black female caretaker offered by womanist theologian Dolores Williams. For Williams, survival or resistance require caretaking/mothering. She argues that Alice Walker's concept of womanist manifests in mothers relating to their children, and in black women such as Harriet Tubman who are not biological mothers yet nevertheless nurture great numbers of black people in the liberation struggle. Williams flags the pitfalls of black women's nurturing for black communities in her discussion of women's roles in the churches, contending gender justice and equity in the black community, as well as an equitable division of labor are essential in community development. She notes that the roles of black women as community caretakers dispel or reinforce the stereotypes of black mothers as vampire or mammy. However, even in the black church the seemingly powerful position of mother of the church reproduces black women's subservience. Like the antebellum mammy, mother of the church exerts considerable authority in the church family, writes Williams, who observes that often the influential mother of the church fails to challenge the power and authority of the patriarchal head of the church, usually a male preacher. When such women function as a healer of relationships within the congregation and are given considerable influence because of their ability to communicate Christian values, the black church with its own enormous influence in black communities empowers them as community caretakers. Black feminists understandably reject the mothering model of caretaking critiqued by Williams. However, mothering and 151. Nurturing occur in radical fashion. For instance, The movement mournments of the civil rights movement did not necessarily restrict themselves to a leadership role delineated by the church or any other black institution. The issue of gender parity in theory and intellectual life remains central. It also remains contextualized by the larger struggle over elite or democratic notions of intellectual ability. Hooks, Collins, Brown, and Reagan attempt to bridge the divide between academic elite worlds and non-white black communities. Central to these feminist writings on intellectualism is a progressive politics shaped by community concerns and the uneasy relationships of black academic intellectuals to non-white peoples and social justice. With elitism amid their progressivism, or progressivism amid their elitism, black feminist community caretakers range from the philosopher queen through social worker to radical activist. Amid its diverse political ideologies, black feminist thought, in its diversity, offers a distinct ethical project in terms of agency. Its social justice project is more responsible and humane than the visions of exclusionary, conservative academic projects that deny or thrive on sexual/class/racial divisions. It is as well less inclined to the disingenuousness of newer canons that mask or reproduce racism and anti-feminism in their intellectual transcendence of the materiality of race and gender. Hooks, Collins, Brown, and Reagan each present transgressive theories for academic intellectualism. Since the transgressive is not synonymous with the transformative, their political differences toward radicalism in black feminist theory remain critical points to debate. The politics of black feminisms likely reflect their designated audiences. Where one stands when theorizing determines who benefits from the theories. The positions of caretakers or activists who are neither captivated by nor held captive to oppressed or oppressive sites provides a productive stance, or perhaps a straddler stance for liberating theories with an alternative, democratic vision that forgoes academic elitism. Educators may both imitate the bias of elite institutions and or radicalize oppressive structures. In their educational sites and debates, black feminists or womanists posit standards for judging the work of intellectuals as connected to a besieged community. The extent to which black women understand themselves to be preoccupied or consumed by caretaking and nurturing roles for black communities influences our discussions of community responsibilities as admirable political relationships or entrapment. The limits of caretaking are circumscribed by its designation as a female attribute or function. There are other limits, though, that are best explored in contemporary constructions of the black intellectual, generally understood as male and heroic, an elite removed in some ways from the daily chores of community building. 8. Elite educutors the heroi intellectual. There is never any question of being either rejected or welcomed by the people. What they ask is simply that all resources should be pooled. Frantz Fanon the Wretched or THC Earth. In the wake of the civil rights renouveau, social justice activism altered the core position of university classrooms and departments, creating African-American, ethnic, and women's studies programs. Many of these programs engaged in off-campus organizing to support community groups. Their continued existence increased the numbers of Black, Latino, Chicano, Native American, Asian, and Warnan faculty. However, the radical, democratic nature of such programs has dissipated in the post-movement era of corporate restructuring. Herman Gray notes that for Black academics and others, the downsizing of universities and increased competition for jobs accelerated the commodification of Black scholars performers. The considerable publicity for the ethnic stars at elite schools, observes Penyal Osef, popularizes the fiction that race and gender equity within a virulently racist and sexist academy have finally been attained. Along with the academic star system, the black star as popular or elite intellectual began to rise in the collegiate arena. Its rise was accompanied by the promotion of anti-affirmative action laws to restrict the access of poor and working-class people of color to universities. 155. California's Proposition 187 and its anti-affirmative action civil rights initiatives were battles waged for control over the university's mission and to restrict the extent of its ethnic diversity. On one hand we have an educated elite and elite educators with access to academe, and its resources, and the students privileged to enter. On the other hand we have nonlights who, since the 1970s, have faced growing barriers to their access to the university as the traditional training site for the talented 10th, and a source of economic as well as social mobility. Generally, it is the university educated as consumers who purchase the products of academics or elite educators, elites who respond to the educated consumers' demands for information and entertainment gain popularity and profit. Educated elites may as well become regulated by production that meets the consumer's curiosity for fetishized blackness. A diverse group, educated consumers still tend to share an attraction for black intellectualism as entertainment and an aversion for non-entertaining knowledge produced by nonlights that indicts both elites and consumers as complicitous in, or indifferent to, the reproduction of inequality. Within this context, reconfiguring the black leader as intellectual academic filters responses to social crises through an academic lens. Framed in a historically privileged, insular, and bourgeois site, this lens is not noted for its support of anti-racist radicalism and for campaigns for economic justice. In fact, in corporate educational enclaves, the presence of poor, working-class people and African Americans is diminishing while corporate CEOs are increasingly the preferred candidates for university presidencies. What, then, frames the relationships between elite educators or intellectuals and nonlights, such as other academic employees, the workers in the cafeteria, maintenance plants, and secretarial pools? When one renders black intellectualism synonymous with black academics, the intelligentsia increasingly distances from past and present material, democratic struggles for social justice. Given the poverty, crime, and social denigration many blacks face, as they are caught between being commodified, ignored, or scapegoated by the dominant culture, one would think that analyses and strategies aimed at combating repressive state practices/social inequalities would preoccupy the most prominent contemporary black intellectuals. But do they? Perhaps, the representation of radicalism as an intellectual endeavor situated within the rhetoric of academic transgressives and hybrids makes radicalism seem especially rootless and insubstantial. Many academics struggle against injustice and inequality. But if this select caste sees itself as privileged, authoritative experts on racial sexual politics and culture, or democratic praxis, it pre-notes a self-serving elitism that obscures nonlight agency. Thinking and writing about activists, which is apparently different from working with them, can produce progressive perspectives. However, both educators who study activists and those who ignore them may be influenced by a spectator's view of politics, and such a can limit a scholar's ability to comprehend the complexities of risk-taking resistance to oppression. Where contemporary academic intellectuals supplant militant, anti-racist politics with ritualized race discourse, they define the black intellectual as the purveyor of resistance rhetoric. Such academics may reconstruct the black hero or heroine as the radical rhetorician, and in their constructions of black political engagement diffuse and disperse traditional meanings of resistance. Cornel West's black postmodern intellectual and Arrigao Watts's black heroic intellectual reflect the contemporary debates on the chasm between activists intellectuals, academic intellectuals, and radicalism. Black intellectuals such as Derek Bell and Lewis Gordon, and the Indian intellectual Ijaz Ahmed, offer other interpretations of progressivism and political courage that more closely reflect radical politics. Placing these anti-racist, elite educators on a continuum of academic progressives, we can see that the center is held by West. To his right stands Watts, and to the left of both are Bell, Ahmed, and Gordon. The terms center, right, and left are imprecise, yet they remain useful to our discussion below. The public intellectual os pragmatic politicien West emphasizes the importance of participating in political activist struggles as well as criticizing elites. He addressed a 1991 meeting of socialist activists intellectuals on this point. 157. Local activists must become more and more at the center of how we think about the condition for the possibility of social motion and social movement, he said. Critiques of leaders in the limelight must be relentless, West asserted, because moments of weakness generate highlighting of leaders who are unconnected or less and less connected to those anonymous, invisible local activists who carry the ball courageously and heroically between moments of social motion. Yet West's own literary work, WH critiques the black intellectual as inherently progressive, reveals contradictory and ambivalent stances toward the activists he pre-notes as models. Despite his 1991 exhortation to socialist activists, West's 1993 Keeping Faith chapter The Dilemma of the Black Intellectual, WH is a reprint of his 1991 essay in Breaking Bread, fails to cite political activism as an organic black intellectual tradition. Preoccupied with the production of a great literate intellectual, he discounts autobiographies and memoirs to cite only one exemplary, living black thinker-writer Toni Morrison. West criticizes African Americans' suspicion of educated elites as a truncated perception of intellectual activity. He writes that the declining quality of black intellectualism stems from both the African American community's lack of institutional support for intellectuals as well as, elite, black intellectuals' failures to remain organically linked to the community. West cites a list of charges made by non-white blacks toward privileged intellectuals. African American community's distrust of black intellectuals, he writes, stems from the arrogance and elitism of university blacks, their distance from African American culture, institutions, and communities, their increasing marriages to non-blacks, and their preoccupation with Euro-American intellectual products. For West, black communities see these activities as symptomatic of internalized hatred and a flight from the subordinate status that blackness holds in a white world. The minimal immediate impact of most black intellectuals, he adds, fuels common perceptions of the impotence, even uselessness, of black intellectuals. According to West, the black community lauds those black intellectuals who excel as political activists and cultural artists. He theorizes that because of their limited perceptions, non-white blacks fail to see the life of the mind as possessing intrinsic virtues nor harboring emancipatory possibilities, rather, they seek only short-term political gain and social status. In Breaking Bread, 1991, Race Matters, 1993, and Keeping Faith, 1993, West argues against the antipathy of the African American community for the life of the mind or mental work severed from community action. Yet, black communities also understand the life of the mind as furthering long-term goals in racial uplift and social justice. West's analysis makes important contributions toward understanding a form of American intellectualism. However, a number of points should be kept in mind. First, political ineffectualness may be determined by the ideological politics of professional intellectuals rather than the activity of intellectual production itself. That is, most elite intellectuals may have a limited impact on transforming oppressive conditions that non-whites endure not because they are intellectuals, but because they are elites, and, as elites, they shy away from radical confrontations for substantive political change. That non-whites may value most those intellectuals who contribute to justice and beauty in their lives does not necessarily mean that they reject the life of the mind. It is logical, but not anti-intellectual, that oppressed people prioritize the productions of intellectuals they find useful and enlightening, and that they make value judgments relevant to their estimation of intellectuals' ability to deliver even a brief respite from oppressive conditions. West can narrowly define the life of the mind, and so theorize about black rejection of same, because he limits the primary sources of black intellectualism. There are two for West. Black Christian preaching and African American music are the two indigenous traditions of Afro-American intellectual life, according to West, because institutions existed for their development within black communities. Arguing that today no black institution comparable to the black church, from which both traditions emerged, exists to produce great black intellectuals, he writes, the major priority of black intellectuals should be the creation or reactivation of institutional networks that promote high-quality critical habits primarily for the purpose of black insurgency. West's insurgency calls for new 159 infrastructures to enhance the acquisition and production of knowledge by black intellectuals. Development within organizations and structures is indispensable for most mature thinkers. However, other sites for knowledge production, and political and moral development, exist. Liberation praxis is arguably a third indigenous African American intellectual tradition that produced significant intellectuals. West's emphasis on conventional structures, and the Protestant work ethic rather than the political protest tradition, does not demonstrate how radical resistance for a democratic society is a site for knowledge. Departing from the institutions of the Black Church for raising Black intellectuals, West Prior notes elite acadern, despite his contentions that activists should be at the center of progressive intellectualism. Intellectuals choose and validate their knowledge production sites. Academics are taught that activism is a form of non-intellectualism that detracts from scholarship and academic prestige, and therefore job security and wages. Organizing, particularly community-based organizing, is not a very popular choice for academics. Although prominent academic intellectuals, such as Harvard's West, inform us that today's premier Black intellectual is an employee of an elite institution, it is also true that the newly designated site for Black intellectual fecundity has proved inhospitable to democratic struggle. The elite university is a site where, West himself admits, for the Black intellectual, the linchpin of the bourgeois model is academic legitimation and placement. The radical visions of engages who confront the state, militarism, and the profiteering of transnational capitalism are rarely found in this institution for Black intellectualism, an institutional site with a mission that markedly differs from the educational training sites of the original talented 10th in Black colleges and universities. West's rhetoric criticizes the talented 10th while revitalizing elites through his valorization of academe as the most important intellectual site. He rejects the concept of a talented 10th, but his Black intellectual is at heart the academic intellectual, the college-educated elite with publications. If the best and the brightest of intellectuals are understood to teach in prestigious white universities and publish with those presses, then they are segregated to some degree from struggles in Black communities for economic equity and political independence. For West, this segregation and alienation are inevitable. Becoming a Black intellectual is an act of self-imposed marginality in the Black community. This is held to be true in part because, he writes, the Black community reflects the anti-intellectualism of the broader American society. Academic credentials are indispensable to the idea of the radical intellectual, at least as rhetorician. Constructing a typology of American intellectualism, West lists 4 models of Black intellectual activity: the bourgeois model of the humanist, the Marxist model of the revolutionary, the Foucauldian model of the postmodern skeptic, and the insurgency model of the critical organic catalyst. Although he identifies the last as the most progressively viable tradition, West sends mixed messages. He acknowledges the bourgeois model as limited, but then proceeds to describe it as inescapable for most Black intellectuals in the same ways in which he considers self-imposed marginality inescapable. The inability to escape marginality is tied to West's locus of knowledge production. Most of the important and illuminating discourses in the country take place in white bourgeois academic institutions, and the more significant intellectuals teach in such places. Given the hierarchies in institutional settings, it appears that the most important discourses only take place in bourgeois, affluent, primarily white academic institutions because the more significant bourgeois intellectuals teach there. Which is logical given its tautological elitism. West obviously would not wish to foreclose the opportunity of exploring the lives and work of radical intellectuals of various ethnicities who work in non-bourgeois and non-white institutions. Of his 4 models, bourgeois humanist, postmodern skeptic, revolutionary Marxist, organic insurgent, the Marxist model is the only one to earn West's opprobrium. He refers to it as a knee-jerk reaction by Black intellectuals to the severe limitations of the bourgeois model, and capitalist society. 13 Dubois, a longtime Marxist with a brief membership in the Communist Party USA, is an unlikely candidate for a knee-jerk reaction, as are CLRIMs, Claudia Jones, and other Black Marxists or Communists. West observes that the Marxist 161 privileging of Black intellectuals often reeks of condescension that confines Black prophetic roles to spokespersons and organizers. Yet, he makes no similar claims about the condescension of bourgeois, white academe, which often relegates Black intellectuals to markers of colored authenticity and representation in Black performance. preoccupation with black literary production rather than with black literate intellectuals leads West to list Iams, Du Bois, Oliver Cox, and Harold Crews as the only candidates for the title of major black Marxist theoreticians. West's construction of black intellectuals as dupes of Marxism is not novel. With rhetoric that hints at anti-communism, he writes that the Marxist model yields black intellectual self-satisfaction which often inhibits growth. Other intellectuals disagree. In contradistinction to West, Ahmed argues that the explanatory power of this system of thought rests with the claim that Marxist concepts pose sufficient systemic coherence and are sufficiently grounded in the historical process itself to be able to generate new concepts through self-criticism and through realignment with new events and knowledges that arise within the historical process itself. 15. Foregoing any analysis of black Marxists, or even a text such as Cedric Robinson's Black Marxism, in his essays on black intellectualism, West reductively depicts Marxism to argue that black intellectuals' encounters with Marxism, communism or socialism, result in either dogmatic submission to an upward mobility within sectarian party or prep-party formations or marginal placement in the bourgeois academy equipped with cantankerous Marxist rhetoric. Seemingly, bourgeois and postmodern black academics, who do not have a similar reputation for being ill-tempered and naive, are less constricted and controlled in bourgeois organizations and institutions than their Marxist counterparts are in radical organizations and institutions. Unfamiliarity with the political traditions of black radicalism that extend beyond the literature of prominent black leftists works to infantilize black Marxists and communists. West's claim that Marxism is the purgatory of our postmodern times through which black intellectuals must pass in order to develop as sophisticated thinkers echoes his earlier arguments and prophesy deliverance. 1. We could make the same assessment of bourgeois and postmodernist thought. Yet, the dilemma of the black intellectual contradictorily recommends Marxian philosophy as a temporary but necessary learning phase and pronounces Marxism a debilitating model that caters to the cathartic needs of blacks while working to stifle the further development of black critical consciousness. VL The only intellectual type that West labels as revolutionary is the only model to receive his vituperative analysis. If West's evaluation is built on his personal experiences with Marxist thinkers, then his reflections on his own marginalization, similar to the testimonial offered by his Breaking Bread co-author Bell Hooks, would strengthen his criticisms. However, West does not particularize his statements to his own experiences. Rather, he generalizes to all black intellectual engagement with Marxism. His only evidence is the paltry great literature among black Marxists. Yet there is also a paltry amount of great or even good literature by those who identify as black postmodernists, which is presumably West's own cadre of intellectuals that supplants the Marxists. By using caricature to dismiss the radical EFT tradition of black intellectualism, West reassures employees of bourgeois academe of their privileged status as radical rhetoricians. However, black radical intellectualism is much more nuanced and creative than its caricatures. Dispensing with the black Marxists, West turns to what he seems to suggest is a more invigorating and potentially radical form of black intellectualism, the Foucauldian model. H. Prior notes a leftist form of postmodern skepticism. Privileging revolt over restoration, reformation, and revolution, these intellectuals interrogate power-laden discourses. West observes that the Foucauldian model suits the critical, skeptical, and historical concerns of progressive black intellectuals while supplying a sophisticated excuse for ideological and social distance from insurgent black movements for liberation. 20. This type, with its distance from activism and material struggles, gives way to the last model, a hybrid or synthesis of the preceding three. Preferable to the bourgeois academic, black Marxist, or Foucauldian skeptic in the development of black intellectualism is the insurgency model. 163. According to West, the insurgency model is based on the bourgeois model but emphasizes human will and heroism without constructing them as individualistic and elitist. Making an important counter-argument to elite and romantic constructions, found in the writings of Hooks and Watts, Keeping Faith proposes an alternative to the solitary hero, embattled exile, and isolated genius, the intellectual as star, celebrity, commodity. West's preferred leader based on the insurgency model privileges collective intellectual work for communal struggle. Consequently, the insurgent, writes West, both rejects bourgeois naivete about the role of society and history and ingeniously incorporates the structural, and democratic concerns of the Marxist model. Recognizing Marxian naivete about culture. The insurgency model attains from the Foucauldian model the preoccupation with world skepticism, the historical constitution of regimes of truth, and the multifarious operations of power/knowledge while recognizing the postmodern skeptics' naivete about social conflict, struggle, and insurgency. V. West does not explore how this hybrid, embodied in a reflexive, left, bourgeois academic cognizant of activists, might further black academics' distance from black radicalism. For instance, an insurgent intellectual such as West examines historical and contemporary African American intellectual traditions without referencing Wells Barnett, Frederick Douglass, black trade unions, and, with one reference to, black feminism. As a response to social crises and an improvement over previous models, this hybrid fourth model carries an untrustworthy promissory note. Its insurgency seems conspicuously devoid of political risk-taking and engagement while shaped by a radical agency with specificity. From this insurgency, the heroic intellectual as isolated individualist emerges to interpret political phenomena and emancipatory projects, for both elites and nonlights who, rightly so, view this intellectual's interpretations with some indifference or suspicion. The Block literary hero. Seeking to elevate the political stature of the black writer, Watts's heroism, and the Blake intellectual, Ralph Ellison, politics, and Afro-American intellectual light constructs a heroic black intellectualism that is even more aggressive than West in its claims for isolated black intellectuals as heroic, political individuals yet is equally devoid of political risk. 22 Challenging criticisms of black literary figures during the Civil Rights Movement. Watts offers a brief discussion of the movement's failures. The movement declined by 1967 because of policy successes, such as the 1964 Civil Rights and the 1965 Voting Rights Acts, as well as government failures to redress black poverty, according to Watts. As a consequence of the 1960s urban rebellions, the image of the black civil rights activist as a victim of un-American Southern racist brutality was replaced by the image of the match and brick-wielding, anti-American, black militant violator of law and order, writes Watts, who observes that whereas the former image had generated guilt in a significant portion of the white American populace, this latter image would generate white fear and resentment. 23 Watts also notes that black unrest in the late 1960s created a political climate in which Vice President Hubert Humphrey's racial liberalism was replaced by Spiro T. Agnew's spiteful venom. 24 Watts seemingly attributes white disaffection for anti-racist struggles primarily to the failings and violence of African American protest. Although shifts in alliances with, representations of, and responses toward blacks occurred, critical information is missing from this narrative. First, it fails to discuss the use of repressive violence by a racist city's emmy and state to derail civil rights activism. Second, it does not acknowledge that the image of black protester as troublemaker and criminal existed before urban unrest and the 1965 burning of Watts. The criminalization of black protests and protesters was a dominant image in the South during the 1950s and 1960s desegregation struggles, despite the fact that these sit-ins and demonstrations were famous for their nonviolent civil disobedience under the leadership of Jarns Lawson and Martin Luther King R. King's 1963 letter from a Birmingham IL addresses this criminalization of peaceful civil disobedience and protest. Also, white liberal support for black protesters did not diminish merely because of urban rebellions. Liberalism retreated from the increasingly radical, nonviolent stances taken by movement leaders and activists. For instance, both white and black liberals defected from the 16. Pacifist radicalism embodied in King's stance against poverty and for the rights of 11 poor people. Liberals also distanced from opposition to the war in Vietnam and to imperialism in U.S. foreign policy. There were obvious limitations to black, grassroots radicalism. Yet Watts offers a skewed, partial portrait of the intensity of struggle and the violent repression that greeted it. His limited portrait of political protest will shape his interpretation of heroism. UF The historic association of black intellectuals to political activism. Watts cites Du Bois as an example of a model of highbrow political engagement, Ida Wells Barnett and Monroe Trotter as intellectuals in the guise of militant journalists, and Charles Houston. Bell also writes of this Harvard Law graduate who, as the dean of Howard University Law School, mentored a cadre of black lawyers in those techniques and strategies that would one day confront and overturn P1SEV. Ferguson 2S. He as well mentions psychologists Mamie and Kenneth Clark and feminist Episcopal priest Pauli Murray. Watts cites diverse examples of black female and activist intellectuals to argue that non-activist black intellectuals, in the guise of thinkers, ideologues, and conveyors of knowledge, have also made critical contributions to African American liberation politics. Using as an example the historian Carter G. Woodson, Watts contends that the scholar recluses conducting serious anti-racist research were inadvertently engaged. He discredits criticisms of their form of distant engagement, particularly those offered in Harold Cruz's The Crisis of the Negro Intellectual, which argues against such reclusion, as a form of non-engagement and self-protection, for activists in the midst of a mass movement. To counter Cruz, Watts highlights Ralph Ellison as an ideal model of black intellectualism. Ellison is Watts's heroic intellectual. Watts writes that Ellison refused to accept the popular claim that the only viable and Ethnica 11y legitimate black intellectual style is a Politica 11y engaged 127. Jeffrey X argues that in downplaying Ellison's participation in the Congress for Cultural Freedom in the 1950s and his leadership among liberals in the Kennedy era, Watts may be using Ellison as a strawman in his advocacy for the disengaged black intellectual as exemplary intellectual. According to Watts, Ellison's stance of engaged distance was perhaps more difficult for Hearn to defend than his refusal to adopt black nationalism. The historical context within which Ellison wrote was that of a social movement, and the repression against those waging it. Unsurprisingly, in this context, black intellectuals faced intensified demands for their physical participation in movements in which other blacks risked violent reprisals and imprisonment. Watts, though, opposes any criterion for evaluating the black intellectual outside of his or her own intellectual or artistic standards. Much of his displeasure at what he sees as attempts by African Americans to police others, such as gifted African Americans, is directed against black nationalism and Cruz. For Watts, many of the black intellectuals who embraced black nationalism had little authentic commitment to black nationalism as an oppositional form of politics. They appropriated nationalism because they thought that it was a rhetoric and ideology that could generate substantive benefits from the academy and/or the state. 29. This criticism, which is reminiscent of Kilson's observations, noted in Chapter 6, undoubtedly also holds for black integrationists who appropriated anti-racist rhetoric to advance their individual careers. Watts's construction of a monolithic nationalism conflates capitalists and socialists, conservative opportunists, and radical visionaries. He consequently misses the complexity of an ideology and movement that cannot be reduced to Kilson's dismissals of opportunism or West's reified Marxism. Amid his erasure of the specificity of black radicalism, Watts offers an incisive critique of some forms of Afrocentrism, the widely practiced attempt to predicate black American pride on a knowledge of the great kings and kingdoms in African history, assurance that the greatness of a people lies in their ability to conquer and rule others, which after all simply validates the greatness of a Western world that dominated the black world. Instead of proudly proclaiming that we too have tyrants, black intellectuals might want to help delegitimize empires as the basis of human pride. 30. Offering a reified black nationalism as black activism to juxtapose with the disengaged literary artist, Watts says little or nothing about Das politics. He also forgoes a critical reading on the talented 10th, college-educated blacks were viewed. 167. Primarily as a managerial elite by white liberals such as the American Baptist Horn Missionary Society who financed their education, professional careers, and integrationist politics. How does this creative, isolated individual escape a similar dependency with her or his institutional or individual patrons? Crises transcend questions of authenticity or the alleged absence of politics. In a power-laden society and culture, although forms of intellectualism are politicized, they do not politicize equally, with the same intensity or the same ideological intent. Watts de-emphasizes the prioritizing of radical agency in response to injustice. He argues against what he describes as two polarized, antagonistic themes in black intellectualism: the hyper-politicized and the depoliticized, yet fails to mention or critique the hyper-intellectual or literary careerist who models for his heroic individual. For Watts, Harold Cruse reflects the hyper-politicized discourse of those who tend to think that all Afro-American artistic and intellectual activity is reducible to political intentions. V. Heroism and the Black Intellectual references Amiri Baraka's dogmatic Marxist-Leninism to show that the hyper-politicized is not restricted to black nationalism. Depoliticized discourse stems from those students of Afro-American intellectual life who either have taken politics out of their interpretations of black intellectual activity or have reduced the field of artistic political activity to textual practices. 32 Like West, Watts sends mixed messages about progressive activism and black intellectualism. On one level he writes that it is important to study the roles that intellectuals traditionally play in relationship to power and status as reflected in their professions of choice. However, he also writes that traditional Afro-American intellectuals, like all traditional intellectuals, have as one of their priorities, if not their highest priority, the reproduction of themselves as intellectuals. Echoing West's observations but without his critique of the limitations of bourgeois black intellectuals, Watts argues that traditional Afro-American intellectuals are those most compatible to all traditional intellectuals. Watts's ideal model is based on Euro-American sociology's seminal scholars as white male writers. People engaged in a struggle against subordination, and the intellectuals they raise, are not traditional in this sense, and certainly not in comparison to elites from the dominant society. Like West, Watts argues that the black community provides neither the material support nor evinces interest in supporting traditional intellectual and artistic activities. To illustrate his argument, he cites the dilemma of black opera singers who are anomalies in both African American and European American culture. The traditional, for Watts, is the European, American, bourgeois intellectual and artist. Watts stresses that given the similarities between white bourgeois intellectuals and black intellectuals, if black intellectuals disabuse themselves of the notion of accountability and knowledge production tied to community resistance, they might then attain the status of heroic intellectualism. But Watts embraces a standard for measuring heroism that reinforces notions of black intellectual and artistic inferiority by using essentially criteria based on a mixture of racial uplift ideology and romanticized notions of elite, high culture steeped in competitive struggles for recognition and validation as an exceptional individual. Heroism, then, for this black intellectual is achievable only through individualism. Rejecting the criticism that political disengagement is a bourgeois luxury that intellectual members of subjugated groups can ill afford. He maintains that this stance privileges the needs of the oppressed over the creative ambitions of the individual intellectual. Such criticisms of bourgeois apathy and narcissism, writes Watts, function to dismiss black artistic ambitions as inherently privativistic unless they are placed in the service of a greater goal. Watts uses Ellison to insist that one's private artistic creations inherently advance the status of the entire group, not to mention the nation at large or even humanity. But what if, or when, the private individual as ambitious artist is misguided or guided by self-serving interests? What informs and corrects this black creativity? Logically, it would benefit from collective insight or assistance, given its fixture in a commodities market structured by the ambitious writer and the buying power of those able to refee and purchase black creativity. A dialogue with community, understood as larger than its politics, enables the artist to have a sounding board, to see if non-white blacks find her or his works representative and politically and spiritually 169. Beneficial rather than dehumanizing or amateurish or simply ignorant. Such an exchange or dialogue would conceivably assist in the development of isolated intellectuals. But perhaps the point that Watts attempts to make is that such intellectuals should not be judged, at least not by non-white, anti-intellectual blacks. Watts's heroic black intellectuals have no need for mass communities or criticisms from nonlights. He does not introduce the possibility of privatism or egoism among black intellectuals. Only black nationalists qualify as racial opportunists and self-promoters in his analysis. The goal of self-service or advancement is portrayed as a more artistic and heroic objective than community service for collective advancement. In fact, although he criticizes the binary opposition of activism and intellectual individual, Watts reasserts the antagonism, this time with the ambitious artist as victor. This is predictable, given that this construction of the black political leader is embedded in elitism. Certainly black Americans stand to benefit from the active political engagement of their intellectual strata. However, there is little reason to assume that a fiction writer and essayist like Ellison would have held any of the keys to black advancement had he chosen to become more involved in activist black politics. One can counter Watts' argument with another locus of knowledge production. Certainly the intellectual strata stand to benefit, and have benefited, from the active political engagement of black Americans. However, there is little reason to believe that black activists would have held any of the keys to radicalizing black intellectual elites even if those intellectuals attempted to become less alienated from activism. For Watts, the serious black artist must be nothing less than heroic through heroic individualism. This raises a number of questions for black intellectuals. Why is this concept of heroism tied to individualistic success, an existential Horatio Ager story for escaping black social marginality and victim status in white society? Why is it self-referential rather than community-referential? Why bourgeois rather than radical? Why is it determined by social acclaim in the literary or academic marketplace of elites rather than by an oppressed people's recognition of and remembrances for intellectuals' contributions? 170. What Watts sees as Ellison's belief that the ambitious black artist must be a heroic individualist says more about the politics of individualism and ambition than the politics of resisting genocide. Perhaps resistance is not his point. As long as the black community remains oppressed, traditional black intellectuals and artists may have their ethnic legitimacy brought into question, writes Watts. Such assaults can be generated within or outside the black community. Sometimes they can be quite debilitating. Personal attacks about not being black enough or being white identified are discouraging for critical thinkers. But some elites seem defensively preoccupied about being criticized by non-white blacks who may charge them with indifference and alienation from black struggles. Watts does not consider that rather than ethnicity, it may be political and moral commitments that are called into question in the challenges that non-elite blacks and others issue at elite intellectuals. Oppressed people always retain the right to criticize. Their criticisms may be particularly pointed when aimed at intellectuals who see themselves as unfairly bound by service to black communities or the matrix of communal anti-racist struggles that inhibit the flowering of their individual intellects and artistic creativity. For example, we could criticize Watts for not explaining how, in his construction of the heroic intellectual, those swept up in the euphoria of ambition and individualism retain their artistic abilities, while those who were swept up in the euphoria of political engagement relinquished their creative abilities as artists. Given that his heroic intellectual is accountable only to himself, Watts probably feels no need to explain. The demands that progressive intellectuals, in their accountability, return material and spiritual resources to oppressed people would fall on deaf ears under this construction of black heroes. Raising the threshold of political courage. In contrast to Watts' analysis of heroism, Bell's confronting authority, Recollections of an Ardent Protester contends that the civil rights movement and anti-war protests demonstrate the efficacy of mass uprisings in which individual participants in those movements perform heroic acts, often at tremendous 171. Personal cost 39. Concerning the academic who is satisfied with things as they are, or who views social evils only as subjects for study and debate, Bell offers a critique that radically departs from those of West and Watts. As a human rights activist, Bell initially worked in black communities and as a civil rights litigator. In his later activism as a law professor he jeopardized his academic employment. Bell describes academics who acknowledge their function as social critics rather than social reformers to be theorists with integrity. He maintains, Academics who claim that simply by writing about the need for change, they are fighting to make that change set a standard for judging themselves which they will not and cannot meet. 40. For Bell, mere academic activity will neither move those in power nor create the groundswell that will force those in power to move. R. He argues that effective intellectual effort requires active involvement. It is inconceivable that Dr. King could have so powerfully conveyed his frustrations and defended his struggle in his letter from a Birmingham jail had he not composed that letter in prison, literally on the field of battle. 42. On the battlefield, we find the most difficult and productive sites of knowledge production and the most unsettling lessons for accountability. Elite intellectuals' dependence upon status and privilege calls to mind instances where contemporary black academics benefit from militant, anti-racist/sexist struggles and agitation protests that they generally did and do not wage. For example, in 1992 at the University of Massachusetts Amherst, a multi-ethnic/racial coalition of hundreds of students took over the university administration building as a demonstration of outrage to the acquittal of Los Angeles police who beat Rodney King. The acquittal had led to increased student critiques of racism on campus and of the low representation of faculty and students of color. The coalition was led by a smaller collective of approximately 12 student leaders, who were also multi-ethnic, had equal representation of women and men, and included openly gay and lesbian student leaders. In their planning meetings, the students drafted a reform petition to the university chancellor and barricaded themselves in the building late into the night until their demands were met. When the chancellor came to see the students, he was greeted by the 172 students chanting, "Hire 10 faculty of color, 5 women and 5 men, and no Clarence Thomases." Because the students were virtually locked out of the hiring process, they were left with little say over the inclusion of radical, or at least liberal, progressive, perspectives among the incoming tenure-track faculty. Since those hired in various university departments were not generally informed that student protests had led to the appropriations of funds for their employment, incoming faculty were unlikely to be disposed toward feeling accountable to radical agency, particularly on the part of students with no institutional power. The same year that students occupied UMass's Whitmore Administration Building, Bell took a leave of absence as a tenured professor in Harvard's School of Law because of Harvard's refusal to hire a black woman or a woman of color on a tenured/tenure track position and its insistence that none of the applicants were qualified for the job. Bell's Conf Taunting Authority offers an account of radical agency in academe, in which elites are obscured from, or obscure, the protest traditions from which they benefit. Bell acknowledges that in his protests before leaving campus on unpaid leave, Harvard basically fired Hearn after the 2-year grace period for research leaves. There was a patriarchal element in his protective feelings concerning Harvard's black women students. Yet he writes that he was surprised that his agitation for Harvard's law school to recruit a woman of color as a tenured/tenure track professor generated criticism from African American women legal scholars and professors. His critics, according to Bell, were not irate that his protest had designated Hearn as spokesperson for black women law faculty. The women denounced what they viewed as the implications of his agitation. The black Warren law teachers who criticized my protest, Bell writes, want deeply to believe that they are hired and promoted based on their ability. TV Confronting Authority points out that the source of discontent and disappointment among some black women law colleagues was that Bell's ardent protest made it more difficult for them to believe what many blacks understandably want to believe, that we are selected and advanced based on our ability. 45. Contending that law academics are employed in white institutions. Whatever our qualifications and potential, Bell cautions that because of social and campus political protests for the inclusion of women and people of color, as beneficiaries of these struggles, we should never forget, we hold tenured professorships at major, white law schools, when men like Charles Houston and William Hastie never did. 46. Black academic elites as a group, whatever their abilities as individuals, attain privileges denied most blacks because of anti-racist organizing and protests and the threat of unrest from a black mass. The American Baptist Home Missionary Society proselytized this understanding while promoting university training for the talented 10th. Other intellectuals expand upon Bell's references to the conservative roles of elite educators. Ahmed and Gordon respectively explore the de-radicalizing aspects of post-colonial and post-modern studies in academe. For Ahmed, romantic constructions around academic migrating intellectuals mask their elitism and distance from progressive political actions with notions of hybridity and transgressive travel. Ahmed writes that within cultural theory that emphasizes literature and deconstructive writing, the term post-coloniality engenders certain maneuvers that inhibit the memory of earlier debates on post-colonialism in politics and theory. These debates focused not on literary production but on the Das constructs and social projects of emerging states and regimes that arose in Asia and Africa decolonizations. T. Ahmed criticizes the postmodern kind of erasure of the history and origin of the term post-coloniality. Obscuring the origin of this term in the political, material phenomena of post-colonial struggles also effaces a concept of history, social, political and cultural formations that exist, independently of European colonialism. Colonialism via European expansion, writes Ahmed, becomes reduced in post-coloniality to the axis of history and thought, leaving us with only three periods of time and space, the pre-colonial, colonial, and post-colonial. Post-colonialism's periodicing history thereby ensures that colonialism becomes the structuring principle of historical narratives so that all that came before it becomes a prehistory of colonialism as the millennium's diverse social and production practices are gathered under the rubric pre-colonial. R. Gordon echoes Ahmed's concerns in uses and abuses of blackness, postmodernism, conservatism, ideology, where he discusses postmodernist erasures of political praxis and national history. The uses and abuses of blackness in postmodernism essay raises questions about the compatibility of postmodern and black intellectual elites with conservative politics. In his presentation of this essay at an elite West Coast graduate program, Gordon noted that postmodern and academic discourse have become increasingly inaccessible during the rise of right-wing politics and resurgent racism. In a counter-revolutionary era of punitive policies against the poor and people of color, postmodernism's post-revolutionary rhetoric is to address the specificity of anti-black racism and oppression. In effect, Gordon argued, it tended to express greater concern for black people as texts rather than as black people WHASE lives were in struggle. This focus on politics as rhetoric obscures political reality. The political dimension of the political is rendered invisible by virtue of being regarded as purely performative or, as in more Foucauldian/Nietzschean articulations of this drama, purely manifestations of will to power. What one performs is rendered immaterial. Whatever is simply a performance. 50. This leveling out process encouraged a political nihilism that crystallized in the 1980s with the political correctness charge used against the articulation of interests of the disempowered by leveling out the perception of power into an equal opportunity affair of relative truths. The epistemological core is a consciousness of limits skepticism and judgment skepticism, argues Gordon. Judging judgment becomes the order of the day, and denial of any politically legitimate position beyond the denial of defending such a position is its consequence. SL. So, where judgments are judged untenable, elites can dominate and judge without being judged. S2. Although the charge has become popular among conservatives and reactionaries, progressives also deploy the political correctness club. In fact, the phrase originated among the left as a dismissive against those considered to be too zealous in their advocacy of social justice for marginalized groups. The left apparently polices its raid-leals. Which was the point of 175. Gordon's presentation. However, his analysis, like Bell's confrontational politics and Ahmed's critique of post-coloniality, received a less than cordial greeting from academic elites. The Heroi intellectual. In contrast to elite educators, privileged by maleness, advanced degrees, and university affiliations, even those stigmatized for their radicalism or Marxism, other models of heroic intellectualism exist. In 1995, at the Schomburg 65th birthday celebration commemorating Charlene Mitchell's 50 years of national, political leadership, Lennox Hines, co-chair and general counsel for the National Alliance Against Racist and Political Repression, praised the activism of Mitchell with Marx's observation, philosophers have only interpreted the world in various ways. The point, however, is to change at 53. Mitchell is an activist intellectual without degrees, book contracts, or university appointment. Yet she is also an educated leader who has worked for decades in progressive movements against poverty, racism, sexism, and repression, seemingly with no egoistic sense of personal heroism. Since activists also exist as intellectuals, how are we to assess their forms of intellectualism in relationship to the forms popularized by our elites? For Hines, Mitchell has never forgotten what she learned from her parents' roots, that the vast majority of the nation's and the world's people are workers who never have had access to wealth. Charlene's wealth, he notes, is that she has never paused. 54. Mitchell is a founding member, a national co-chair, and the national coordinator of the Committees of Correspondence, COC, which was formed in 1992 when she left the Communist Party USA as a key leader in the Committees of Correspondence, an anti-racist and democratic socialist organization of 2,000 members. She works largely with intellectual leftists such as teachers, librarians, journalists, and trade unionists. Mirroring a black intellectualism foreign to the writings of West and Watts, Mitchell's long history of political organizing and intellectual leadership offers an interesting juxtaposition with the models of insurgent intellectual literary hero. Failing to deal with the specificity of non-white black Marxist leadership, we miss the point that the vast majority of the most significant 20th century black radicals were not published authors, although they were intellectuals. For example, Mitchell's model of intellectual activism reveals deep-seated, courageous commitments for social justice rather than a reflex, non-reflective reaction to social inequities and labor exploitation under capitalism. Both women and youths have provided important models of black heroism, intellectualism, and leadership, models unfamiliar to most academic discourse and non-academic discourse that privileges adult males. Mitchell's life serves as a catalyst for reflections on social justice and heroic intellectualism. Her early life suggests that we rethink the scant attention paid to the political thought and agency of youth. During her early teens, she read literature such as Charles Dickens's novel Tale of Two Cities, works on the French Revolution, and Marx and Engels's Communist Manifest. Texts on Das inequalities, economic exploitation, and poverty influenced her early thinking, much as later generations of youths would reflect on race, Das, and agency by reading E. Franklin Frazier's The Black Bourgeoisie. In the 1940s, Mitchell joined American Youth for Democracy, organized by tenants in the Cabrini housing in Chicago where she lived. In 1945, at the age of 15, she worked with the organization to desegregate a Chicago bowling alley that, following common practice at the time, refused to admit blacks on weekends. After seeking and winning legal remedies, a judge ordered the bowling alley to stop its discriminatory practices. Cabrini youths resorted to other strategies. When the bowling alley disobeyed the court ruling, they staged a successful sit-in. Later that year, a Chicago movie theater, again following common practice, restricted black patrons to the balcony and allowed only whites to sit in the orchestra. The Cabrini youths, with Mitchell as a leader, mobilized a show of multiracial unity and broad-based commitments to social justice by organizing theater patrons. While white demonstrators staged a sit-in in the balcony, black demonstrators occupied seats in the orchestra. After 2 days of sit-ins, the Chicago Theater provided open seating. Mitchell joined the Communist Party USA in 1946. Though World War II 177 had ended, corporations accruing substantial profits continued to freeze workers' wages. When the Southern Illinois coal miners struck that winter, the teen and her youth group supported them with the difficult task of convincing community people who relied on coal to heat their homes not to blame the miners for the strike. Within 1 month of organizing, these communities, after debating the relationships of mine owners to mine workers, began donating food and funds to support strikers. Mitchell's engagement as a teenager was reflected in varying degrees of risk and efficacy by teenagers and youths throughout the United States who struggled with racist and economic disenfranchisement. Constructions of black intellectualism and heroism can obscure perceptions of the historical and contemporary agency and political thought of young people. Many people seem unaware of the financial, emotional, and political resources necessary for intellectuals and activists to withstand censorship and repression from federal and local governments attempting to curtail and control American radicalism. For instance, Black intellectuals were adversely affected during the McCarthy era in the early 1950s when the Smith Act and the Walter McCarran Act legalized the arrest and intimidation of members of progressive labor and civic organizations as well as members of the Communist Party USA. Under McCarthyism, Mitchell I, married and with a small child, was forced underground for 3 years with her family. She continued organizing in different parts of the country with no known address. FBI agents who harassed Mitchell's mother, Naomi Alexander, in attempts to get information on her whereabouts, misinformed Alexander that her daughter had been killed in an automobile accident. Demanding that the FBI leave and stop interrogating her, Mitchell's mother defiantly countered, "If Charlene is dead, you killed her." By 1955, when political prisoners from this era were being released, Mitchell's family had moved to Los Angeles where they began organizing in the Black community. She was elected an executive member of L.A.S.N.A.A.C.P. Youth Council and held this position until 1957. The group later disbanded, reportedly because the NAACP discouraged its involvement in demonstrations. 2 years later, as the administrative secretary for the Communist 178 Party of Southern California, Mitchell was called before the House Committee on Un-American Activities. Mitchell I, barely 30 years old, issued a public statement that she was proud to be a communist, defying Congress, refused to cooperate with the House Committee. We need to factor such confrontations into our debates on political courage and public service. Whatever our ideological stances, American intellectuals in good faith must admit that the participation of Black thinkers in the ranks and leadership of radical organizations criminalized by the U.S. government cannot be reduced to the whimsy of disillusioned Americans. By rethinking our constructs of intellectualism and heroism shaped by educational elites, we recover the political praxis of radical intellectualism. What we know of Mitchell's activist intellectualism is but a fraction of the knowledge yet to be recovered in the popularized debates on Black intellectualism. For example, in addition to her other engagements, Mitchell, in 1967, became a founding chair of the Che Lumumba Club of the Communist Party of Southern California, and with other members organized against police brutality by building a coalition, the Community Alert Patrol, to monitor police activity in Black neighborhoods. In 1968, she ran for president of the United States on the Communist Party ticket, becoming the first African American woman to be nominated and to run for that office. Also that year, she traveled extensively throughout the United States to promote the Poor People's March and campaign. In 1969, as the FBI COINTELPRO targeted the Black Panther Party, she convened the Emergency Conference to end repression against the Black Panther Party. In 1970, Mitchell coordinated the Committee to End Genocide, which presented to the United Nations a petition signed by tens of thousands, indicting systematic anti-Black racism in the United States. That same year she became executive secretary of the largest political prisoner campaign in the United States, the National United Committee to Free Angela Davis and All Political Prisoners. For 2 years the committee built the political environment that allowed Davis, who had been on the FBI's most wanted list, an open trial and eventual exoneration of all charges. The National Alliance Against Racist and Political Repression, organized in 1973, grew out of that campaign. 179. Mitchell initially served as its founding executive director. She has also remained active in international politics, reflecting Du Bois' vision of the new talented tenth as internationalists. 55. Like Ella Baker and countless other Black leaders, Mitchell has produced no autobiography. However, like Baker and other Black intellectuals, she has written newspaper articles, essays, political speeches and treatises, organizational position papers and governing guidelines, as well as analyses of political crises that have shaped political movements. Although such texts are not as privileged as those by elite educators, Mitchell, like Baker and others, has educated and continues to educate a political body of progressives. Their roles as non-light educators embody the insurgency and heroism too often treated in a romantic or speculative fashion. Progressive intellectuals. Progressive black intellectuals may be judged not by what we say but by what we do about injustice. The most reliable marker for OUF political commitments and courage remains risk-taking engagements with non-lights. Engaging the specificity of radicalism, we can orient ourselves by political phenomena, and an epistemology in WHH experience via political activism is indispensable. Our experiences lead to reflections, judgments, and finally actions that produce further experiences that lead to more critiques that end to begin with more thoughtful deeds. Perhaps, for a few like Charlene Mitchell, their wealth will be that they never pause in refining and expanding progressive praxis. More realistically for most, our wealth will be that, having paused to take stock of our intellectual strengths and abilities, OUF radical commitments and pretensions, we move again toward democratic community. Neither foregoing communal acts with non-lights nor reducing introspection to the purely self-referential, contemporary intellectuals active in struggles are singularly in a posture to refrain from reading people's lives and needs as the text of a phantom constituency. Black intellectuals such as Mitchell clearly suggest that other political readings exist. Those who contextualize obscurantist academic or master narratives with 180 in their larger ideological frameworks see that schooling in political engagement may prove to be elite educators' strongest tie to radical theory that addresses social crises and state repression. And, having been so schooled, some better mark a path or clearing toward an intellectualism of heroic proportions. 181. Conclusion. Radicalism UND. Block Intellectual Life. On November 30, 1992, at Harvard University's Lone F. Kennedy School of Government, prominent African American educators gathered for a forum titled Black Intellectuals in the Age of Crack to discuss the responsibilities of black intellectuals to black communities in crisis. One aside from Rev. Eugene Rivers, all the panelists were well-known academics: Bell Hooks, Oberlin, Henry Louis Gates R. Harvard, Cornel West, Princeton, Jean Laurie, Boston University, Margaret Burnham, MIT, and Anthony Appiah, Harvard, as the moderator. Burnham, a lawyer, was the only part-time academic and the only activist with experience in political movements. Distinguishing between the academic and the intellectual, panelists debated the leadership roles of black intellectuals in dealing with the afflictions of black Americans. Rivers argued that black intellectuals needed to move beyond ideological posturing and rhetoric to build infrastructures for black communities. West maintained that a market-driven civilization and the gangsterization of America, particularly black America, undermine our attempts to live humanely. Hooks emphasized the importance of affluent black intellectuals leading by the example of their lives and consumption patterns, rather than by their speeches about transforming capitalism and Das hierarchy. For Gates, black intellectuals needed to produce new organizational structures and to stop feeling guilty about being chosen by God or community to be an intellectual. Laurie, surmising that survivor guilt affects only the alienated, maintained that through Das elitism and housing integration we have segregated ourselves, then turn around and lecture the people we left. Bernhardt, a former SNCC activist and a leader in the Free Angela Davis campaign, said that when black intellectuals engage in struggle, they have a heightened sense of community, one largely absent within academe, which influences the relationships of black intellectuals to black communities. Black elite academics noted that the ethos of the academy and that of black community are contradictory. What was not as readily addressed was whether or not creating the necessary space for black elite intellectuals to do their work could in good faith take place outside of creating the necessary space and employment for non-light blacks, laborers, and workers to obtain and maintain economic self-sufficiency in non-exploitative jobs. Highlighting a schism between elites and non-lights, an audience member who identified herself as a mother and counselor asserted that non-light African Americans fear that black intellectuals are intellectualizing them to death. After this stated distrust for university elites, following the trajectory of the panel discussion, invoking the old talented 10th and the panacea of university training for black mass equality, she then asked, if intellectualism makes blacks middle class, and nurturing makes blacks intellectuals, then how do we nurture the urban poor so that they can survive the academic arena? Paradoxically, panelists and audience members debated the leadership of black elites while identifying themselves as radicals in order to espouse commitments independent of governing elites and assimilation politics. Few offered developed strategies reflecting radicalism. Still, the continued references to radicalism as an exemplary form of reliable or effective black leadership invite reflections on radicalizing black intellectuals. Radicalizing black intellectuals. In its 1857 Dred Scott decision, the U.S. Supreme Court blurred the distinction between Northern free and Southern enslaved blacks, furthering the divide between citizens and human chattel. The intent of U.S. policies crystallized for many African Americans, who were subsequently radicalized by the Dred Scott decision. Feeling the futility or obscene irony of appealing to the federal government, non-elite and elite African Americans met the Supreme Court decision with mass disobedience, armed resistance, emigration to Canada or Mexico, and repatriation to Africa. Vincent Harding describes how, in the aftermath of Dred Scott, African American leaders had great difficulty in seeing that individual racists and slaveholders were not the only obstacles to black freedom. The hallmark of antebellum black radicalism, writes Harding, was not the call to armed insurrection, rather. Radicalism was embodied in a careful, sober capacity to see the entire American government, and the institutions and population which it represented, as the basic foe of any serious black struggle, whatever its form might take. It was America, not simply slaveholders, which needed to be transformed, and above all the government and its institutions. Harding notes that African Americans often lost that insight because the consequences were most often too frightening to face consciously for any sustained period of time. Agitating for change, black men and women recognized the temporary, episodic need for such resistance to the government, but even then the long-range implications were not fully articulated save in moments of extreme rage and under great provocation. Postmodern black intellectuals see little possibility of a return to the court's 1857 disavowal of African American human rights. Like most American intellectuals, they reason that constitutional law can redress the rights violations that constitutional law, and social neglect, inflict. In confronting dehumanizing state policies, these intellectuals will unlikely stray outside the liberal or conservative frameworks shaped by legal strategies and federal court appeals. What, then, constitutes the hallmark of postmodern black radicalism? Today, identity claims to radicalism are made irrespective of any careful, sober capacity to analyze the state, its institutions, and populace. Sometimes claims are issued because of the intellectual's distance from confrontations with state repression. As subversive lifestyles and speech pose as surrogates for political activism, disconnected from political organizing, they tend to function as performance, and in performance reinscribe subordinates as entertainers, spectacles, or objects of discourse. Speech acts or rhetoric as political acts, though political, are not inherently radical. Speech acts hardly function as a form of political, as opposed to rhetorical, radicalism when severed from the struggles of non-white communities. To explore this activism's relationship to political organizing, we must ask and answer a number of questions. How do we distinguish between the experiential acts in political organizing that create the subject matter for the radical rhetorician and the literature or speech that is commodified as black revolutionary performance? How does me re-teaching or writing about radicalism within a corporate institution qualify one as a radical? How does the literary or academic radicalism of elites supersede or mitigate the radical acts of non-whites that create the subject matter for their work? Without the rhetorician, radicalism continues, but can the rhetorician make meaningful claims to radicalism without the agency of the activist? Noting the differences between the theorizing of intellectuals engaged and those removed from community organizing, we see that progressive intellectuals who restrict their political interventions to speech acts may claim the title of radical activist. However, the radical rhetorician is not necessarily the engage. Redefining radical activism as the literary production of non-activists is apt to be a disingenuous political act. LF intellectuals need only declare themselves as militant rather than be recognized by or organize with activists, then politics as a phenomena is supplanted by the individualism of the political egoist. The extremes to which progressives take the American ideology, or cult, of individualism are noted by Manning Marable, who writes, "Among many white and black American intellectuals, there exists a profound bias towards individualism as opposed to collective action." Like Marable, David Bromwich, who argues that it is difficult to know what radicals would be, given their scarcity, notes the problematizing of American radicalism filtered through individualism. For Bromwich, words are acts that radicalism and black intellectual lie change our lives. 7. Yet he also writes that since Emerson, U.S. literary radicalism's social reform rarely collaborated with the short-term plans of reformers. According to Bromwich, cultural radicalism is more prevalent than political radicalism because Americans are inclined towards the avant-garde or radical individualism. Although American cultural individualism produces a bewilderment that is paid for by the eclecticism, the impatient or capricious energy, and above all the discontinuity of our radicalism in politics. The privileging of free agents and free enterprise radicalism overshadows the organized efforts of nonlight community thinkers and activists. Contemporary black intellectuals' constructions of resistance as rhetoric or artistic expression problematize political agency. These constructions signal a break with the notions of race leadership tied to the talented tenth's pragmatic function. Since such radicalism rarely leaves the campus or lecture hall, it often transpires within the enclaves of academe or publishing. It therefore constitutes a flight from traditional forms of politics in which relevance was gauged by the intellectual's intervention in collective struggle with others to contravene community crises. Fanon's native intellectual. Following the exhortation of the older African-American woman, the Harlem intellectual who assisted me in liberation books, I study Fanon for insights into the crisis of black intellectualism. The resurgent interest in Fanon during this time of heightened racism and repression, manifesting in punitive policies towards the poor and incarcerated, has spurred some intellectuals to grapple with the challenges of his revolutionary theory. Fanon's dissection of the polarized existences of colonizing master and colonized servant illuminate the injustices of our time, the exacerbation of extreme wealth and poverty, racial castes and sexual abuse, the criminalization of subaltern groups. In The Wretched of the Earth, Fanon distinguishes between the civil servant or state intellectual and the native intellectual or revolutionary thinker. Reminding intellectuals that radical liberation theory serves those lacking sufficient land and bread, Fanon presents us the native intellectual, a thinker committed to justice, to serve as a mirror for our reflections. In placing the mirror squarely before us, he warns not only of intellectual concealment, he also advises against an intellectualism that distances from justice struggles in order to offer truncated concepts of repression and liberation. The people, Fanon writes, take their stand from the start on the broad and inclusive positions of bread and the land. How can we obtain the land, and bread to eat? And this obstinate point of view of the masses, which may seem shrunken and limited, is in the end the most worthwhile and the most efficient mode of procedure. Fanon's native intellectual is disciplined by the daily revolutionary struggle for independence, freedom, bread, and land. Perhaps the affinity that progressives, blacks, or third-world peoples feel toward Fanon is that he neither argued for sophisticated critiques as a surrogate for activism nor romanticized black or mass culture as inherently revolutionary. Instead, Fanon set high standards reflecting the even higher stakes for the native intellectual engaged in social change. Measuring the usefulness of theory and the efficacy of intellectuals by their ability to deliver. He writes with conviction, truth is that which hurries on the breakup of the colonialist regime. For such declarations for liberation theory, Fanon has been criticized and dismissed, sometimes, as Lewis Gordon notes, without serious consideration for his political thought by intellectuals who write as though there is nothing to be liberated from but liberation discourse itself. JL 13. What is unique to this revolutionary theorist is that he advocates the decolonization of not only language and imagination but the materiality upon which language and the me and reflect. Fanon's native intellectual strategically responds to human oppression as if the life of the mind experienced political ethics and revolutionary politics as more than tropes. Viewing the political agency of intellectuals through the framework of Fanon's revolutionary intent, we invariably find ourselves connected to those most vulnerable to exploitation and oppression. Since the prey of police, military, prisons, state executions, and wars are foremost in Fanon's reflections, he sees the relevancy of engaged intellectuals as being tied to their proximity to political struggle. Fanon writes that the Algerian Revolution benefited Algerian intellectuals by allowing them to encounter the extreme, ineffable poverty of the people as well as to watch the awakening of the people's intelligence and the onward progress of their consciousness. In the United States, the civil rights and poor people's movements of the late 1950s and 1960s, and the American Indian movement of the early 1970s, similarly enabled critical thinking and democratic politics among U.S. intellectuals by placing them in contact with America's colonized. Here, the struggles of the people red, brown, black, yellow, white, in reservations, barrios, ghettos, sweatshops, labor camps, and penal institutions will provide new meanings for understanding the significance of Fanon and his native intellectual for the next century. In reconsidering our relationship to the Fanonian legacy, we can reassess our ties with radical intellectuals incarcerated for their revolutionary intent. In the United States, Mumia Abu-Aymal, Geronimo Pratt, Susan Rosenberg, Marilyn Buck, Leonard Peltier, and Carmen Valentina 11 followed the obstinate view of the masses for bread and land as well as the Fanonian dictum that the minimum demands of the colonized and a successful revolutionary struggle mandate a whole social structure being changed from the bottom up. 15 questions aside from bread and land, for instance, political and cultural independence, spiritual renewal, sexual, ethnic, and religious freedom preoccupy us as well. But physical sustenance or survival remains the sine qua non that only propertied elites may take for granted. In radical or reactionary movements, the debates and battles around the allocation of resources and the right to resources is never peripheral. Nonelites gauge the relevance of elite intellectuals by their responses to bread and land or the lack thereof. In OUF work for these as well as social and political freedoms, for lives with dignity and spirit, our life stories shall reflect, democratize, and radicalize an agency that transcends the limitations of the talented 10th. Postscript, Block Intellectual Life Stories. As a signature of Black intellectual commitments, the African American autobiography or life story reflects a communal ethic. Toni Morrison argues that the Black autobiography is a classic to U.S. Black literature, because it allows a writer as both representative and singular to say, "My single solitary and individual life is like the lives of the tribe, it differs in these specific ways, but it is a balanced life because it is both solitary and representative." Morrison says the conventional American autobiography, influenced by literary narcissism, tends to be how I got over I look at me alone I at me show you how I did at 17. Consequently, it is inimical, she writes, to some of the characteristics of Black artistic expression and influence. But contemporary African American autobiographers do not uniformly share the communal ethic of Morrison's Black classics. Black autobiographies written within the context of political movements, from abolitionist and anti-lynching to political economic enfranchisement, better reflect Morrison's classic Black autobiography infused with communal ethic. However, some contemporary autobiographies reference Black liberation movements only to display the narcissistic tendencies Morrison attributes to American autobiography. Assata Shakir's poem, Current Events, published in her autobiography, satirizes the relationship of politics to fashion. Being 60s Black, Shakir observes, can be the source of both disdain and romanticism. I understand that I am slightly out of fashion. The in crowd wants no part of me. Someone said that I am too 60s Black. Someone else told me I had failed to mellow. Being in style is a political marker. African American autobiographies represent a diverse range of politics and ideologies, from Shakir's Assata, an autobiography, to Henry Louis Gates Jr.'s Colored People. If style, popularity, and marketability are shaped by ideological compatibility with the dominant norm, then radical Black intellectuals may always prove unfashionable and therefore remain largely obscure. Stylish or not, our debated and debatable understandings of political ethics, radicalism, and democratic, communal relations